mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Hey, fanfic family! So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 501, Frequent Backhands. Just as a battle of divine transformation levels erupted above Guangming Star, two true lords joined forces to assault a blood godchild. Within the innermost caverns of Guangming Star, a massive vortex slowly swirled in the dome. The tornado-like vortex of spiritual energy drew a vast amount of celestial spiritual energy down to the ground, forming a vast cloud stream over 100 feet thick. Wisps of dark red bloodlight emerged from the depths of the cloud stream, slowly dyeing most of the cloud a deep crimson. At the deepest point of the cloud stream, a 3-foot-tall blood-colored cocoon loomed in midair, expanding and contracting constantly. Now, streams of dark red blood continuously seeped from within the cocoon, a horrifying sight. At the center of the blood-colored cocoon, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. A strange dark red blood oozed from his eyes, ears, and other orifices. Holes of varying sizes appeared on his limbs, chest, and abdomen, as streams of the strange blood reluctantly expelled from his body. The strange blood flowed throughout his body, like earthworms constantly trying to burrow back into his body. At this moment, a hazy gray aura would suddenly envelope the tainted blood, instantly annihilating both. Above the soul sea, a vast expanse of eerie blood light, like an immense, thousand-headed demon seal, pounced upon the ghost worker sphere, sizzling with blood as it eroded layer upon layer along its surface. At this moment, bolts of divine thought and thunder erupted from within the sphere, like invisible flames consuming the blood. In just 100 breaths, Zhao Sheng faced the greatest crisis of his life. The source blood curse was an attack from the level of laws, and even with his vast knowledge, he could not find a way to dispel it. After all, Zhao Sheng's realm was too low, and he had not yet fully grasped the methods of attack beyond the return to Void Realm. Seeing his body completely eroded by the tainted blood, Zhao Sheng's heart sank, and he quickly made a ruthless decision. Since his blood had become his enemy, he would simply expel it completely from his body. As time passed, the blood-colored cocoon expanded, its spiritual cloud completely fading into deep crimson. The cocoon's expansion and contraction slowed down. Half a cup of tea later, the blood cocoon suddenly ceased its pulsation, transforming into a massive dark brown scab. Suddenly, a thud echoed from within the scab, and a pale arm, like a stick, pierced through the shell and reached out. Immediately, the blood cocoon was torn in two, and a billowing blood mist erupted from within, instantly merging into the surrounding crimson spiritual cloud. Then, a tall, emaciated figure slowly emerged from the blood-colored depths. Zhao Sheng's face was utterly pale, his eye sockets and cheeks deeply sunken, leaving only prominent cheekbones. He looked like a walking skeleton. Despite being completely drained of blood, his aura remained steady, radiating a vibrant vitality. The countless pale holes on his chest, abdomen, and limbs were healing at a visible pace, their dense buds wriggling and growing like living things. After a dozen steps, Zhao Sheng's injuries had healed, his skin smooth as jade, though the surface was a strangely pale white, a truly eerie sight. The source blood curse hadn't been fundamentally resolved, it had only been temporarily suppressed by draining his vital essence. However, facing a formidable enemy, Zhao Sheng couldn't afford to resolve the curse. The most important priority was to eliminate the blood god son outside. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he instantly vanished. Time flashed forward a fraction. Boom. Boom. The green-scaled earth-black beast swirled its massive body, like a colossal meteorite, crashing headfirst into the depths of the blood cloud, its entire body radiating a vast expanse of azure light. This light was the light of petrification. Upon contact with the blood cloud, it was instantly transformed into vast expanses of azure sand and stone, which then fell into the void. The goddess of Shank waved her left hand, and 9 long, azure rainbows flew out from behind her. They were none other than the 9 star banners. Inscribed within the banners were 9 massive meteorites, each emanating a majestic aura. As she chanted something, the banners instantly burst into a dazzling display of starlight. With a resounding roar, the 9 meteorites simultaneously detached from the banners, transforming into 9 massive meteors. These, in turn, formed a star formation, and thundered down upon the blood god sun, Master Zilu. Even before the meteorites arrived, an unimaginable pressure descended upon the blood god sun, momentarily immobilizing him. Master Zilu's entire body erupted in bloody light, abruptly splitting into 9,000-foot-tall blood-red skulls that met the falling meteorites head-on. Boom, boom, boom. 9 vast blood clouds exploded, violently shaking the very void. Countless waves of magical power swept across the surroundings, and the blood-red light was so blinding that it was impossible to look directly at it. Goddess Sheng glanced to the other side, seeing the countless dead souls frantically devouring the blood cloud. Her eyes twitched slightly. Although the blood god sun was at a significant disadvantage, it would still take considerable time to completely annihilate him. At this moment, Goddess Sheng's expression suddenly changed, and she immediately sent a frantic message, "Death Jua, beware. There's a trap." However, by the time she sounded the alarm, it was too late. At that moment, deep within the black cloud of countless dead souls, the wailing souls suddenly became blood-drenched. Countless rays of blood burst from their bodies, tainting them all into blood spirits. Looking out, the pitch-black soul realm was now punctuated by tiny specks of blood, making it strikingly conspicuous. Furthermore, the blood light rapidly expanded, rapidly contaminating everything around it. In a blink of an eye, more and more dead souls were transformed into blood spirits. Their devouring fervor was matched only by their current speed. Seeing even the headless giant stained with blood, Deathjaw's old monster grew anxious. He gritted his teeth and slapped his right hand against his temple. A foot-tall little man suddenly flew out. This little man was the body of Deathjaw's primordial spirit. In the next instant, a divine light streaked through the void and fiercely penetrated the headless giant. Instantly, the headless giant's size nearly doubled, reaching a height of 3,000 feet. Suddenly, his neck began to writhe violently, and a vast black light shot up into the sky, transforming into a massive head. The head's facial features were remarkably identical to Deathjaw's. The giant roared to the heavens, then suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils, like deep pools, shone with agility and wisdom, but also with a hint of terror. As Deathjaw placed his primordial spirit upon the soul form, the surrounding black aura stabilized within 100 miles, and the rate of soul transformation slowed dramatically. At that moment, a violent force erupted from the giant, sweeping in all directions. Vast clouds of blood were instantly ripped apart by this invisible force, sending them flying far away. Overjoyed at this sight, the old monster, Deathjaw, immediately harnessed his primordial spirit, turned, and plummeted towards the shining star. Hey! At that moment, a wanton, malicious laugh suddenly echoed in his mind. It's too late to escape now. Deathjaw, it's your turn to return to the divine embrace. Hey, become one with me. Upon hearing this, the old monster, utterly horrified, was about to launch his next move when an indescribable surge of joy suddenly welled up from the depths of his soul. He felt a sense of ecstasy, as if he had achieved unbridled freedom. His mind was seized by this, and he yearned to sink into an eternal bliss. At that moment, the giant spirit transformed with astonishing speed from pitch black to blood red, his eyes also blazing. At the same time, the vast majority of the billions of dead souls instantly transformed into blood spirits, and the remaining dead souls continued their transformation into blood spirits uncontrollably. Upon witnessing the scene, the goddess Sheng's expression drastically changed. She uttered 9 horrifying sounds, but alas, they were unable to awaken the blissful Deathjaw monster. Before the battle, the Deathjaw monster's mental state had been extremely unstable, on the verge of madness. Therefore, when the blood god sun gave him a push, he recklessly commanded his dead souls to devour the blood cloud. A blood cloud is no easy feat, consuming it would be like swallowing poison bait. Now, the Deathjaw monster had become a mere prey, served on a dinner plate, at the mercy of the blood god. When Zhao Sheng returned to the battlefield, he witnessed this horrifying scene, and his heart sank, instantly realizing that something was amiss. As he emerged, the anxious voice of the goddess of heavenly desire reached his ears. Hurry! Use all your might to hold back that Deathjaw and buy me as much time as possible. I'll come to your aid once I've dealt with this. With this message, the goddess of heavenly desire's face was as cold as ice. With a stomp of her right foot, 9 star banners instantly transformed into 9 long rainbows, descending like lightning around the blood god sun's body. Instantly, a dazzling burst of starlight shone brightly. The star banners swirled rapidly around the blood god sun, the immense pressure contained within the starlight growing rapidly with every second. At this moment, 9 falling stars broke through the blood cloud's interception and descended across the sky, suppressing him. Boom! Dazzling rays of light swept in all directions, a massive starburst cloud ripping through the darkness and swamping the very space and time where the blood god sun existed. The green-scaled earth black beast raised its head to the heavens with a piercing roar, its entire body ablaze with a faint light. It thundered across 100 miles of space and slammed fiercely into the giant Dharma image. However, upon impact, the giant's image suddenly collapsed into a vast sea of dark crimson blood. Dense swarms of blood spirits swarmed forward, quickly covering the entire body of the green-scaled earth crow beast. As streams of strange, foul blood flowed from the countless blood spirits, the earth crow beast was quickly engulfed in a sea of filthy blood. Its demonic energy was strangely transformed into the blood, corroding its flesh. Its impenetrable shell seemed unusually fragile, instantly pitted with erosion. Zhao Sheng, observing this scene, frowned, and a decision was instantly made. He rapidly chanted an incantation, and dense, ancient spiritual script appeared on his arms. Rays of divine light burst from his flesh, and the flesh and blood on his arms quickly vanished, transforming into streams of piercing light. Simultaneously, the 10,000 fire cauldron and the 3 yang fiery flag flew out from his sleeves. The 10,000 fire cauldron hung before his chest, swirling with rapidity, emitting one true fire after another, the purifying Brahma flame, the golden crow true fire, the soul-devouring divine light, the thunderbolt flame. These true fires possess the power to scorch the soul and consciousness, particularly targeting alien beings like the blood god sun. The myriad true fires woven into dazzling rivers of fire, rolling down and automatically plunging into the starburst cloud, beginning to consume a stubbornly resisting person. The goddess Zhao Sheng, surprised by this, increased her mana, striving to maintain the gravitational field from collapsing. Whoosh! A moment later, Zhao Sheng vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he had suddenly appeared above the sea of blood. Zhao Sheng's eyes shone with divine light, as he concentrated his attention on sensing the rapidly fading soul and consciousness. Suddenly, his entire arm was severed, and then his flesh and bones merged into the sword. A 3-foot-long bone sword hovered before his chest, its blade emanating a brutal and fierce aura. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he suddenly shouted, "Go!" In an instant, the bone-slaying god-slaying sword transformed into a streak of lightning, piercing the void and instantly piercing somewhere within the surging sea of blood. Ah! The next second, a shrill, inhuman howl suddenly emanated from the sea of blood, entering Zhao Sheng's mind, causing him to feel dizzy for a moment, but then regaining consciousness. The sea of blood below suddenly churned violently. Millions of blood spirits, no longer able to maintain their forms, collapsed into wisps of bloody light and merged into the sea. Dazzling red light burst forth from the depths of the sea, like countless sharp swords, making it impossible to look directly at them. "Are you still alive?" Zhao Sheng's face was filled with deep solemnity. A thought flickered, and suddenly, an apricot yellow jade talisman flew out from between his eyebrows. The jade talisman's appearance shook the surrounding void. The next moment, the jade talisman shattered, and a vast expanse of yellow light poured out, transforming into a torrent of profound yellow energy that swept in all directions. At this moment, a massive profound yellow palm suddenly emerged from the boundless earth energy and, with a rumbling sound, pressed down upon a certain point in the sea of blood. Wherever the palm passed, countless blood spirits were swept away by the profound yellow earth energy, sinking into the depths of the earth's vast tide, never to be seen again. Boom! The profound yellow palm slammed down upon the sea of blood, its immense force, as powerful as a mountain, easily ripping it into countless pieces. Nearly 2/3 of the sea was obliterated by the profound yellow earth energy, and most of the blood spirits were reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's brows relaxed slightly, but then his expression darkened again. In an instant, he flew down, heading towards a blood cloud over 10 feet across. Midway through his flight, Zhao Sheng's left arm suddenly enveloped in golden and black flames. He swung a powerful punch, a ball of gray light the size of a wheel blasting out from his fist, crashing into the blood cloud in the blink of an eye. Instantly, a large chunk of the blood cloud vanished, revealing a faint, humanoid figure within. Zhao Sheng stared blankly at the scene, his mind racing. He saw the flames from his left arm surge, and amidst booming explosions, balls of annihilation light struck the bloody figure one after another, leaving it no chance to breathe. The annihilation gray light was a force of pure destructive power, possessing exceptional lethality even against spirits and spiritual bodies. In a flash, the bloody figure was completely consumed by the vast annihilation gray light, its last wisp of spirit annihilated. Thus, a great transformation master perished within the 7-star spiritual realm, leaving behind no last words. Zhao Sheng turned his gaze to the other battlefield, stomping on the 10,000 fire cauldron and speeding off in that direction. In a blink of an eye, countless true fire spirit flames flew out from the cauldron, surrounding Zhao Sheng, and setting off a large dazzling wave of fire in the void. The sea of fire was surging, submerging everything in its path. Chapter 502, Sacrifice of Life. Looking out, a vast, searing sea of fire stretched over 200 miles, overwhelming the rapidly expanding dark crimson blood cloud. The series of changes, like a rabbit's sudden death, had dramatically reversed the situation, causing the goddess Xiang's eyes to gleam with excitement. Xiangqiang, well done. While the blood god can't transmit his power through the air, let's work together to eliminate this blood godson. Zhao Sheng, hidden within the sea of fire, remained expressionless as he listened to the message. He didn't respond immediately, instead commanding the numerous celestial flames to incinerate the fleeing foul blood cloud. At this moment, the blood godson was being suppressed by the 9-star banners, unable to escape the gravity field. Seeing the blood puppet disintegrate mid-flight, his face darkened with rage. If it weren't for the unique environment here, temporarily isolating it from the Divine Lord, preventing the Divine Lord from granting its mighty blessing from afar, it wouldn't have been in such a state of disarray. It must be said that Zhao Sheng's carefully selected battlefield had truly proven effective. But before the blood godson could launch a counterattack, the outer sea of fire suddenly erupted into a monstrous wave of flame. Countless immense flaming arrows condensed and shot forth, surging along with the waves of fire. The blood godson's expression changed slightly, and without a second thought, he transformed his human form into a ball of shimmering blood light. The surrounding blood cloud instantly shrank. Instantly, the darkness was illuminated by the flames, and a dense rain of arrows rained down upon the spiritual realm. Upon contact with the filthy blood cloud, these flaming arrows automatically exploded violently, incinerating vast swathes of filthy blood spirits, creating vast cavities. As long as the sea of fire persisted, the flaming arrows would remain endless. Under wave after wave of arrows, the blood cloud continued to shrink. Seeing the situation looking promising, Goddess Xiang felt a slight sense of relief, but the next moment her expression suddenly changed. Not good. Before she could finish her words, the blood cloud, held tightly by gravity, suddenly expanded outward, a burst of blood-red light piercing the dust and sea of fire. Before the two could react, a ball of dark red blood suddenly broke free from gravity, bursting through the sea of fire and the falling stars, escaping towards the edge of the spirit realm with lightning speed. Goddess Xiang's face darkened as she instantly summoned the 9-star banners and was about to pursue them. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng called out, "Senior, please don't chase me. Follow me." With that, Zhao Sheng darted out of the sea of fire, hurtling towards the outer reaches of the spirit realm. Goddess Xiang's mind flashed, instantly understanding Zhao Sheng's intentions and quickly following him. In a flash, Zhao Sheng had traveled 100 miles and suddenly stopped in an open area. With a thud, the 3 suns blazing flag suddenly soared into the air from behind him, instantly expanding 1,000-fold, ablaze with divine light. The 3 crimson, purple, and black suns on the banner suddenly shone with brilliance, instantly detaching from the surface. Suddenly, 3 hazy suns rose from the dark void. Slowly but rapidly, the 3 suns merged together, and in an instant, a black hole 1,000 feet in diameter emerged. The intense heat and light radiated from the black hole into the surrounding void, devouring not only the light but also the ethereal space itself. Goddess Xiang's eyes flickered, and with a wave of her hand, 9-star banners descended from the sky, landing around the burning sky black hole and forming a gravity field. Simultaneously, the green-scaled earth crow beast also charged towards them. The next second, a faint vibration of space and time suddenly occurred in the surrounding space. Suddenly, a ball of dark red blood appeared out of nowhere at the edge of the black hole. It was instantly captured by the gravity field and forcibly pushed deeper into the black hole, where it was instantly swallowed by darkness. Zhao Sheng stared fiercely at the black hole ahead, pouring all his magical power into the 3-yang fiery flag without reservation, unleashing the full power of this ancient artifact. The goddess Xiang saw this, her eyes flickering with joy, but then her gaze turned cold. From the depths of the immense black hole, a faint glow of blood shimmered. A slender, massive, blood-red dragon slowly emerged from the darkness and stubbornly struggled to break free. Even with the combined efforts of Zhao Sheng and the goddess Xiang, they couldn't stop its escape. Xiang, be careful. This beast is about to risk its life. In reality, the goddess Xiang didn't need to warn him. Zhao Sheng had already secretly activated his trump cards, the bone-slaying god sword and the Jade talisman of the mind, preparing to watch the fire from the other side of the river. Hey. This realm can actually shift time and space, or perhaps, the Great Sealing Formation has the power to reverse it. I was careless and fell victim to it. Never mind, never mind. My life is worse than death anyway. Let's just find 2 burial objects and return to the Divine Lord's embrace with me. Hey, at this moment, a cold yet arrogant voice echoed in Zhao Sheng and the others' minds. With a cold laugh, a massive creature over 300 feet long, a foul dark red body, with a human head and a python body, slowly crawled out from the depths of the black hole. This enormous monster was the blood god sun's most terrifying true form. Its dark red python body was covered in a dense mass of pale white faces, their number too numerous to count. A closer look revealed a blank expression on each face, devoid of any human expression. Yet, all of them stared at Zhao Sheng and the others, their countless bloodshot eyes gleaming with fanatical greed. Seeing this horrifying scene, Zhao Sheng's heart shuddered. His left arm instantly glowed brightly, and the flesh melted away, revealing a 3-foot-long bone sword. Boom! The human-headed blood python suddenly coiled and swirled, pouring endless streams of dark red blood. Terrifyingly, each stream of blood was crowned with a pale white face. Endless blood snakes with human faces instantly filled the black hole and flew madly towards the two. Although tens of millions of these snakes were incinerated along the way, it was only a drop in the bucket. When the blood god Sun abandoned his last remaining independent consciousness and risked his life, his terrifying power was truly revealed. No wonder even the true Lord of Transformation was so wary of him, and under normal circumstances, he would never dare to provoke him. Boom! Ripples rippled through the void, and the light-hit black hole quickly collapsed. Suddenly erupting in an intense, blazing light 10,000 times brighter than sunlight. Instantly, the 3-yang fiery flag shook violently, then flew backward, its luster dimming. A flash of blood emanated, and a blood-red sword with a human head shot out, piercing Zhao Sheng's head fiercely. The blood-red sword's power was immense, easily slicing through Zhao Sheng's protective domain like a piece of paper. However, the blood-red sword also consumed a significant amount of its energy, its bloody glow dimming by a factor of 3. In the nick of time, the space ahead flashed, and a giant, green-scaled claw suddenly extended from thin air, grasping the blood-red sword and exerting a powerful force. With a crackling sound, the blood-red sword shattered, transforming into a pool of dark red blood. It then charged towards Zhao Sheng, determined not to stop until it had slain its foe. Zhao Sheng's face darkened at the sight, knowing the real battle had only just begun. Compared to this, everything before was merely an appetizer. Rumble. From the depths of the blazing white flames ahead, a human-headed blood python, over 100 feet long, suddenly emerged. But it wasn't over yet. Bloody flashes erupted continuously, and human-headed blood pythons appeared one after another, 12 in total. 9 of them, upon their appearance, immediately devoured the nearest star banner. One charged at Zhao Sheng, while the other 2 faced the goddess of heaven. Each human-headed blood python emanated a tremendous pressure. The combined power of the 12 pressures was almost beyond imagination, almost reaching the pinnacle of divine transformation. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, unleashing a wall of annihilation to block it, but his expression couldn't help but change. The 12 immense pressures, like 12 heavy hammers, simultaneously slammed into the purple mansion's soul sea. Zhao Sheng grunted, his soul shattered by the pressure, and he took a step back. Seeing the blood pythons lunge at him, Zhao Sheng sighed softly and vanished from the air. The human-headed blood python missed its pounce, then flashed with blood, swung its tail, and spun, pouncing on the green-scaled earth crow beast that had rushed to its rescue. The 2 behemoths collided, instantly engaging in a bloody battle. Without its master's magical power, the earth crow beast quickly fell. However, its renowned defensive strength meant it wouldn't be slain for a while. Though the goddess of heavenly desire wished to rescue her demon pet, she was also preoccupied with her own affairs. Besides the 2 who had begun, the 9 human-headed blood pythons that had previously swallowed the star banner also leaped forward, joining the assault. Suddenly, A bloody light filled the air for 1,000 miles. Countless blood-red snakes with human faces swooped down towards the vast expanse of azure light. The 9 blood pythons, like true dragons, circled and tore at the azure light, completely blocking every avenue of retreat and forcing the goddess of heavenly desire to fight to the death. Seeing Zhao Sheng flee without a word, the goddess of heavenly desire's face turned livid. She rapidly chanted incantations and, with a single thought, launched magical weapons one after another, transforming into vast blades, rainbows of sword light, giant peaks, forests of pagodas, and other fantastical visions, temporarily resisting the onslaught from all sides. The 11 human-headed blood pythons, unleashing a dense swarm of blood snakes with human faces, joined the immense blood tide that had previously spread over 100 miles, engulfing the goddess Sheng. Rumbles echoed through the surrounding void, and waves of overwhelming pressure surged in all directions, yet ultimately no match for the corrosive force of the foul blood. The torrent of foul blood not only corroded the magical artifacts but also the invisible and intangible gravity field. Droplets of blood pierced through the field, landing on the goddess Sheng's robes and transforming into thumb-thick bloodworms that burrowed frantically into her body. The goddess Sheng roared in fury, trying to dodge, but she was powerless. The unprecedented pressure emanating from the blood godson alone made her feel as if she were plunging into a bottomless quagmire, her spirit unable to escape. At this point, a flicker of despair rose within her, but it was quickly dispelled. With a mighty roar, her front body radiated a vibrant azure light, exerting all her might to maintain the gravity field, resisting the surrounding corrosive blood. 11 human-headed blood pythons, their faces filled with greed, advanced 10 feet at a time, spewing out immensely thick pillars of blood-colored light that fiercely bombarded the force field of the goddess Sheng. Ordinary pillars of filthy blood would naturally pose no threat to her soul realm, but these pillars imbued with traces of the great principles of blood, rendering them incredibly destructive. Soon, the goddess Sheng's gravity field shrank significantly, her expression growing increasingly grim and her mood growing increasingly gloomy. However, she did not completely despair. The blood god's extreme outburst couldn't last long. As long as she could outlast it, she could escape. But all this presupposed someone to share some of the attack. Even luring away a single human-headed blood python would greatly alleviate the pressure. However, time ticked by, and someone still hadn't appeared. Under the overwhelming attacks from all around, the Sheng goddess's spiritual realm rapidly shrank. From its initial scale of a few thousand feet, it shrank to a few hundred, then 19, 80, then 60. Sheng's face flushed blood red, her vital energy stirred by some strange wave, threatening to erupt, but each time she forcibly suppressed it. Sheng's heart sank to the bottom, and despair deepened in her eyes. At that moment, a figure flashed in the nearby void, a crippled figure without arms or legs emerging. It was Zhao Sheng himself. 3 pale, shimmering bone swords hovered above his chest, and a palm-sized, translucent apricot yellow jade talisman was raised above his head. Gazing at the blood pythons before him, his eyes widened in anger. His mind raced, and the bone-slaying god-slaying swords transformed into 3 pale streaks of light, flashing through the dark void at incredible speed. At the same time, the jade talisman shone brilliantly, and a mysterious aura instantly materialized, permeating 100 miles. A giant, mysterious yellow palm reached out from the depths of the Earth's energy and crushed the human-headed blood python entangled with the green-scaled earth-black beast. 3 shrill howls echoed almost simultaneously, and the 3 human-headed blood pythons collapsed one after another, transforming into vast pools of bloody light. Yet they continued to disintegrate and vanish uncontrollably. Go, Zhao Sheng roared, and the 10,000 fire cauldron, engulfed in brilliant flames like a massive sun, slammed into one of the human-headed blood pythons, instantly engulfing it in boundless flames. The next moment, great giant swords over 10 feet long leaped from the flames, slashing through each human-headed blood python, easily slicing it into pieces. In a flash, the mysterious yellow palm crushed one human-headed blood python, dimming only slightly. It continued through the air, annihilating another human-headed giant python with a single blow before vanishing. In a split second, Zhao Sheng unleashed his combined powers, annihilating 7 human-headed blood pythons. Although these 12 blood godson clones had already expended considerable divine power, Zhao Sheng's ability to annihilate so many divine transformation clones in a single blow, while still at the nascent soul stage, was truly incredible. The goddess Sheng, rescuing herself from a desperate situation, Her eyes suddenly blazed with a dazzling divine light. Suddenly, a foot-tall doll burst forth from her front door. In its arms, it clutched a short, thick, dark stone stick, its body rough and covered in burn marks, resembling a firewood stick. The next second, the stone stick soared into the sky, its azure glow radiating. In an instant, its size multiplied countless times, transforming into a massive pillar as thick as a mountain. Waves of lava emanated from it. With a resounding roar, the stick's light, like a mountain, descended from the air. The human-headed blood python beneath the stick's shadow seemed frozen, motionless, struck by the blow. It instantly shattered into pieces, then crushed to ash by the law's pulsing waves. The gravity field around the goddess Sheng trembled violently, and cracks appeared invisibly, but it did not shatter immediately. Chapter 503, Nascent Soul Limit, Before the Tribulation. Over 10 miles away, Zhao Sheng saw it clearly and roared with excitement. Then, a streak of grayish-white light shot out from his arms. With a whirlwind of light, it radiated 1,000-fold, transforming into a 9-story pagoda of underworld bones. Radiant with 1,000-foot brilliance, it soared down from the sky to suppress a human-headed blood python. Instantly, an immense suction force erupted from the base of the 9 underworld pagoda. A vast expanse of faint black light enveloped the human-headed blood python, instantly sucking it into the pagoda and suppressing it within the space of the 8th floor. The next second, the 9 underworld pagoda flew backward, shrinking to the size of a palm, hovering above Zhao Sheng's head, emitting a faint, oppressive aura. Seeing this, the goddess Sheng frowned slightly. Once again, she harnessed her spirit to control her physical body and swung her stone club. Whoosh! Several shadows, as massive as mountains, slammed into the human-headed blood python, shattering it instantly. At that moment, the battered green-scaled earth crow beast arrived just in time to rejoin its master. Blessed by her demonic pet, the goddess Sheng's strength surged, her face returning to a rosy glow. Meanwhile, the last 2 remaining human-headed blood pythons had already recovered from the shocking change. They suddenly lunged at each other, their bodies entwined, and a burst of bloody light erupted. The remaining blood cloud merged into the bloody light, and a frantic roar soon emanated from within. Within the bloody light, the blood python's body shrank, shrinking 100-fold in an instant, transforming into a 2-headed blood python over 3 meters long. The pale white faces that emerged from the 2-headed blood python were far fewer than before. Even the last 100 or so human faces were still frantically devouring each other, their size growing noticeably larger with each successful swallow. In a flash, the final winner emerged from the human faces, a childlike face, seemingly innocent, but eyes filled with madness. This childlike face, radiating a thick bloody light, slithered upwards along the python's body, ultimately occupying the left human head, alongside Master Zilu. Seeing this, a flicker of horror crossed the eyes of the goddess Sheng. Her spirit slowly raised the ancient jade stone staff, while secretly increasing the demonic power drawn from the earth crow beast. The azure light grew increasingly dazzling, and with a single thought, her gravity field contracted to encompass the jade staff, instantly increasing the weight of the ancient artifact by at least 100-fold. Sheng Qiong, you will protect me, goddess Sheng transmitted a message in secret, her spirit body flickering briefly before vanishing into thin air. The next instant, a dazzling azure light erupted from the darkness, and a row of shadowy staffs as large as mountains materialized. With the boundless force of a mountain-shattering sea, they slammed down upon the 2-headed blood python. The staff's light resonated heavily, shimmering with intense energies of the laws. Roar! The 2-headed blood python roared fiercely, and a thick, dark red blood flame erupted from its body. The flames burned fiercely, emitting waves of unimaginable and eerie heat, and the very void seemed to be distorted by the scorching force. Boom boom boom. The shadow of the stick first struck the blood flames, and the 2 instantly exploded, erupting with a light 1,000 times more dazzling than sunlight. Then, a tremendous roar emanated from the dazzling light cloud, and the surrounding void immediately blew with an unimaginable storm of mana, sweeping in all directions. Zhao Sheng's pupils shrank, and he flashed, facing the storm and instantly flying to the edge of the battlefield. With a thud, he saw a flame explode in front of him, and a large swath of annihilating gray light condensed from thin air, instantly transforming into a series of huge gray swords, slashing deep into the light cloud. Buzz! A streak of golden light flew in from behind, reaching above Zhao Sheng's head. It spun and spun, revealing a flawless golden sphere, the 10,000 fire cauldron. At that moment, The cloud of light suddenly trembled, then mysteriously and rapidly shrank. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, his mind growing wary as he gazed toward the center of the cloud. A moment later, the cloud slowly dissipated and crumbled, revealing a hazy green light within its depths. The green light gradually became clearer, revealing a dimly lit little girl within. She clutched a dark stone stick, looking profoundly dejected. "Alice, I finally annihilated a blood godson. But it was so difficult. No wonder past generations of divine transformations were so hopeless." Zhao Sheng retreated over 10 miles, gazing at the dejected goddess of heaven, and sighed inwardly. Elsewhere, a streak of green light descended from the sky and sank into the goddess's temples. A glint of life instantly returned to her face, but her complexion remained utterly pale, a look of profound exhaustion. After a slight sway, the goddess of heavenly desire regained her footing and turned her gaze towards Zhao Sheng, her gaze piercing. Zhao Sheng's limbs were now completely crippled, but countless slender buds of flesh were slowly sprouting from the broken ends of his hands and feet. These buds had clearly grown into palm-sized section, though the rate of growth was several times slower than before. Although he had prematurely drained his vital essence and blood, this was only a temporary solution. As long as the curse of the source blood remained unremoved, it would remain a sharp blade against Zhao Sheng's heart, threatening to backfire at any moment. Zhao Sheng and the goddess of heavenly desire exchanged a glance for a moment, their gazes devoid of fear. Seeing this, the goddess of heavenly desire sighed inwardly and commanded the green-scaled earth-black beast to fly over. "Young friend Xiangqiong, are you alright? I have a resurrection pill that will help you quickly recover your physical form." With this, the goddess of heavenly desire waved her hand and tossed a green pill bottle towards Zhao Sheng. "Thank you, senior, for the elixir. I'll accept it." Zhao Sheng's mind raced as he suddenly smiled. A divine consciousness emanated from his brow, drawing the elixir bottle down and placing it in the storage bag at his waist. Seeing this, the goddess of heavenly eyes flickered as she said, "I fulfilled my promise to you. Now it's your turn to fulfill it." Zhao Sheng nodded. "Don't worry, senior. The top-grade heaven replenishing fluid is already prepared. As soon as I recover from my injuries, I'll immediately begin repairing the interrealm formation." No one understood the divine transformation True Lord's desire for ascension better than he did. Since ascension in the netherworld and underworld realms was hopeless, traveling to other realms to seek opportunities for ascension became the only way for the true lords of these realms. Or perhaps even the heavenly pillar realm as well. The goddess of heavenly's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and she nodded slightly, saying, "I'll wait and see, my lord." At that moment, a black light shot out from the distance, flashing close to Zhao Sheng. It was none other than the Yama ancestor. The Yama ancestor, panicked, bowed hastily, and shouted in a trembling voice, "I am late in rescuing you. I beg your pardon, Lord." Zhao Sheng's face hardened, still looking pale, though much better than before. "HMPH, while your fear of advancing during the earlier battle is understandable, you may be spared a death penalty, but you will not be spared the punishment of life." Yama's face lit up. As long as the Lord didn't kill him, anything would do. But the next moment, an unimaginable pain suddenly erupted from the depths of his soul. The Yama ancestor's face twisted, and he felt as if his internal organs were being scorched and torn apart. The pain caused his magic power to surge, and his veins bulged. He twisted and tumbled, and plummeted into the void. Zhao Sheng silently chanted the great inner demon mantra as he pulled several crystal pill bottles from his storage bag and quickly poured out several high-level elixirs, such as the Spirit God pill, and consumed them, rapidly recovering his lost mana and spiritual power. Upon seeing this, the goddess of heavenly desire was secretly enraged, but she quickly suppressed her anger, also taking out the elixir and swallowing it, then slowly practicing to restore her vitality. An hour later, the Yama patriarch, timidly flying towards Zhao Sheng, clutching a pile of recovered True Lord relics. "My lord, I have searched the entire spirit realm and only found these." By this time, Zhao Sheng's limbs had mostly grown back. He opened his eyes to glance at the item in the Yama patriarch's hands, then directed his divine sense to collect it and store it in his storage bag. 100 miles away, the goddess of heavenly desire sat cross-legged atop the earth crow beast. She cast a thoughtful glance at Zhao Sheng and the others, her gaze lingering on the relics before closing her eyes again. Over 20 days later, when Zhao Sheng's limbs had fully grown back and his mana and divine sense had returned to peak condition, the 7-star spirit realm finally shifted again. Seeing the nebula maze recondense, Zhao Sheng finally felt relieved. A shift would be a good thing. In this way, even if the blood god sent more people, he would not be able to find their location. In a flash of light, Zhao Sheng disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the cross-boundary teleportation formation. At the edge of the formation, the goddess Sheng suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Sheng, who had suddenly appeared. Zhao Sheng smiled at her, then silently flew into the formation and began to repair the array patterns on the white jade formation pillars. Previously, he deliberately demonstrated a magic of phase shift in front of the goddess Sheng, and his purpose was self-evident. Seeing this, the goddess Sheng quickly gave up her evil thoughts. Time flew by, and half a year passed in a flash. On this day, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the seven-star spirit realm once again ran wild, and spiritual energy vortexes appeared one after another above the bright stars. In the cave at the center of the earth, the light became more and more dazzling, and the fluctuations in time and space became more and more intense and obvious. As a gray vortex of space and time condensed from thin air on the 100-foot jade disk, the goddess Sheng leaped up with a solemn expression, her entire body enveloped in layers of azure light. In an instant, she plunged into the depths of the vortex and vanished in a flash. Zhao Sheng stood at the edge of the formation, watching the other party leave. A strange light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he recalled the conversation they had just had before leaving. The blood god has occupied the heavens of the two realms for tens of thousands of years, never to fall into hell. You, a mere mortal, yet you dream of annihilating the blood god. This is an act against heaven and will never succeed. Seeing your talent, I offer this kind advice. Abandon such foolish thoughts and ascend to the divine transformation realm as soon as possible. Then, join me in crossing to foreign lands. That would be the best course. Senior, you are wrong. Although I alone cannot do the same, my resolve is unshakable. If I die, the Zhao family's descendants will carry on my aspirations. My son will have a grandson, and my grandson a son. My son will have a son, and my son will have a grandson, and my descendants will be endless. But the blood god will only decline, never grow stronger, so why should it not be extinguished? HMPH, how foolish. You only have one life, and when you die, your Tao will disappear. Even if the Zhao family can kill the blood god in the future, what will it have to do with you? If that day ever comes, I will die without regrets. Senior, is this source blood curse truly unsolvable? HMPH, at least not for you now. However, there is only one solution to the 49 great ways. Since the source blood curse originates from the great law of blood, it is naturally countered by the same great law. I am ignorant, please enlighten me. Senior, fool, I have stated it so bluntly, and you still haven't thought of it. I ask you, what is the greatest test for cultivators like me who want to achieve immortality? Naturally, it is the test of heavenly tribulation. Where does the calamity come from? Well, I'm grateful for your guidance, Senior. After I leave, don't go anywhere, just practice in seclusion in the spirit realm. After you have passed the 6-turn Biffin tribulation and ascended to the spirit transformation realm, if you change your mind, go to the Black Sand realm to find me. I'll wait for you there for 300 years, Senior. There's no need to wait. I won't go. Humph, another stubborn idiot. I'm leaving. You can take care of yourself. In the cave, the cross-border formation gradually stopped working, and the light of the formation dissipated bit by bit. Zhao Sheng withdrew his gaze from the jade disk, his brows glowed slightly, and he sent out a divine thought to the outside. Not long after, the ancestor Yanmo came out from the dome, flew to his side, bowed and said, "My lord, what are your instructions? I will send you out of the spirit realm in one day. After you return to the outside world, continue to collect intelligence from the two realms for me, and at the same time secretly contact the Zhao clan members," Zhao Sheng ordered him. The old ancestor Yanmo looked embarrassed, and said with a stiff upper lip, "My lord, it's not that I don't obey your orders, but I have already appeared in front of the blood god. If I dare to show up in the two realms in the future, I am afraid I will provoke the blood god, and my life will be in danger." Well, you have a point. Then just gather intelligence in Shangsu, and leave the rest to Lei Peng. In addition, you must also contact the ancestor of divination and Yao in time. I have something to tell you in advance. After speaking, Zhao Sheng took out a jade slit and handed it to the old ancestor Yanmo. The old ancestor Yanmo's spiritual sense penetrated a jade slip, and quickly read the information recorded in the slip. His expression relaxed slightly, and he said with certainty, I will definitely live up to your trust, my lord. Well, you withdraw and prepare to leave. Yes, I will take my leave. A day later, Patriarch Yama departed the 7-star spirit realm, changing his identity and posing as a different figure. Zhao Sheng watched him go before disappearing from the scene in a flash. From that day on, Zhao Sheng temporarily set aside his burdens and devoted himself wholeheartedly to arduous cultivation. After the near-fatal battle at the transformation realm, he had practically broken free and rebuilt himself. From then on, he had a full understanding of the transformation realm, free from any doubts. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. The arduous cultivation was endless, and 100 years seemed like a fleeting moment. During this century, Zhao Sheng not only missed the opening of the Star Gate, but also repeatedly declined the well-intentioned suggestions of Patriarch Divination and other transformation realms. What infuriated Patriarch Divination and the others most was a sudden change in attitude, repeatedly stalling, deliberately preventing them from using the cross-realm formation. As Zhao Sheng's cultivation continued to improve, the situation facing Patriarch Divination and the other transformation realms grew increasingly difficult. Over the past century, the blood god seemed to have grown increasingly mad and violent, repeatedly sending out his sons to slaughter all living things. During this same century, as many as 3 transformation gods disappeared without a trace in both the netherworld and the underworld. Their fates are self-evident. Consequently, the divination master and his companions became increasingly anxious, viewing the 7-star spiritual realm as their last remaining hope. Unfortunately, despite exhaustive searches across both realms, the transformation gods have yet to locate a single 7-star Ruai. Consequently, Zhao Sheng's popularity has grown. Perhaps even Zhao Sheng hadn't anticipated the situation unfolding in this way, and he was overjoyed. But his greatest joy was that, after a century of dedicated cultivation, he had successfully elevated his cultivation to the ultimate nascent soul stage, honing his realm to perfection. Unlike the thunder tribulation, which arises from the outside, the Biffin tribulation originates within the body, effectively attacking from the inside out. Therefore, conventional aids to surviving the Biffin tribulation are largely useless. Of course, this challenge was no obstacle for Zhao Sheng. To this end, he spent another 7 years, not only refining numerous high-level elixirs but also carving 9 shamanic totems onto his limbs, chest, and abdomen, specifically designed to enhance his physical strength and unleash his potential. One day, 7 years later, while cultivating in his cave, the face of the ancestor Yanmo suddenly changed drastically, a look of utter terror on his face. He opened his mouth to cry for mercy, but the words remained uttered. In that instant, a twisted, pitch-black demonic figure emerged from the depths of his nascent soul body and devoured Yanmo's nascent soul, freezing his life forever at that moment, leaving only a look of utter despair and terror on his face. Chapter 504, Overcome the Tribulation. Overcome the Tribulation. The divine ruins are vast and boundless, and within the sea of billions of meteorites lies a myriad of unknown dangers. One day, deep within a vast meteorite dust cloud at the edge of the black abyss, gusts of wind, born from nowhere, stirred the dust clouds that permeated the deep space, carrying away the spiritual energy accumulated over billions of years, and then continuously swept towards a unique space. This celestial phenomenon, which occurred within a short period of time, had already affected an area exceeding 100,000 miles, instantly alarming countless void star beasts that thrived within this meteorite mass. Buzz! As the invisible wind blew past a massive, emerald green meteorite, an eerie humming sound suddenly emanated from within the meteorite, rapidly echoing across the surrounding void for 1,000 miles. The next second, a cloud of green insects, obscuring the sky, soared from the meteorite, its buzzing sound instantly intensifying. A closer look revealed the cloud to be filled with 6-winged, sickle-shaped insects, remarkably resembling the mortal world's mantises. The cloud quickly spread, its buzzing deafening, yet seemingly restless. At that moment, a ball of green light suddenly burst forth from the depths of the cloud. As swift as a flash of lightning, it pierced the vast dust and, following the wind, shot towards the depths of the abyss. In just 10 breaths, the green light had traveled thousands of miles, arriving at an open area. Suddenly, the green light stopped abruptly, and as it faded, a gigantic mantis over 3 meters tall emerged. This demonic insect sported 8 wings on its back, a pair of sickle-shaped claws that were not only razor-sharp but also shimmered with a rich, dark green, poisonous glow. Gazing at the vast nebula shrouded in spiritual mist ahead, the black abyss star Mantis King's emerald compound eyes suddenly revealed a deep fear. However, it was unwilling to abandon this treasured location of abundant spiritual energy, and it hovered at the edge of the spiritual mist for a long time. At some point, massive vortexes of wind suddenly formed within the nebula's depths, and the void suddenly felt a howling gust of wind. The wave of deadly threat spurred the black abyss star Psy the King to flutter its wings and hum. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of green light and fled in panic. At that moment, a vast black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above the bright star, almost enveloping the entire planet. Surrounding the black cloud were massive tornadoes, one after another, reaching the sky and the earth. These storms drew forth vast amounts of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. From within, a deafening rumble erupted, and faint streaks of thick black light swirled and weaved through the storm's depths like spirit snakes. Deep within the earth's core caverns, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, gazing silently at the dome above. His gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of earth and rock, beholding the celestial storm raging beyond the stars. However, these were merely the aftermath of the Biffin tribulation. The true Biffin originated deep within his flesh and bones. As time passed, the void's tribulation energy slowly accumulated to a critical point. Tribulation clouds billowed above the bright star, and suddenly, after a terrifying, earth-shattering surge, a vast, pitch-black hole, roughly a mile in radius, appeared from nowhere within the clouds. As the wind roared, columns of gray wind swirled down from the hole. "It's begun." Zhao Sheng's face darkened, and he immediately activated all his evasive measures. Suddenly, circles of light rose throughout the cavern. 9 colored light shields, red, yellow, green, white, blue, purple, black, green, and orange, gathered from the formation, layer upon layer, protecting Zhao Sheng in the center. At this moment, a 9-colored radiance emanated from Zhao Sheng's robe. As the radiance left his body, it instantly condensed into the forms of 9 sacred beasts, including dragons, tigers, phoenixes, and Kinyu, clearly complementing the 9-colored light shield outside. A gray column of wind, leaving the black hole, transformed into a blanket of gray air. Completely ignoring the hundreds of miles of earth and rock, it appeared out of thin air above the cavern and swept down towards Zhao Sheng. Silently, countless gray wind blades emerged and madly swept towards Zhao Sheng, leaving faint cracks in the air wherever they passed. These wind blades were extraordinary. An ordinary nascent soul ancestor would likely be shattered in 2 strikes. However, Zhao Sheng was naturally far superior to an ordinary nascent soul. Countless gray wind blades roared towards them, but were all contained by the 9-colored light shield. The 9 sacred beast forms merged into their corresponding array light, greatly increasing the power of the formation. A gray gust of wind swirled around Zhao Sheng for a full 2 cups of tea before slowly dissipating. Throughout, Zhao Sheng remained unmoved, unfazed. This had been merely the prelude to the Biffin tribulation. The true test was only now beginning. Zhao Sheng closed his eyes, his mind immersing in the purple mansion soul sea, merging with his nascent soul body. At this moment, vast, inky black tribulation clouds also filled the sky above the soul sea. The clouds rolled and howled, and gusts of black wind blew, yet surprisingly, no sound was heard. A vast and terrifying, inexplicable pressure brewed from the depths of the tribulation clouds, seemingly building to a point of peak intensity. At this moment, a towering, golden giant slowly rose from the depths of the soul sea. Its form was shrouded in mist, its body radiating a profound light that illuminated the heavens and earth. A baby, approximately 9 inches tall, hovered in the center of its chest and abdomen. Atop its head rested the 10,000 fire cauldron, and in its arms, it held a treasure banner. Its features and demeanor mirrored Zhao Sheng's, his nascent soul body. The 10,000 fire cauldron erupted with a 1,000-foot-long blaze, like the blazing sun. Upon closer inspection, the flames faintly revealed 9 hues. As the flames showered the body, they instantly transformed into a 9-colored robe of fire, draping the nascent soul. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the calamity clouds reached their peak, the dark clouds above suddenly condensed into countless black wind pillars. From their depths, countless invisible and intangible wind blades emerged, also silently piercing through the air. Boom! A series of mighty roars suddenly erupted from the depths of Zhao Sheng's mind. At this moment, the golden giant trembled violently, its body enveloped within and without by the boundless black calamity wind. In an instant, a dense network of cracks appeared, and from these cracks flowed streams of golden nectar, diligently repairing the wounds within and without. This golden nectar was the product of Zhao Sheng's utterly concentrated divine consciousness, and the golden giant itself was the manifestation of his divine consciousness. At the same time, Zhao Sheng's nascent soul body was enveloped by a hazy calamity wind, its flesh and skin ripped apart by the bee wind. The pain in his soul far outweighed the pain in his body 1,000 times over. Even though Zhao Sheng had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but grimace in agony, letting out a muffled groan. Fortunately, his 9-colored fire armor had already blocked 90% of the bee wind, otherwise the consequences would have been disastrous. Waves of bee wind blew, repeatedly damaging the 9-colored fire armor, but the flames cast by the 10,000 fire cauldron repeatedly repaired it. The golden giant, shrunk in size under the bee wind, became even more solid, seemingly lifelike. The bee wind raged for an indescribable amount of time before finally dissipating. However, the calamity clouds overhead grew even thicker. As the pressure from the calamity surged, the dark wind pillars devoured and merged, quickly reducing their number by half. However, the bee wind blew forth nearly twice as strong as the previous wave. The second stage of the bee wind had arrived. Over the next few days, Zhao Sheng forged ahead through 3 consecutive cycles of the bee wind, each one doubling its power. During the 4th cycle, Zhao Sheng was forced to drape the 3-yang fiery flag to deflect the damage. While Zhao Sheng's nascent soul body was tormented by the bee wind, his physical body was also buffeted by the tribulation wind. This wind tribulation was unlike any other, emanating from every organ and bone, from the meridians and bones to the skin, flesh, and marrow, even every single cell within the body, all bearing the ravages of wave after wave of the bee wind. As the saying goes, thunder tribulation is fierce, bee wind is sinister, and fire tribulation produces a red glow within and without. While the bee wind wasn't as masculine and powerful as the tribulation thunder, it was far more sinister and dangerous, rendering ordinary cultivators completely defenseless. Whenever the winds of the calamity arose, Zhao Sheng's body was ravaged by the force of the catastrophe. Even with the constant flow of his mana, and despite the 9 sacred beasts' preemptive weakening of the force by 60%, he was unable to repair the damage. Fortunately, Zhao Sheng was a master of alchemy, having consumed a large number of high-level elixirs long before undergoing the catastrophe. This vast supply of medicinal power accelerated his recovery, coupled with his exceptional resilience, capable of rebirth from a broken body, and for the time being, he was safe from life and death. Thus, through repeated destruction and reconstruction, Zhao Sheng's body grew stronger and more resilient, his mana constantly reaching new heights. Even more astonishing, in the later stages of the wind catastrophe, every cell in his body actually glowed with a faint, clear light. This was the instinctive eruption of the self-will to avoid destruction. Zhao Sheng, still enduring the catastrophe, was unaware of this unusual phenomenon. Just as Zhao Sheng struggled to survive the 5th turn of the Biffin, 5 wild, unearthly demonic sounds suddenly resounded from the soul sea. Jiji, hate, woo-woo. Accompanied by these roars, 5 dark, twisted, and enormous demonic figures quickly emerged from the depths of the soul sea. Soaring into the air, they surrounded Zhao Sheng. Infused by the Biffin, the 5 inner demons expanded rapidly, transforming into 5 enormous, towering demons, each shrouded in the 5 poisonous auras of greed, anger, sorrow, resentment, and hatred. These auras dwarfed the nascent soul's body. As the 5 demons emerged, the calamity clouds above suddenly and rapidly shrank, and the central black hole shrank into a single, over 10 feet wide black hole, so dark it seemed to absorb all light. Woo-woo-woo, hundreds of pitch-black wind balls, each the size of a ton, erupted from the black hole. As they fell, a dense web of spatial cracks appeared in the air. Seeing the 5 inner demons stirring, eager to tear him to pieces, Zhao Sheng took a deep breath, his eyes blazing like the sun. He silently roared, 9 gods, come out. Instantly, 9 massive vortexes formed from the depths of his soul sea, and from their centers, 9 golden giants rose simultaneously. He had painstakingly cultivated the Star God Thousand Heart Sutra for this entire lifetime, all for this calamity. As the 9 gods emerged, each one following the primary consciousness, 5 of their spirits lunged at the 5 inner demons. As the spirits tangled with the inner demons, Zhao Sheng's mind shifted, and the 5 spirits entangled the 5 inner demons and plunged into the calamity cloud and black hole above. Puff, puff, puff. All the dark wind balls were simultaneously drawn away by the spirits, instantly blasting the inner demon and the spirits to pieces, causing them to shrink and fade. The inner demon was utterly unwilling to give in, frantically trying to break free. However, Zhao Sheng had planned this for so long, how could he possibly let it escape his control? The 5 spirits summoned their remaining strength, dragging all the inner demons along with them, and plunged into the black hole, disappearing in an instant. Puff! A burst of golden light erupted from Zhao Sheng's mouth, and his nascent soul form blurred and twisted, showing signs of collapse. Simultaneously, the golden form's outer appearance dimmed and shimmered, nearly failing to maintain its form. To eliminate the inner demon, Zhao Sheng had sacrificed 5 spirits, a literal loss of 800 of his own for 1,000 kills. Even so, Zhao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling rather pleased than surprised. Though the price he paid was high, he had withstood the first wave of the 6 transformations biffing test. Boom! The previously silent calamity wind suddenly roared with a roar. The calamity cloud surged, and the central black hole compressed again, spewing out a massive ball of pitch black wind. However, this time, the ball shrank instead of growing in size, shrinking to barely the size of a head. The second wave has this much power. Zhao Sheng's face darkened. He instantly mobilized 2 spiritual fragments, each piercing the 10,000 fire cauldron and the 3 yang fiery flag. Energized by these fragments, the power of these 2 treasures was instantly increased to its limit. The next moment, the pitch-black ball of wind vanished into thin air, reappearing within the body of the nascent soul. In an instant, waves of indescribable pain shot through the depths of Zhao Sheng's soul, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. In the nick of time, he instinctively activated his backup plan, indirectly deflecting the damage to his soul at the cost of destroying one of his spiritual fragments. 6 of the 9 gods had been destroyed, but the biffing still had one last wave. Seeing the situation approaching despair, Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly flashed with ruthlessness, and without hesitation, he summoned his final Jade Talisman. After soaring into the air, the Jade Talisman suddenly shattered, a billowing yellow light filling the air. In an instant, it transformed into a jade yellow giant, 30 feet tall. The giant looked up at the calamity clouds overhead, a hint of shock in his eyes. Then, he glanced down at the blurred and shrunken nascent soul form below, and whispered, "Grandson, let me help you overcome this calamity." Haha, I'm leaving. With a long laugh that resonated throughout the soul sea, Zhao Xuanjing's soul clone suddenly transformed into a giant golden dragon. Shaking its head and tail, it soared into the sky, plunging directly into the black hole of the calamity clouds. Boom! As the golden dragon plunged into the black hole, a series of roaring sounds echoed. Vast swathes of azure light shone from the black hole, tinting the pitch-black calamity clouds into a grayish-yellow hue. The calamity clouds churned violently, tearing through many areas and beginning to dissipate in large swathes. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed upon witnessing this scene. With a single thought, he simultaneously commanded the 10,000 fire cauldron and the 3 yang blazing flag, charging into the depths of the calamity clouds, unleashing their full might. 2 breaths later, the remaining calamity clouds suddenly dissipated, and the soul sea returned to calm. At this moment, 2 ancient treasures, shimmering with a faint glow, descended from the sky, finally hovering above Zhao Sheng's head. Immediately, an even brighter divine light erupted from Zhao Sheng's body. In that instant, the boundless soul sea surged with surging waves. Vast wisps of pure, hazy light descended from above, rapidly merging into the nascent soul's body, fueling its rapid growth and solidification. In a blink of an eye, the nascent soul's height surpassed the 9-inch limit, reaching a truly length of several feet. This marked Zhao Sheng's successful breakthrough into the ultimate realm of divine transformation, becoming a 1-in-a-million divine transformation true lord. Chapter 505, The path is finally set, and the Master of Divination and Yao is reunited. The spiritual storm in the 7-star spirit realm raged for 3 days and 3 nights before slowly subsiding. During this time, numerous strange and powerful star beasts, startled by the strange phenomena, rushed to the spirit realm out of curiosity. However, they were all defeated by the nebula maze and retreated in disarray. Some foolish ones simply died within the maze. Zhao Sheng, in his retreat, was completely unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he was fully focused on healing his spiritual wounds, so he had no time to pay attention to the chaotic events outside. The caverns at the center of the earth, the starry sky, were now filled with a brilliant light. Waves of tidal roars echoed through the void, and magnificent flames shone rhythmically with the roars, making the caverns resemble a dreamlike wonderland. At the center of the blazing light, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, eyes closed. 3 jade bottles hovered before him, slowly rotating. From each of them, wisps of red, green, and purple elixir clouds emanated. With each breath, these clouds flowed into the purple palace between his eyebrows and the various vital acupoints throughout his body, transforming into vast quantities of pure medicinal energy to heal the wounds of his soul and body. Although he had ultimately survived the Biffin tribulation, both his body and soul had suffered severe damage, requiring Zhao Sheng to undergo at least several years of treatment before any recovery could be achieved. After a long time, Zhao Sheng's brows twitched slightly as the jade bottles before him slowly fell to the ground. The elixir clouds gradually faded, along with a great sun dharma image behind them. Only after truly crossing the threshold of the spiritual transformation stage did Zhao Sheng truly understand the difference between the spiritual transformation stage and the nascent soul stage, a world of difference. Upon reaching the spiritual transformation stage, the nascent soul stage automatically transformed into a primordial spiritual body. The greatest change wasn't a further surge in mana, but the fact that the range of his spiritual awareness surpassed 1,000 miles. The dramatic increase in his divine consciousness's range also brought his phase shift ability to a near quasi-transformation. Originally capable of a mere 300 miles, he could now effortlessly teleport over 1,000 miles, reaching a maximum of 1,153 miles. And this was just the beginning. As his cultivation level gradually increased, the distance of phase shift would only increase in tandem. While he couldn't estimate the limits of his Earth-level talent, he was now incredibly confident. He was certain that even the combined efforts of numerous divine transformation masters would not be able to stop him. After all, with this incredible divine power at hand, he could conquer the vast universe. For a moment, Zhao Sheng felt a surge of exhilaration, his confidence surging like never before. But soon, his rapidly expanding mind subsided, and he slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. His eyes shone with astonishing brightness, like 2 tiny suns, making his previously invisible gaze seem tangible. After ascending to the divine transformation realm, his mental perspective underwent a profound transformation. At first, the world remained the same, but as the power of the primordial spirit converged within his pupils, it became incredibly real, so real that he could see the boundless shadows lurking beyond it. It was a dark abyss even vaster than the present world, dark and profound, yet ethereal and filled with unimaginable danger and mystery. The moment Zhao Sheng saw it for the first time, he instantly realized that this murky abyss was none other than the legendary Nine Netherworld. To cultivators who had not yet reached the spiritual transformation stage, the Nine Netherworld was a legendary entity, invisible and intangible, a near non-existent entity. Now, this illusory world finally revealed its most superficial aspects to Zhao Sheng. Although he could see it, he could still touch it, except in certain special locations, or until he achieved a return to Void Realm. After a moment, the divine light in Zhao Sheng's eyes gradually dimmed, and the Nine Netherworld slowly faded into nothingness, disappearing once again behind the world. 8 years later, a meteorite swarm. Dazzling flashes of fire rose from the meteorite cluster, accompanied by vast clouds of meteorite dust that filled an area hundreds of miles around. Deep within the meteorite cluster, Zhao Sheng, with a calm expression, gently extended his jade-like right hand toward a meteorite 100 feet tall in front of him. The next second, a fist-sized, dazzling sun rose from his palm into the air, radiating endless light and heat. Zhao Sheng gently pushed with his right hand, and the sun suddenly transformed into a rainbow of light, instantly slamming into the meteorite. Boom! With a faint fluctuation of laws in the void, streams of scorching flames 100 times brighter than sunlight erupted from the meteorite's interior, engulfing it with a thunderous roar. In the next instant, the surrounding meteorites were propelled outward by the surging flames, quickly triggering a chain reaction of meteorite collisions, sending huge clouds of dust erupting and filling the void. When the sky-filled flames dissipated, there was nothing ahead. The original meteorite had long since vanished. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng smiled and nodded slightly, seemingly pleased with his casual attack. He had only exerted 10% of his strength, yet it had unleashed such power. No wonder the nascent soul cultivator was so overwhelmingly powerful. The mana boost from this transformation is truly astonishing, at least doubling in all aspects of a cultivator's abilities, with an upper limit unknown. This is due to the varying levels of understanding of the Dao among cultivators, resulting in varying degrees of power surges even for those who ascend to the nascent soul stage. For example, Zhao Sheng's own mana surged a staggering threefold, 2 levels stronger than the average nascent soul cultivator, who saw a doubling of their power. Before deciding to overcome the Biffin tribulation, he faced a lingering dilemma: how to choose the path of cultivation after the nascent soul stage. Generally speaking, there are 2 paths to spiritual cultivation: broad and extensive, or specialized and refined. Of course, ordinary nascent soul cultivators are fortunate to have successfully ascended successfully, and they rarely choose their own path, so they don't have the same blessing worries he faced. However, Zhao Sheng's 7 lifetimes of accumulated experience presented him with a vast array of options, overwhelming him. Beyond those with limited potential and narrow paths, Zhao Sheng still faced 2 avenues of cultivation with immense potential. One was the most orthodox path for fire-based immortals, the path of the sun. This path involves the infinitely increasing nature of one's primordial spirit and magical power towards the true sun, reaching the profound state of I am like the sun. The sun is the Tathagata. Legend has it that the highest achievers of the path of the sun can reach the ultimate realm of Daluo golden immortal, ultimately remaining eternally in the world like the sun. The other path that Zhao Sheng found undecided was the ashlight of annihilation, which he discovered by chance early on. Although the ashlight of annihilation was a minor offshoot of the purest path of destruction, its potential for further development was immense. This was because the path of destruction was one of the highest avenues, closer to the origins of time and space than the path of fire. Coincidentally, the ashlight of annihilation was a unique force born from the collision of the 2 true fires of heaven and earth, the golden crow true fire and the black flame of the dead soul. If Zhao Sheng so desired, he could effortlessly transform his mana into the power of annihilation. This meant he was gradually straying from the path of fire and gravitating towards the path of destruction. He had calculated many times that if he chose the path of destruction, his mana would increase by at least 7-fold. This also meant that, with only the strength of a mere beginner's divine transformation, he could fight against opponents of higher levels, even rivaling those in the late stages of divine transformation. But after much deliberation, Zhao Sheng abandoned the apparently short-sighted path of destruction and returned to the orthodox path. At this point, it was hard to say whether his decision was the right one. After all, with a formidable foe of the blood god's caliber, choosing the path of destruction might lead him further in the future. However, once he had chosen his path, he would never regret it. Zhao Sheng preferred the accumulation of 10 lifetimes to the achievement of 1. Time to meet those old guys, Zhao Sheng muttered, looking up at the outskirts of the meteorite sea. Suddenly, his figure transformed into a streak of fire, speeding towards the outer reaches of the Zuanling territory. 10 days later, Shangsufang, 800 miles west of the market town, a courtyard steeped in ancient charm sits on a massive meteorite platform. Shrouded in a pale golden barrier, the courtyard, approximately 7 or 8 acres, is remarkably tranquil, surrounded by stone carvings and golden statues. To either side of the gate stand statues of 2 spirit beasts, a turtle and a crane, each emanating a mysterious aura. Beside the statues stand 2 stone divination plates. These plates are densely engraved with ancient runes, their grooves shimmering with spiritual light, creating a truly magical appearance. Just then, an ordinary-looking woman crossed the courtyard and gently approached the door to the quiet room. Touching the barrier, she kowtowed and said, "Master, a man has come uninvited." The maidservant, can't get him away. He insists on seeing you." Within the quiet room, the ancestor of divination suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying glint flashing in them. "Yuner, a distinguished guest has arrived. Why don't you go out and greet him?" the ancestor declared. At this moment, no one could understand the horror he felt, simply because, given his strength and realm, he hadn't even detected the visitor's presence. Across the netherworld and the underworld, only a handful of individuals could achieve such a flawless aura, and without exception, all of them were at or above the mid-stage of the spiritual transformation realm. "Yes, I obey," with a panicked reply, the woman hurried out of the courtyard. Soon, 2 footsteps approached from afar. Master Zhao Yao calculated a distance, then with a perfectly timed flick of his sleeve pushed open the door to his quiet room, stepping out to greet the guest. But upon seeing the visitor's face, Master Zhao Yao's hair and beard trembled, and he nearly cried out in shock. You actually, senior, you won't let me in? This is not a way to treat guests," Zhao Sheng, now regaining his composure, suddenly said with a teasing smile. The Grand Master of Divination possessed immense concentration, quickly recovering his composure from his shock. He nodded slightly, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. I am delighted to have such a distinguished guest. Please come in and discuss this, please. Zhao Sheng nodded, then followed him into the quiet room. The door slammed shut, and with a flick of his sleeve, the Grand Master of Divination suddenly enveloped the surrounding walls, instantly isolating all sound from within. Sure enough, I was right about you back then. But I never imagined that in just 100 years, you would overcome so many obstacles and reach the realm of divine transformation. Your luck is second to none in nearly 10,000 years. The Grand Master of Divination studied him for a few moments, sighing with heartfelt emotion. You are too kind, Senior. I simply had a few more opportunities than the average person. It was sheer luck, Zhao Sheng said, his eyes flickering, still feigning modesty. Haha, if you're lucky, then we old folks are nothing but a pile of rotten wood and bones, the Divine Master said with a smile, half-consciously. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly but didn't respond. Seeing he hadn't offered an answer, the Divine Master was about to ask further, but Zhao Sheng spoke first. The 7-star spiritual realm is within my grasp. I wonder what decision you fellow Daoists will make. His words were unclear, but the Divine Master understood immediately. The implication was, I have a firm grasp of the only pathway. Unless you old folks choose to side with me, forget about using the inter-realm teleportation array. Zhao Sheng had another point. He was eager to see how his strength compared to others of his level, and he happened to lack a few opponents of the same realm. If the other divine transformation true lords chose to force their way through, that would be exactly what he wanted. You know, I've already made my bet. Naturally, I won't change it now, the Divine Master said with a smile. Zhao Sheng observed his sincere smile, yet a hint of regret was clearly visible in his eyes. Since Senior says so, I'd like to ask, how many of our fellow Daoists are friends? And how many are enemies? Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered as he asked. After hearing this, the Divination Master turned his gaze away from Zhao Sheng and looked to the side, seemingly lost in thought. He remained silent for a long moment. Zhao Sheng, observing this, did not urge him to speak. He simply stared at him, also falling silent. At that moment, it seemed as if time had frozen in the room. After an unknown amount of time, the Divination Master shuddered slightly, as if coming to his senses. He smiled self-deprecatingly and shook his head, as if shaking off some unpleasant thoughts. This question really stumps me. I really don't know what the other Daoists are thinking. I can only roughly confirm that there are 2 who could be of assistance. As for the others, I can't tell whether they're friends or foes. I can offer 1 or 2 teleportation slots, but only at a price I'll be satisfied with, Zhao Sheng continued. Once one reaches the heights of the divine transformation realm, some things simply don't need to be concealed, they can be laid bare. Upon hearing this, the Divine Master suddenly fell silent, as if lost in thought. The Blood God has usurped the authority of the Heavenly Dao for tens of thousands of years, and the inhabitants of both worlds have been tormented to this day. I, Zhao Sheng, am incompetent, but I dare to seek justice from the Blood God for the common people of the world. If the Blood God isn't eliminated, what can the common people do? Zhao Sheng spoke to himself, regardless of what the other party thought. After hearing this, the Divine Master simply shook his head and said with a wry smile, difficult. The Blood God is like the sun hanging high in the sky. How can we ants shoot down the sun? Fellow Taoist Zhao, although your ambitions are as high as the sky, you will never be able to harm the Blood God in the slightest. Haha, Master, don't you know that a Blood God's son died at my hands 100 years ago? Zhao Sheng sneered. The Divine Master was momentarily speechless. After a moment's reflection, he said, the Blood God child is but a tiny drop in the ocean of the Blood God's essence. Plucking a single hair won't harm him at all, then pluck out all its fur, Zhao Sheng said bluntly. After saying this, Zhao Sheng felt a sense of wonder. Why had the Divine Master's attitude changed so drastically in just 100 years? Back then, he had manipulated the world, both overtly and covertly, ultimately leading him to personally slay a Blood God child. But now, why had he become so cowardly? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, The Netherworld War is on the Rise, inviting all the true lords of the 2 worlds. Senior Xiao, I have one last question. Do you intend to sit and wait for death? Zhao Sheng asked, his brows furrowed slightly. Upon hearing this, the master's eyes flashed, his hair and beard moving without a gust of wind. He looked up at Zhao Sheng and asked, "You already know what I want, don't you?" Zhao Sheng's words suddenly dawned on him, and he averted his gaze slightly. Admittedly, he had broken his promise before. After all, the master had played a significant role in the slaying of the blood god's son. Yet, the outcome hadn't been what he had hoped for. Neither of them spoke first. After a long stalemate, the divine master suddenly sighed and said, "Fellow Taoist, you've been in seclusion for 100 years and may not be aware of the current situation in the two realms. Do you know that war is raging between the two realms, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere? And the blood god is now more powerful than ever before. Therefore, our attempt to slay the god is undoubtedly like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. It will never succeed. Oh, could you please explain the situation in the two realms and the reason for the blood god's strength? If it's truly impossible, I will follow the advice and find another way." Zhao Sheng's face darkened upon hearing this, and he immediately pressed on. "Haha, even if you don't ask, I will explain it to you in detail." The divine master breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. "The story begins 100 years ago, after we successfully slayed the god." Half an hour later, the divine master paused, looking up, his eyes filled with inquiry. Across from him, Zhao Sheng's expression was stern, his brows furrowed so deeply they practically twisted into knots. Even he hadn't imagined such a dramatic shift in the situation between the two realms in just 100 years, or even the blood god's sensitivity this time. Over the mere loss of a blood god child, the blood god had erupted in hostilities, not only proactively issuing divine oracles but also recklessly altering the laws and authority, rapidly increasing the violent rage between the netherworld and the underworld. Aside from true lords like the divination and Yao Patriarch, who could perceive subtle shifts in the world, the rest of the living were like ants, passively and unaware, suffering the violent rage of heaven and earth. This surge of rage naturally intensified the rage within living beings, leading them to become even more aggressive and belligerent, often turning life and death over trivial matters. One individual's impetuousness was followed by billions of others. Consequently, under the covert instigation of the Shyandao sect and other reverent forces, wars quickly erupted across the monastic communities of various continents. What began as a religious conflict quickly escalated into a war of annexation across all continents. Powerful religious factions actively expanded outward, sparking a war of continental annexation. Meanwhile, the Shyandao cult not only intervened in other continental annexation wars but also spearheaded the escalation of the Stargate War, launching a fierce attack on the Shyandao realm. Compared to the devastating bloodbath in the netherworld, the situation in the Dark Knight realm was much better. While wars raged across the continents, they ultimately avoided a world war. By this time, Zhao Sheng had fully grasped the blood god's scheme. Essentially, the blood god was like a vicious beast entrenched between the two realms. The more blood shed by the inhabitants of both worlds, the greater its power. Of course, under normal circumstances, the blood god wouldn't be so eager for quick success. He would be like a patient farmer, carefully tending the lambs in his pasture, hoping a few sheep kings would emerge among the millions, thus satisfying his hunger. The blood god's actions now could only be attributed to a sense of profound threat. As for the source of the threat, there was no need to elaborate. After understanding this, Zhao Sheng was not alarmed but delighted. He wasn't worried about the blood god's overreaction, or even about its sudden surge in strength. He was simply afraid of the blood god remaining completely unresponsive. It was like a cow having a hair plucked out, it wouldn't feel a tingle at all. But if it were stabbed, it would surely howl in pain. The drastic changes in the two realms today were the blood god's own howling in pain. How could Zhao Sheng not be delighted? But even more exciting was the fact that the blood god's forceful tampering with the laws of the world would inevitably provoke an equal counterattack from the heavenly Dao. A simultaneous counterattack from both realms would undoubtedly deplete the blood god's power. As the saying goes, everything rises before it falls. Therefore, despite the blood god's unprecedented strength, perhaps within a few hundred years, he would weaken beyond imagination. While this was merely his speculation, Zhao Sheng was 70% certain that the future would unfold as he envisioned. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he said, "Senior, I have a favor to ask of you." "Oh, what is it?" asked the Grand Master of Divination with a look of surprise. "I would like to trouble you to send an invitation to my fellow Taoists in the two realms, saying that Zhao is awaiting your arrival at Shangsu Square. I have two things to say, and I'm sure you are aware of them. At this point, Zhao Sheng added, once this is over, regardless of success or failure, you will receive a spot for teleportation. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master of Divination's brows relaxed, and he nodded, I'll leave this matter to you. However, I can't guarantee how many people will be present, nor can I guarantee whether they have good or bad intentions. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid there will be some fierce battles. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I know what's going on. Zhao Sheng stood up, bowed to the other party, and said with a confident smile. Seeing this, the Divine Master also stood up and said in a deep voice, Fellow Taoist Zhao, you are from the Xiansu realm, and are not native to our two realms. Therefore, you'd better protect yourself, lest you end up dying in a foreign land. Thank you for your advice, Senior. I'll take my leave now, Zhao Sheng said calmly, his brows raised slightly. The Divine Master said nothing more, and Zhao Sheng turned and walked out. With a complicated expression, the Divine Master looked at the figure who opened the door and walked out, and suddenly, a silent sigh escaped. Half a day later, a mysterious resident quietly arrived in one of the many stone caves in Shangsu Square. This person was mysterious and closed the door to visitors upon arrival. This caused the giant and high priests living in the nearby caves to be met with repeated inconvenience. Even a Yuanying high priest who came in person was unable to enter the door. Zhao Sheng ignored the nearby residents' probing attempts. He was already so absorbed in his cultivation that he had no time to deal with a bunch of unknown juniors. After all, after reaching the divine transformation stage, his progress was despairingly slow. Ordinary high-grade spirit stones and elixirs below the 4th level were no longer effective in assisting cultivation. Only a few avenues, such as top-grade spirit stones, celestial mystical essences, and a spiritual environment of the 4th level and above, could barely sustain cultivation at the divine transformation stage. Fortunately, Zhao Sheng possessed the 7-star spirit realm, a truly exceptional cultivation location that could largely meet his cultivation needs. This alone made the other divine transformation true lords envious. So, what the divination master said wasn't just alarmist, it could even be considered a significant exaggeration. Zhao Sheng knew full well that the divine transformation true lords of both the netherworld and the underworld held a deep hostility towards him, perhaps even full of malice would be an understatement. Of course, he remained undaunted. Soon, muffled roars echoed faintly from the cave's training room, and the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged frantically. This spiritual gathering phenomenon was first noticed by the masters of the surrounding cave dwellings, but as the vortex of spiritual energy continued to expand, it soon alarmed all the cultivators in Shangsu. Over the next 10 days, several nascent soul stage masters attempted to visit, but were turned away. No one could even get past the gate, and no one knew the true identity of the retreating individual. Later, rumors circulated within Shangsu, mostly discredited. However, everyone realized that Shangsu had gained a big shot. Within just 6 months, the occasional spiritual gatherings had become a common sight in Shangsu, and the inhabitants had grown accustomed to them. The arduous journey of cultivation is endless, and the years seem unnoticeable. Years passed in a flash. One day, Zhao Sheng Pangxi sat with his eyes closed on a fine jade bed. A radiant divine aura emanated from his brow, and streams of powerful divine consciousness, as solid as water, continuously poured into the apricot yellow ring on his right index finger. In the chaotic, dark void, countless spatial faults flickered with flickering light, flickering like a starry sky. At this moment, strands of divine consciousness fragmented into countless tentacles, constantly reaching out to every spatial fault in their path, but alas, they were all devoured. Although Zhao Sheng's breakthrough to the divine transformation realm had boosted his soul, and his divine consciousness had undergone a qualitative transformation, increasing his search efficiency by more than tenfold, the number of spatial faults within the Sumeru ring had also skyrocketed by over 100-fold. Spatial faults previously undetectable now revealed their true form under his divine consciousness. Fortunately, the spatial faults were no longer as infinite as before, and Zhao Sheng had already vaguely sensed the edge of this chaotic space. As long as it wasn't truly boundless, he believed that one day he would be able to count all the spatial faults and locate the true Sumeru space. Time flowed by like flowing water. One day, over a month later, Zhao Sheng was cultivating deeply in the depths of his cave abode when he suddenly opened his eyes and looked up toward the dome, seemingly catching sight of a powerful being rapidly approaching. The next second, Zhao Sheng's mouth curled up slightly, and he vanished from the spot. 500 miles south of the Shangxufang meteorite, a figure suddenly appeared from nowhere on the top of a grayish-white meteorite. Zhao Sheng stood on a smooth, raised rock, gazing into the darkness of the meteorite sea. From the meteorite cluster, a massive black figure drifted slowly but swiftly. Narrow in front and wide in the back, its skin dark and flat, it was a void demon ray, a creature that frequented the black abyss. This massive void demon ray possessed an awe-inspiring aura, exceeding 1,000 feet in length. From what Zhao Sheng had ever seen, its size was second only to the Demon Ray King, who had commanded 1,000,000 demon rays to invade the 7-star spirit realm. Its strength was at least comparable to that of a late-stage Yuanying cultivator. In less than 2 breaths, the void demon ray had soared over 10 miles before suddenly stopping and hovering quietly in the air. Zhao Sheng gazed at the hunched figure on the devil ray's back and let out a long laugh. He then sent a telepathic message, "May I ask if this is Mr. Zhao in person? I'm Zhao Qiangshan, and I'm honored." Before he could finish his words, a harsh, raspy, and elderly voice filled his mind. "HMPH, are you the wandering skyman who caused such bloodshed between the 2 realms?" Zhao Sheng nodded confidently. "Yes, I am the wandering skyman. However, it wasn't Zhao who caused the devastation of the 2 realms, but that blood god who feasted on all living things. Haha, no matter how much you argue, you can't argue against the fact that you're a spy sent by the Xianzhu realm. For that reason alone, I will execute you." With that, Mr. Zhao straightened his hunchback, his boundless murderous intent suddenly erupting from him. In an instant, a vast expanse of blood appeared out of thin air, bearing down on Zhao Sheng. At that moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly burst into laughter, shaking his head with laughter, as if finding it quite comical. "Haha, Mr. Zhao, are you saying this to tease me? Have you forgotten that the Gichi tribe also originates from the Xianzhu realm? Do you think that changing your name can erase your past origins? Mr. Zhao, if you had forgotten your origins, why would you have defected from your tribe and ended up hiding in the Divine Ruins meteorite sea?" He had barely finished his words when a flash of green light appeared before his eyes. A hunched, aging figure suddenly appeared not far away. As he drew closer, he was horrified to see that even with his hunched body, he stood over 2 feet tall, towering like a giant. Mr. Zhao was a Gichi male, born with a face as unsightly as a demon. His skin was a dark blue with a hint of gold. He once had a vertical pupil in the center of his forehead, but it had been gouged out, and a magnificent, fist-sized jade bead had been used to replace it. This person was one of the 3 true lords of the Divine Ruins, as famous as the goddess Xiang. Rumors circulated long ago that Mr. Zhao, having lost his battle for the position of Pope against the current heavenly Taoist Pope, De, and unwilling to sacrifice his life to the blood god, had been forced to retreat to the Divine Ruins meteoric sea, where he remained until today. Zhao Sheng gazed at Mr. Zhao calmly, while he returned his gaze with an icy glare. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was as heavy as a mountain, permeated with murderous intent. Invisible auras clashed countless times in an instant. A buzzing sound. A faint flash of lightning gradually emerged in the void, and the surrounding ground silently cracked with dense cracks, and large swathes of rock silently crumbled to dust. However, to Mr. Zhao's horror, no matter how much he increased his aura, the man across from him remained unfazed, even launching multiple counterattacks. With his aura reaching its limit, Mr. Zhao was forced into a corner, ready to strike at any moment to protect himself. At that moment, he suddenly sensed the other man's momentum plummeting. He was overjoyed, ready to crush the infuriating brat with a single blow. Suddenly, a ripple rippled through the void, and the brat vanished before his very eyes. Boom! The meteorite beneath his feet collapsed, sending dust billowing into the air. Mr. Zhao's face, once swarthy, was now as black as the bottom of a pot. The next moment, a figure flashed, and Zhao Sheng reappeared in the same spot, gazing at Mr. Zhao, whose face had turned livid with a smile. "Damn it! How dare you toy with me?" Mr. Zhao roared. A ferocious, 1,000-foot-tall giant with 6 arms and 3 heads materialized behind him, seemingly poised for a fight. Zhao Sheng, unfazed, chuckled, "I dare not. I simply wish to avoid an unnecessary fight." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao's face suddenly became expressionless, his spirit form vanishing, and his aura calmed and subdued. Although the two hadn't actually engaged in combat, Zhao Sheng's brief display of his 1,000-mile teleportation ability had already made Mr. Zhao realize he couldn't possibly stop him. Furthermore, Mr. Zhao was incredibly concerned about his life, so he wouldn't rashly engage a fellow divine transformation cultivator of his own rank. His actions and words were merely probing. Chapter 507, The True Lords Arrive, The Enemy Approaches. Friend Zhao, enough joking, can we now calmly discuss business? Zhao Sheng slowly put away his smile and spoke seriously. I heard you can enter and exit the 7-star spirit realm. Is that true? Mr. Zhao asked seriously. Zhao Sheng nodded, that's right. And the cross-border teleportation array in the spiritual realm has been repaired by Zhao, and people can be teleported to foreign lands at any time. After hearing this, Mr. Zhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, I want to borrow the teleportation array once. What conditions do you have? You can propose one. Zhao Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, are you pretending to be stupid, fellow Taoist Zhao? Do you really not know Zhao's requirements? As soon as the voice fell, Mr. Zhao immediately refused, no, absolutely not. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have luckily broken through to the God transformation realm. You can't imagine how powerful the Blood God is. You must know that the Blood God is immortal and is born immortal. Change the conditions. Zhao Sheng's eyes moved, touched his chin with his hand, and seemed to ponder, how about this? Zhao will just take a step back. If fellow Taoist Zhao can exchange for the heads of 10 people in the late nascent soul realm, I can also make room for a teleportation quota. After hearing this, Mr. Zhao's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he refused to speak for a long time. This request might seem much easier than hunting down a blood godson, but actually doing it would easily incur public outrage, and he might even be beaten to death by a group of fellow divine transformation cultivators before he could even leave. The divine transformation true lords of both the netherworld and the underworld share a tacit understanding. Under normal circumstances, they forbid attacking nascent soul cultivators, let alone those in the divine transformation reserve stage. Zhao Sheng, knowing this tacit understanding, made this request because he valued Mr. Zhao as one of the only two independent true lords in either realm. This official was a solitary individual with few ties, and the worst that could happen was a quick escape after his success. After waiting for a moment, Zhao Sheng noticed the other party's hesitation, perhaps hinting at bargaining, so he spoke first. The terms cannot be changed. If you don't agree, just pretend I never said anything. Mr. Zhao's expression froze at this, and the words on his lips caught in his throat. For a moment, his eyes flushed red with suffocation. Only after he had recovered his breath did he nod fiercely, mumbling, all right, I agree, but you must swear an oath. Yes. With that, Zhao Sheng raised one hand to the sky, a ray of divine light emanating from his brow. He solemnly swore an oath, vowing that any violation would result in the annihilation of his soul and spirit. As soon as the oath was made, the divine light instantly transformed into a black glow, fading into the depths of the 9 netherworld, merging into the darkness. After swearing the oath, Zhao Sheng immediately produced a token and tossed it into the other party's arms, promising to use it to contact him once the mission was completed. Mr. Zhao's expression shifted as he carefully stowed the token. Then, in a flash, he abruptly flew back onto the back of his demonic pet, the Devil Ray. In no more than 20 years, I will bring you my head. Before then, you must not die, Mr. Zhao's hoarse voice still echoed in Zhao Sheng's ears when the void Devil Ray flapped its wings, transformed into a shadow, and instantly vanished. Zhao Sheng watched it disappear, then smiled, vanishing into thin air. Just as Mr. Zhao accepted his mission, a vast, dark blue ball of water, deep in the vast void between the netherworld and the Divine Ruins Meteoric Sea, shot towards the Divine Ruins Meteoric Sea like a meteor. A colossal, oblate, dark green creature loomed faintly in the center of the water sphere. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a gigantic tortoise shell, 1,000 feet wide. Its surface emanated a radiant light, as pure and clear as water. Amidst this radiance, a blood-red hexagram altar, nearly 1,000 feet in diameter, rested on its back. A spiritual aura soared into the sky. Surprisingly, the altar was constructed entirely from the bones of enormous beasts. Beneath the colossal statue on the highest altar stood a giant woman, 8 feet tall, graceful, and with skin as white as snow. Her features were delicate, her appearance captivating, and she appeared to be a stunningly charming woman. However, her expression was stern and solemn, imbued with a commanding presence that was in stark contrast to her stunning beauty. Most alarming of all, her eyes were bloodshot, a faint glint of blood gleaming through her closed eyelids. A black and white sheathed longsword dangled from the woman's waist, one hand resting on its hilt as she gazed out at the vast, densely packed star clusters beyond, where the divine ruins meteoric sea lay. Beside her, a transparent water figure hovered in midair, silently waiting. Above and below the altar, countless streaks of blood-red light moved relentlessly among the countless skeletons, devouring them like living creatures, constantly growing stronger while others became nutrients for the growth of others. The blood-red light was unevenly distributed across the altar, but it grew increasingly intense and dazzling as one moved higher and closer to the statue, resembling a surging sea of blood. Conversely, it grew dimmer as one moved downward, reaching the lowest levels, where darkness reigned, devouring no blood spirits. Dijing slowly withdrew his gaze, sweeping from the altar's lowest level to the feet of the statue. A faint smile crossed his blood-red eyes as he observed the ever-growing sea of blood. His expression was reminiscent of a farmer who, after months of toil, finally awaited the harvest. The blood sea isn't large enough, and there are still too few high-quality blood spirits, Dijing muttered after observing for a moment. Your Excellency, don't worry. He's just a newly promoted divine transformation. I and the heavenly sword are more than enough. Your Excellency doesn't need to intervene, said the Blackwater Emperor. The Blackwater Emperor was the transparent water figure, and one of the 4 great emperors of the Heavenly Dao sect. No, Blackwater, if you underestimate that man, you will suffer greatly. This time, I will faithfully follow my master's orders and capture Zhao Qiangshan alive and safely before him. This mission must be foolproof. No carelessness is allowed, Dijing said with a resolute expression. She patted the longsword at her waist and asked, Heavenly Sword, what do you say? As soon as she finished speaking, the black and white sheathed longsword suddenly emitted a humming sound. And a silver-white sword light shot out from the sheath, piercing the 9 netherworlds. Oh, it seems you, Xianjian, agree with me. Very good. We can't let you off the hook this time. Emperor Zheng's lips curled slightly as he raised one hand. A fragment of white jade-like bone appeared in his palm. This bone, only half the length of the normal index finger, was crystal clear, yet emanated an unusually powerful principle. Emperor Zheng clenched his fingers, pressing the jade bone into his flesh. With a flash of blood, the wound on his palm healed instantly. Beside him, the Blackwater Emperor ignored Emperor Zheng's actions. His transparent water body suddenly disintegrated, dissolving into a wave and flying into the outer water sphere, disappearing. Since Mr. Zhao's departure, time had passed, and one after another, divine transformation true lords had crossed the void sea and arrived at Shangsufang. Facing the endless stream of fellow divine transformation true lords, Zhao Sheng remained undaunted and met each one face to face. During the meeting, some fellow Daoists threatened him verbally, while others offered bribes, all with the sole purpose of forcing him to surrender the 7-star spirit realm. Zhao Sheng naturally rejected all of these unreasonable demands and presented his terms directly. To his surprise, some of his fellow Daoists became enraged, while others continued to use threats and inducements, yet no one resorted to physical violence. Zhao Sheng was speechless for a moment, concluding that these old men were too concerned about their lives to be the first to intervene. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng knew that some transformation gods would secretly collude against him, but he also understood that the more gods gathered, the safer he would be. Furthermore, he was no pushover. If he didn't want to be found, no one could. Consequently, when some transformation gods sought to see Zhao Sheng again, they found he was impossible. Zhao Sheng would only make a brief appearance when a new transformation god arrived, otherwise, no one knew his whereabouts. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In recent days, the investigation of the spatial faults within the Sumeru Ring has reached a critical juncture. After years of painstaking searching, Zhao Sheng has pinpointed a specific area within the Sumeru Cave Heaven. Within the chaotic, misty space, densely packed stars continuously gleam with a faint, clear glow, except for a small area where the stars glow dimmed slightly. At this moment, countless strands of divine consciousness, emanating from countless invisible tentacles, rapidly swept across this specific area, expelling each star one by one, leaving a rapidly decreasing number. Approximately 2 hours later, Zhao Sheng's face suddenly lit up with ecstasy. Amidst a chaotic haze, a dark star suddenly shone brightly. It was as if his divine consciousness had pierced through an invisible membrane, revealing a vast expanse of white world. This world was invisible, with neither sky nor ground visible. Instead, it was enveloped in a vast expanse of white clouds, roughly a mile long, wide, and high, forming a roughly spherical space. From the moment he entered this zoomy cave heaven, countless pieces of information suddenly flooded Zhao Sheng's mind, giving him a sudden burst of enlightenment. This zoomy cave heaven's scale was far greater than what he saw immediately. In fact, as the master's spiritual power continued to grow, the entire zoomy cave heaven would continue to expand in all directions. Zhao Sheng's heart was filled with ecstasy, and his divine consciousness immediately swept across the entire cave heaven. In an instant, a mountain of treasures suddenly appeared in his mind, leaving him momentarily dazzled. What is this? A moment later, upon seeing 3 balls of purple light hovering in the corner, Zhao Sheng's eyes widened, a look of extreme shock on his face. But the next moment, his heart skipped a beat, and his shock quickly transformed into an extremely excited smile. A flash of purple light, and out of thin air, Zhao Sheng saw a sphere of light the size of an egg, aglow with a hazy purple glow. The sphere of light hovered quietly in the air, its outer wall sealed by an apricot yellow talisman, but even that couldn't block the purest destructive energy emanating from within. Even though he knew it wouldn't explode easily, just staring at it made him shudder with fear. A strong sense of threat ignited within him, and he instinctively wanted to stay away from it. However, the more frightened Zhao Sheng became, the more he laughed. Haha, with this thing, my plan will be even more foolproof. Zhao Sheng laughed heartily, eager for the enemy's swift arrival. 3 months later. On this day, a golden light descended from the distance, suddenly stopping above a dense mass of meteorites. The light dissipated, revealing Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng surveyed the meteorite formations below, nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, blazing white fireballs shot out from his palm, raining down upon the numerous meteorites. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling, huge flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding void and engulfing the meteorites, large and small. Meteorites, large and small, visibly softened and reddened, then melted into lakes of boiling, bright white magma. As the sea of fire gradually shrank, the lava lakes converged, forming a 1,000-foot wide sea of magma. Zhao Sheng hovered above the sea of fire, a brilliant divine light emanating from his brow. He formed hand seals with his hands, sending streams of spiritual energy into the sea of fire below. Suddenly, a vast, crimson palace rose from the depths of the sea of fire, ablaze with flames, streams of boiling lava flowing from its walls. At this moment, figures appeared out of thin air around the sea of fire, their gazes fixed on Zhao Sheng as he cast his spell. Their expressions varied, from curiosity to indifference to lingering murderous intent. However, all the transformation gods who had arrived were watching, none daring to take action in public. At that moment, a strange laugh suddenly filled the air. Hey, the palace is too hot. I'll cool it down. Water. Before the words had finished, a river 100 feet long suddenly emerged from the southwest, its surface surging with waves as it rapidly flowed over the palace. A torrent of water then poured down, submerging the towering structure. With a roar. In an instant, a vast expanse of mist rose into the air, spreading in all directions. A thick fog immediately enveloped the surrounding void. How dare you? How dare you? Who did this? Who is he? You have no shame. A moment later, shouts of astonishment and angry curses suddenly emanated from within the mist, as if a true lord had been ambushed. In the blink of an eye, the divine incarnations used their magical powers to quickly dispel the surrounding mist. A magnificent palace and a vast stone plaza suddenly appeared before everyone. Zhao Sheng stood at the entrance to the main hall, surveying his surroundings. He declared loudly, I thank all of you for accepting my invitation. Now that we have a place to stay, I beg you to come and see me. Very well, very well. I, Chu, am here. I'm dying to see you, fellow Taoist Zhao, as you wish. I dare not invite you. HMPH, what nonsense. As Zhao Sheng issued his invitations, one after another, the imposing true lords of transformation descended upon the square, each adhering to their tacit agreement and occupying a separate space. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept over them, each one a name renowned across the 2 worlds slowly flowing through his mind. Lord of the Boundless Sea, Patriarch of Divination and Yao, Demon Lord Dongxin, Elder Immortal Sanhurong, Chizius Henrun, Patriarch Xianjin, Grandmother Popo. Chapter 508, Outnumbered. As soon as the group of transformation true lords appeared, Zhao Sheng immediately directed a bald, green-bearded old man nearby, cursing, "Why, were you deliberately causing trouble just now? Damn, I almost got tricked. I don't know which fool attacked me." Zhao Sheng was the founder of the Zhao sect in his early years. He lived in the streets and still had a scoundrel temperament. He was foul-mouthed and had no demeanor of a master. "Zhao, little brat, I had good intentions, but how did you come across as having ulterior motives? You're full of shit. I'm ashamed to be associated with someone like you." With this, the bald, green-bearded Wu Izi soared into the air, landing next to the Patriarch of Divination and Yao, intentionally or unintentionally staying closest to Zhao Sheng. Upon seeing this, the Patriarch of Divination and Yao hurried out to smooth things over, saying loudly, "Please listen to what I have to say, everyone. It is truly rare for us to be able to gather together today, and this is all thanks to fellow Taoist Zhao. Let's put aside our small misunderstandings and listen to what fellow Taoist Zhao has to say first. How about that?" Before he finished speaking, the demon lord Dongson suddenly laughed and said coldly, "What a bullshit, fellow Taoist, you are nothing but a big evildoer sent by the Shiansu realm. If you know what's good for you, hand over the 7-star spirit realm. Otherwise, this will be your burial place today." The demon lord Dongson was the last true lord of the Shiansu meteorite sea. He was once as famous as the goddess Xiang and Mr. Zhao, but after he said this, it was uncertain what would happen next. Hearing this, Zhao Sheng swept his eyes over the 7 true lords present, secretly taking in their expressions, and he already had some confidence in his heart. Haha, the 7-star Ruai is in Zhao's arms right now. If fellow Taoist Dongson wants it, you can come and get it yourself, Zhao Sheng sneered, looking arrogantly at the monstrous Dongson demon lord, clad in demonic armor. He appeared unfazed by the attacks. The 2 realms of the netherworld and the underworld boasted a total of 21 divine transformation level warriors. Excluding the 5 from the heavenly Dao sect, the 4 from the mountain and sea great spirits, Mr. Xiang Zhao, and the fallen Dezhou old monster, there were only 9 true lords remaining. And now, 7 of them were present, demonstrating the immense allure of the inter-realm teleportation formation for the true lords of both realms. Zhao Sheng's arrogant remarks were met with dissatisfaction among the true lords present, and a hint of eagerness flickered across their faces. "You said that yourself. I'm just stretching my muscles. Which fellow Taoist would like to join me?" The Dongson demon lord strode forward with a grim expression. As he walked, the demonic kaleidoscopic flames gradually rose from his body, and countless bizarre star beast demon souls emerged from the depths of the flames. The Dao Patriarch saw that something was wrong and groaned inwardly. He quickly sent a message to the Dongson demon lord, offering earnest advice, "Fellow Taoist Dongson, please do not be impulsive. I have worked so hard to persuade fellow Taoist Zhao to change his mind. If you end up parting on bad terms, all my efforts will be wasted. Do you know that this man possesses the ability to teleport? If he wants to leave, even if we join forces, we won't be able to stop him. Not only will everything be lost, but my last hope will also be shattered. Can you afford this price?" Upon hearing this, the Dongson demon lord paused, his face shrouded in uncertainty, caught in a dilemma. At this point, the other 5 transformation gods had sensed something was going on, so they suppressed their ill thoughts and continued to watch the spectacle from the sidelines. These old immortals had survived to this day, each one cunning and shrewd, their minds full of wits. How could they possibly be exploited by a few provocations? Forget whether they could kill Taoist Zhao, even if they did, the benefits wouldn't accrue to them, and the consequences would likely be shared by their fellow Daoists. Given this, who would be so foolish as to volunteer for a life-or-death battle, only to end up playing the victim? Zhao Sheng was well aware of everyone's subtle intentions, and precisely because of this, he openly invited them to join him in this grand event. Seeing that Demon Lord Dongson had stopped in his tracks, Grandma Shi suddenly spoke up. "Dongson, please step back." Grandma Shi was the oldest of the 7 true lords, the only one to have reached the middle stage of the transformation god realm, and thus, everyone held her in a subtle respect. So, as soon as Grandmother Shi spoke, Dongson Demon Lord suddenly had a way out. He snorted coldly and retreated. Grandmother Shi came out, leaning on a phoenix crutch, looking rather old. She looked at Zhao Sheng on the steps and said in a dignified tone, "I'm getting tired of standing here. Fellow Taoist Zhao, won't you invite me in to rest?" Zhao Sheng laughed heartily and said, "Haha, I was wrong. Grandmother Shi is asking you to come in and discuss things, Seeing the atmosphere ease slightly, Grandmother Shi breathed a sigh of relief and was about to join the others in entering the hall. However, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head sharply to gaze out into the void. Grandmother Shi also stopped, her eyes flashing with a sharp light as she slowly gazed westward. At the same time, Zhao Sheng and the other transformation true lords also noticed something was amiss and looked westward. From the darkness of the western meteorite formations, a dark blue water ball spun out from behind it and hurtled towards the main hall square. As the water ball rapidly approached, its radiant blue light expanded in all directions, gradually illuminating the surrounding void with shimmering blue waves. As the water ball flew 100 miles, its azure body suddenly became crystal clear and flawless, framing the massive tortoise shell at its center even more majestically. The overwhelming pressure emanating from it was truly terrifying. However, everyone ignored it, their gaze fixed on the blood-red altar atop the tortoise's back, or, more precisely, the towering female giant standing before it. With a roar, under the gaze of all the true lords of transformation, the mountain-like water ball crashed into the edge of the square and abruptly stopped. The water ball then erupted into a massive waterfall, pouring a torrent of clear water onto the square, instantly transforming it into a vast ocean. At this moment, the 7 true lords all soared into the air, unanimously choosing to stay far away and continue watching the show. Grandmother Shi and the Grand Master of Divination and Yao recognized Emperor Zheng instantly. He was clearly a puppet of the blood godson. The blood-red altar, however, belonged to the Shyandao sect, and with the giant turtle beneath, a certain emperor suddenly appeared, clearly seeking revenge. A battle was inevitable. Zhao Sheng slowly ascended to the roof of the hall, gazing at Emperor Zheng on the altar with a cold expression, yet secretly delighted. Everything that was unfolding was exactly as he had anticipated. His previous invitation to the true lords of both realms had many purposes, but the most important one was to once again lure the snake out and launch another god-killing operation. The Shyandao sect, indeed incredibly well-informed, had indeed arrived. At that moment, a black head the size of a small mountain slowly emerged. Its enormous eyes, like a deep blue lake, shone with 2 thick rays of divine light. Its icy gaze glared directly at Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng, in turn, glanced over, a slight shudder in his heart. The giant turtle before him had a black head resembling a dragon's, covered in layers of pitch-black scales. Its deer-like horns sprouted from its head, and its mouth, like a camel's, was filled with razor-sharp fangs. It was a formidable sight. The black turtle stretched 1,000 feet across, its dark shell radiating a rich, seemingly indestructible sheen. 4 massive claws, covered in pitch-black dragon scales, jutted from beneath it. These claws, remarkably similar to dragon claws, each one over 10 feet long, resembled razor-sharp swords, gleaming with a chilling cold light that sent shivers down his spine. Zhao Sheng's hair stood on end as the giant turtle stared at him. This was a natural suppression stemming from deep within his bloodline, not because Zhao Sheng was afraid of the giant turtle. Fellow Taoist Zhao, be careful. This divine turtle is likely an ancient relic, the dragon-patterned great wilderness turtle. It's one of the celestial Dao sect's guardian beasts, and has always been inseparable from the Blackwater Emperor. I'm afraid the Blackwater Emperor has also tagged along, the ancestor of divination said solemnly. Also, be especially careful of the black and white sheathed longsword hanging from Emperor Zheng's waist. It represents the Heavenly Sword Emperor's true form. The Heavenly Sword Emperor possesses unfathomable magical powers, and his killing power is unrivaled in both realms. Fellow Taoist Zhao, while the Heavenly Sword Emperor is still unsheathed, you'd better escape quickly. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, indicating that he appreciated the kindness. Interesting. This kid can actually make the blood godson and Shianji and he should go out at the same time. I don't know what kind of heinous crime he has committed. Could it be that this kid's identity has been exposed? Oh no, if this kid is snatched away by the blood godson, what should we do? The 7-star Ruai is still on that kid. Dio, you are the one who called us here. You said that when the fight starts later, which side should we stand on? Damn it. Let's watch the show first. If that kid is a good-for-nothing, he will be dealt with in a few moves. We might as well withdraw. Wuizi, do you want to stand on the side of the blood god? If the 7-star Ruai falls into the hands of the blood godson, it is equivalent to cutting off our way forward. The 3 desolate Immortal, will be the first to disagree. The old Immortal is right. If the situation is not good later, this ancestor will definitely take action secretly. What do you think? Mother-in-law, I still have a lustful and bewildering divine pearl in my hand. It seems that it can come in handy today. As luck would have it, I've stumbled upon a one-ly ice-sealing talisman, which might be able to temporarily imprison the Blackwater Emperor. Yao, I'll temporarily remember this favor for you. Don't forget to ask for it back from fellow Taoist Zhao. I've generously bestowed upon you a heavenly Jun mysterious thunderbolt, which should paralyze the dragon-patterned giant turtle for a quarter of an hour. Then, how should Emperor Zheng handle this? Why has he suddenly telepathically addressed the others? Hey, of course, that person will have to withstand it himself. The blood god must not be offended, or we might one day end up like Emperor Zheng. Donkson Demon Lord spoke with considerable sincerity, and the other 6 divine transformation true lords nodded silently, simultaneously avoiding Emperor Zheng's sight. The 7 true lords communicated with remarkable speed through their telepathic communication, and after a long exchange of words, barely a breath had passed. At this moment, Emperor Zheng, standing atop the altar, glanced at the 7 true lords, but dismissed them. She was absolutely certain that these 7 fearful little creatures would never dare to step forward. Emperor Zheng fixed his gaze on Zhao Sheng, sizing him up and down. Then, in a cold tone, he spoke, Zhao Qiangshan, you unleashed a plague to infect all living things. You deserve death. However, my lord has decreed that if you surrender and voluntarily submit to my lord, I will spare your life. Immediately seal your dantian and return with me to the netherworld, where you will kowtow to the heavens for 1,000 years to atone for your sins. HMPH. A beast that aspires to replace the way of heaven dares to pretend to be heaven. How ridiculous. It is clearly the blood god who has been tormenting all living things for tens of thousands of years. This beast is the greatest culprit of both worlds, and it should have been annihilated long ago. Shut up. How dare you speak such obscenities and slander my lord? I will personally rip out your tongue. Emperor Zheng flew into a rage. A vast sea of blood suddenly appeared behind him. Floating in it were the faces of millions of wailing, desperate people. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Sheng's vision suddenly darkened. The vast ocean in the square suddenly surged into a torrent of waves, hurtling towards him. Simultaneously, the great wild turtle, riding the waves, appeared out of thin air before him, swift as lightning, as if teleporting. The black turtle opened its maw and bit down fiercely at Zhao Sheng, attempting to swallow him whole. Furthermore, a dense network of transparent water arms suddenly extended from the rolling waves, instantly blocking Zhao Sheng from all directions, leaving him no room for escape. Boom. At that moment, 2 overwhelming mental pressures almost simultaneously struck Zhao Sheng, followed by 2 invisible and powerful divine attacks. Facing the sudden attack, Zhao Sheng remained calm, his movements undeterred. He opened his mouth and released a stream of golden light, the very image of the 10,000 fire cauldron, which instantly pierced the bottomless depths of the giant turtle's maw. At the same moment, Zhao Sheng's entire body suddenly blazed with light. Countless scorching flames burst forth from his true orifices, instantly vaporizing the countless water arms around him. The next moment, Zhao Sheng flew backwards into the palace hall. Simultaneously, a vast expanse of annihilating gray light erupted from the main entrance, perfectly catching the eye of the Blackwater Emperor, who had just condensed most of his aquatic body from the water. Swish! The Blackwater Emperor's carelessness caused her to suffer a grievous loss. Most of her aquatic body instantly vanished, and even her spirit body was bruised by the gray light. Screaming in pain, she fled back into the water in panic. With a resounding bang, the great wild tortoise crashed headfirst into the palace in front of it, sinking a small portion of its shell into the rubble. It struggled to rise, but suddenly erupted in a terrifying howl. Accompanied by these shrieks, nearly 100 pillars of blazing white flame suddenly shot up from beneath the ruins, splitting into countless thick chains of fire that instantly formed a vast web of fire, encircling the great wild tortoise. However, the net of fire was merely a facade. The true killer move came when the 10,000 fire cauldron flew into the giant turtle's body. The 10,000 fire cauldron, its spirituality nascent, barely needed Zhao Sheng's command before it unleashed its might, releasing a flood of celestial fire. The giant turtle howled in agony, its massive bulk now a burden. This incident taught the giant turtle a bitter lesson, forcing it to learn from then on that it could not swallow anything without a care. Boom! A ball of crimson gold flames erupted from the ruins, trailing behind it a trail of blood-stained human faces over 3 feet long. Chapter 509, Heavenly Sword Rebellion, One Word Blast. Deep within the crimson gold flames, Zhao Sheng's face sank as dark as water. With a single flip of his hand, the falling immortal bow instantly fell into his palm. The precious bow rapidly expanded, its string radiating a brilliant light and emitting a humming sound. Instantly, silver-white arrows condensed and shot out, transforming into streaks of lightning that pierced the void, repeatedly blasting the bloody faces of those pursuing them. Roar! With a furious roar, the great wilderness turtle opened its maw, generating an immense suction force, sucking in the vast expanse of water in the square like a giant whale gulping down water. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with ferocity at the sight, and with a flash of thought, the three-yang blazing fire suddenly shot out from his dantian, swiftly landing in his hand. Snap! Zhao Sheng shook his right hand, and the three-yang blazing fire flag automatically retracted, transforming into a staff. A blazing flame suddenly rose from its surface. With a slight swing of the three-yang staff, images of sun remnants streaked across the void, poised to unleash their might. Boom! Zhao Sheng, gripping his staff with both hands, slashed fiercely at the great wilderness turtle. In an instant, the staff's shadow shone like a mountain, and a vast, radiant sun suddenly emerged from the void, hurling down to crush the giant turtle. The sun radiated boundless light and heat, distorting and blurring the void wherever it passed. The onlookers, the true lords of transformation, turned their heads away, afraid to gaze directly at the glare. At that moment, Emperor Zheng, witnessing the scene, sneered and clapped his hand on the long sword at his waist. Instantly, a clear and melodious sword chant resounded through the void, and a silver-white sword rainbow rose into the sky, converging into a 1,000-foot-long, shimmering silver-white giant sword. As the silver-white giant sword took shape, a slender, indistinct figure emerged from the depths of the sword light, shrouded in a powerful emanation of the laws of nature, imbuing the audience with a profound sense of intimidation. Even at a great distance, Xiao, Dong Sun, and the others could still sense an indescribable sharpness approaching, piercing their eyes and causing their expressions to change slightly. A single thought flashed through the minds of these 7 divine transformation true lords: when the heavenly sword appears, who can contend with it? A massive silver-white sword loomed in the void, blocking the illusory sun. The sun slammed into it, instantly splitting in two, then exploding into a vast cloud of blazing fire, which was then shattered by billions of sword beams. Just as the giant sword slashed through the sun, the void above Zhao Sheng's head suddenly rippled, and a grayish crack suddenly appeared. A small silver-white sword shot out from the crack, slashing down at Zhao Sheng's head with incredible speed. But Zhao Sheng seemed prepared. Without even raising his head, a divine light flashed between his brows, and the 9 netherworld pagoda instantly flew out from his front door, intercepting the lightning-fast silver-white sword. Buzz! The heavenly sword and the 9 nether tower collided with a resounding roar, emitting a deafening, earth-shattering hum. A massive, visible ripple, centered around Zhao Sheng, rapidly spread in all directions, reducing everything in its path to ash. The once imposing heavenly sword, now shimmering with radiance, instantly flew backwards. With a flash of sword light, it vanished from sight, evidently returning to the void realm, awaiting its next opportunity. Zhao Sheng likewise retreated 3 or 4 miles, his body swirling with magical light. His spiritual realm rapidly merged with a 3-yang fiery flag, the ancient treasure's power soaring, and the remaining heavenly sword will within him was forced out and dissipated. Zhao Sheng heightened his 5 senses to their zenith, unleashing his full spiritual power to completely seal off the 10-mile void around him, a move designed to protect him from the heavenly sword emperor roaming the void realm. Through his telepathic perspective, a vast, shadowy abyss slowly emerged. A streak of sword light flickered within the shadows, constantly hovering near Zhao Sheng's side. If he dared to look away for even a moment, he would be met with a thundering blow. Even more terrifying, one couldn't even be sure that the sword light was the heavenly sword emperor's true form or just a facade. And this was precisely the heavenly sword emperor's true terror. Meanwhile, Di Zheng remained poised upon the altar, his expression composed and composed, seemingly showing no intention of attacking. The heavenly sword emperor's sudden attack gave the Blackwater emperor and the great desolate turtle a moment to breathe. As Zhao Sheng was wary of a surprise attack from the heavenly sword, the dragon-patterned great desolate turtle suddenly soared into the air. Its mountain-like shell radiated 1,000-foot-tall, azure light, and it instantly transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall, dark blue giant. The giant tortoise suddenly opened its maw, a black vortex swirling rapidly within, releasing a torrent of chilling aura. Crash! With a resounding roar, a long, dark river surged forth from the giant turtle's mouth, causing the surrounding void to freeze. This is bad news. Black water is willing to sacrifice its all. This is the water of the Styx, capable of dissolving all things. The dark, inky waters of the Styx poured down from the void like a waterfall, forming a massive cascade over 1,000 feet wide. With a resounding roar, driven by the Blackwater Emperor, it swept towards Zhao Sheng. Standing suspended in midair, Zhao Sheng had the most direct view. He saw a ball of golden light bobbing on the surface of the surging river, sinking and sinking in the black water. Countless celestial fires, though supporting the 10,000 fire cauldron, quickly dimmed under the erosion of the Styx's power. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng frowned, and instantly, with a thought, he summoned the 10,000 fire cauldron. The 10,000 fire cauldron emitted a joyful hum, and with it billowing magnificent flames, it suddenly shot out from the river Styx. In an instant, it soared back above Zhao Sheng's head, facing the 9 nether tower. Meanwhile, as the waters of the river Styx poured down onto the plaza below, vast swathes of stone slabs melted away, and in the blink of an eye, the vast plaza was reduced to nothing. The 7 true lords, including the Patriarch of Divination and Yao, the Elder Immortal of the 3 Desolations, and others, retreated further away from the chaotic and dangerous battlefield. Zhao Sheng gazed at the surging river Styx, and a layer of brilliant flames, over an inch high, suddenly rose from his body. This was the radiance of will, erupting from the cells within his body, summoned by his spirit. When this radiance of will reached the 3-yang staff, Zhao Sheng suddenly grasped the staff with both hands, using it as a sword, and thrust it forward fiercely. In an instant, the staff lashed out with 1,000 blows, transforming into a dazzling sword light that surged like a wave to meet the inky black river Styx. Boom! A vast burst of light, brighter than the sun, erupted, instantly piercing the darkness and temporarily suppressing the river Styx. However, at that moment, Zhao Sheng's heart trembled violently, and an indescribable sense of danger surged within him. However, his movements didn't falter for a moment. In that instant, the vast yang energy within him fully energized, radiating a blazing white light like the sun's scorching sun, rendering his form almost indistinct. Buzz buzz buzz! A dense stream of silver-white sword lights shot forth from the void. Even if the falling immortal bow unleashed countless arrows, upon contact with the silver-white sword beams, they shattered like a rain of lightning, unable to be stopped. No one knew which of these dense streams of silver-white sword lights were the true form of the Heavenly Sword Emperor, and Zhao Sheng was no exception. Emperor, wait! I have something to say. The opportunity to rescue you has arrived. Zhao Sheng suppressed the urge to move and rapidly transmitted his divine thoughts to the surrounding sword beams. At the same time, the 9 netherworld tower and the 10,000 fire cauldron both surged 1,000-fold. One shed a vast expanse of pitch-black light, extinguishing a small portion of the sword light. The other, like a blazing sun, shielded its master's back while simultaneously unleashing a 9-colored river of fire to block the incoming sword light. Suddenly, from the depths of the vast sword light, a resounding sword sound echoed. I do not believe it. Zhao Sheng, overjoyed, immediately captured the Heavenly Sword Emperor's spiritual fluctuations and swore a venomous oath to him. Meanwhile, at the blood-red altar, Emperor Zheng gazed indifferently at the raging battlefield in the distance. A flicker of impatience flashed in his eyes. With a thought, countless arcs of blood-red light emerged from his body, then rapidly converged on his right hand, forming a fist-sized ball of layered blood-red light. Then, with a cold smile, Emperor Zheng waved his right hand, and the blood-red light instantly shot into the void, disappearing in a flash. The next moment, Zhao Sheng felt a jolt in his heart. A fist-sized blood-red light suddenly materialized above him, dispersing into a vast, blood-red web of light that completely enveloped a vast expanse of space. Countless arcs of blood shimmered and pulsated violently within the web. Though seemingly delicate, they emanated a powerful oscillation of laws. A sizzle. Zhao Sheng had barely reached an agreement with the Heavenly Sword Emperor when the web threatened to envelop him. He quickly gathered his thoughts, folding his flag into a staff and blasting upwards with flaming suns. However, all were captured by the blood-red web. Thousands of arcs of blood flickered, and each was easily shattered into countless clouds of mana, dissipating. The blood-red web, without stopping, descended upon him. At this critical moment, Zhao Sheng received a strange message from the Heavenly Sword Emperor, and suddenly realization dawned on him. The Emperor's goal wasn't to kill him, but to capture him alive. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Sheng's heart leaped. Without hesitation, he formed a hand seal with one hand, and a great sun image suddenly appeared behind him. As his mind shifted, it instantly transformed into golden flame armor. The next moment, he vanished from the spot, leaving the blood net empty. 3 feet behind Emperor Zheng, the void flickered slightly, and Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared, roaring, "Die!" As he shouted, the 3-yang fiery flag in his hand burst into dazzling brilliance. The 3 red, purple and black suns, together with the Yuanshan Dharma image, instantly compressed into the size of a head in front of the ancient treasure, an extremely dark black hole. The black hole absorbed all the light in the surrounding void, emitting a powerful and terrifying fluctuation of laws. Wherever it passed, the space shook violently and was almost burned. Seeing that the fiery sun black hole was about to hit Emperor Zheng's body, at this moment, the sea of blood above and below the altar suddenly rolled up, and a huge blood-colored vortex emerged, enveloping Emperor Zheng. At the same time, behind the altar, the towering statue's eyes suddenly became smart, and its face twisted, turning into a charming face that was exactly the same as Emperor Zheng's. The statue smiled strangely, and a boundless sea of blood suddenly emerged from beneath the pedestal. From the depths of the sea of blood, a huge, indifferent face with narrow eyes and a deep, abyssal mouth and nose appeared. "Surrender or die." In an instant, a cold and ruthless loud voice suddenly rose in Zhao Sheng's mind. This voice was filled with an unimaginable and vast pressure, which shocked Zhao Sheng's soul and took away his mind. At this moment, the sea of blood rolled and rose, and hundreds of millions of desperate faces gathered into a blood-red mouth as huge as a mountain, swallowing Zhao Sheng fiercely. He was about to be swallowed by the giant mouth and could never escape. However, a miracle happened. Zhao Sheng's whole body was shining brightly, and his body disappeared out of thin air in an instant, narrowly escaping the disaster. Fortunately, the Emperor of Heavenly Sword did not make a move to stop him from leaving. Behind a meteorite thousands of miles away, Zhao Sheng fell from the virtual world, and his dazed eyes regained their spirit. At this moment, although he seemed safe and sound, his limbs were actually riddled with holes, and all the blood in his body rebelled, turning into countless bloodlights that were destroying his body. Even so, Zhao Sheng's expression remained rock-hard. He didn't flinch. He mobilized his vast yang energy and the will of his cellular system, forcibly expelling all his blood and essence from his pores. In an instant, Zhao Sheng became emaciated, his skin pale. Just now, the Heavenly Sword Emperor had spared him, only to put himself in danger. Bound by the Dao Oath, Zhao Sheng had no time to recover and was about to move back. "Heavenly Sword, damn fool! How dare you betray the Divine Lord?" Emperor Zheng watched Zhao Sheng flee, his expression frozen for a moment before he roared in anger. As he finished speaking, Emperor Zheng's true form rose from the sea of blood, grasping the black scabbard in his right hand and chanting the sword-binding spell. As waves of mysterious incantations echoed in all directions, a beam of dark and red light gradually rose from the scabbard's opening, plunging straight into the void realm, generating waves of eerie and unpredictable summoning power. The Heavenly Sword Emperor's true form struggled mightily, radiating a dazzling sword light, but it still involuntarily fell from the depths of the void realm back into the mortal void, the 3-inch-long sword's true form gradually falling into the scabbard. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air at Emperor Zheng's sight and slashed down at the right hand holding the scabbard. Zhao Sheng condensed the will of his entire body into a ray of sword light, claiming it was indestructible and unbreakable. With a flash of sword light, half of his arm fell, instantly swept away by a golden light. No one could have imagined that Zhao Sheng would be so bold as to return to the battlefield on his own initiative. Di Zheng was caught off guard and was immediately ambushed. Before he could even react, he watched someone vanish into thin air again. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Di Zheng was so enraged that he lost his composure and cursed out loud. At this moment, a sudden thought struck her, and her body trembled violently, a look of extreme fear crossing her face. By this time, Di Zheng had already realized the consequences of her failure this time, fearing that she would become the next sacrifice on the altar. However, the next moment, Di Zheng's eyes suddenly shone brightly, revealing a look of extreme excitement. Not far away, a slender figure appeared once again. Seeing Di Zheng's excited expression, Zhao Sheng smiled at him, and suddenly loosened his right hand, dropping a fist-sized light ball that radiated a hazy purple light. The next moment, Zhao Sheng's figure became blurry, and just as he was about to disappear, he slightly opened his lips and silently uttered a word, boom. Chapter 510 The Killer. Boom. Gazing at the descending purple ball of light, Zheng's expression drastically changed, her mouth gaping as if about to roar. Unexpectedly, at that moment, she discovered with horror that the surrounding void seemed frozen by some immense force, even time itself stood still. In that instant, despite Zheng's swift thoughts, her physical body, magical powers, and even her spirit were unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the ball of light broke free and began to expand. A vast expanse of magnificent purple lightning erupted from its depths, rapidly expanding in all directions at a speed surpassing time. Zheng, being closest, was the first to be engulfed by the magnificent lightning. Facing the purple heaven divine thunder of the return to void tribulation level, even Zheng, possessing the cultivation of a divine transformation, was as vulnerable as an ant. In a split second, the magnificent lightning expanded into a vast purple ball 1,000 feet in radius, still devouring the surrounding void. The altar statue, the sea of blood, the great wilderness turtle, the ruins of the Blackwater Emperor Square, everything was instantly engulfed by the purple heavenly divine thunder. A sudden roar echoed from the depths of the void, a sound like a crackling shattering crack. The space-time barrier between the mortal world and the nine netherworld was instantly pierced by the lightning. Boom! The surrounding void shattered, countless dark rifts in space and time appeared, merging into an immense, chaotic black hole. An unimaginable amount of ethereal aura poured out of the black hole. The collision of this aura with the purple heavenly thunder instantly added fuel to the fire, intensifying the power of the divine thunder immensely. The moment the purple heavenly divine thunder exploded, the divination master and others, hundreds of miles away, were horrified by this unprecedented and terrifying sight and fled in terror. Oh no! Run! Witnessing the divine thunder, the ancestor of divination and Yao was horrified. Without a second thought, he activated his life-saving methods and was suddenly sucked into a wide jade tortoise shell. The shell burst into a blinding white light, instantly transforming into a streak of white light, hurtling outward. Demon Lord Dongson, Elder Immortal Sanhurong, Grandmother Shi, and the others similarly exerted all their might, desperately fleeing. A buffer zone of over 100 miles gave the 7 of them a slight chance of escape. But they had only a split second to escape. In an instant, a torrent of lightning roared through the sky, easily devouring everything in its path. Thousands of miles away, Zhao Sheng materialized from thin air, landing on a meteorite. He turned sharply toward the battlefield, just in time to witness a vast purple cloud of light rapidly expanding, madly devouring everything around it. He even saw 7 beams of light desperately escaping from the outward expanding cloud of light. However, unable to match the speed of the black hole's expansion, the trailing pale blue and dark beams were successively overtaken by the cloud of light and swallowed up in an instant, never to be seen again. Even Zhao Sheng, mentally prepared, watched this horrifying spectacle with shock. He had long known that the purple heavenly divine thunder was a devastating weapon, but he hadn't anticipated its power to be so immense, beyond imagination. Within a moment, the purple lightning cloud had expanded to its full extent, spanning a full 300 miles. The radiant light it unleashed was 1,000 times more dazzling than sunlight, and within its blazing light, a wave of unimaginable destructive force filled the air. The next second, the cloud of light, unable to maintain its original form, suddenly transformed into an immense vortex. A torrent of lightning descended, transforming into a storm-like funnel dozens of miles wide. Immediately afterwards, a rare hurricane blew through the void. The vortex, seemingly generating an immense suction force, drew a surge of spiritual energy from the surrounding heaven and earth within 1,000 miles, pouring madly into the vast vortex. Zhao Sheng gazed at the magnificent spectacle thousands of miles away, his expression a mixture of joy and anticipation. However, he saw a chaotic black abyss appear above the vortex. The ethereal world seemed to have unveiled its true nature. The abyss was immensely deep, with countless chaotic currents surging in the darkness, constantly devouring vast eons of spiritual energy. However, the healing power of the present world was truly immense. In the blink of an eye, the space-time barrier reappeared. As the massive vortex was rapidly absorbed by the nine netherworld, the black hole in the ethereal world rapidly contracted inward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the massive vortex vanished, its suction abruptly fading, and the spiritual energy storm rapidly weakened. However, due to the suction effect of the spiritual energy depression, the spiritual energy storm would not subside for a while. From the moment Zhao Sheng launched the purple sky divine thunder until now, while it may sound complex, It was actually just a matter of breathing. However, at this moment, the void within a radius of 500 miles ahead became empty, and everything that had previously existed vanished completely, as if completely erased from the world by some immense force. Only then did Zhao Sheng finally relax. His face instantly turned pale, and his body went limp, as if hollowed out. Though the battle had been brief, it had been incredibly tortuous and dangerous. A single misstep could have meant life or death. Therefore, the immense mental strain he had endured was unimaginable to outsiders. Buzz! At that moment, a sword chant suddenly echoed from the void ahead, startling him awake. A small silver-white sword pierced the barrier of time and space, shooting down from the abyss of the ethereal realm like a flash of lightning. It streaked across the void, spanning over 10 miles, before automatically landing in the scabbard in Zhao Sheng's hand. I was struck by divine thunder, severely wounded. I must rest for 1,000 years to recuperate. Young friend Zhao, my safety is in your hands. The Heavenly Sword Emperor managed a few words, but before Zhao Sheng could respond, its aura rapidly faded, and soon, as if inanimate, it remained motionless. Zhao Sheng was speechless for a moment. He weighed the scabbard, then slung it around his waist. He instantly drew out a handful of elixirs and swallowed them, but he didn't bother to refine them. He suddenly turned and glanced around. At that moment, 5 beams of light were hurtling towards him. In a flash, they descended one after another, revealing the still shaken dreadful figures of the divination master, Grandmother Shi, and the others. Zhao Sheng glanced around but didn't see Wu Izi and Patriarch Xianjun. He immediately understood that these 2 unfortunate souls hadn't escaped their fate. So, fellow Taoist Zhao, what was that you just threw? What kind of treasure was that? Patriarch Xiao's face paled. After a moment's hesitation, he asked with lingering fear. Senior, is this what you're talking about? Zhao Sheng suddenly smiled faintly and flipped his hand. A light ball radiating a hazy purple glow, identical to the previous one, appeared in his palm. Patriarch Xiao, Grandmother Shi, and the other 5, upon seeing the purple sky divine thunder, were terrified and flung backwards, violently retreating a great distance. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng flipped his hand again and stored the purple sky divine thunder in his sumo ring. After witnessing this, Patriarch Xiao and the others carefully flew back. The 5 transformation gods gazed upon Zhao Sheng's impassive expression, filled with fear and shock. They could no longer consider him a fellow Taoist. Having just faced a brink of death, even the most unruly of the 5, Chizu's Henrun, became as docile as a rabbit, fearing the slightest chance of offending the man before them. After all, no one knew how many ultimate weapons he possessed, but even just one was enough to annihilate them all. Dunkson Demon Lord, observing his calm face, felt an even greater sense of his enigma. He hurriedly and cautiously said, Zhao Dao. No, Brother Zhao, I was rude just now. I hope you will forgive me. This is my apology. Please accept it. With that, Dunkson Demon Lord removed an Akunk seal from his waist and tossed it forward with a look of pain on his face. The seal held nearly half his fortune, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. But compared to his own life, these external objects are nothing. Zhao Sheng looked at the Nakunk seal thrown to him, stretched out his hand and gently picked it up, then put it in his arms. He had to accept this thing, otherwise the other party would be unable to sleep or eat. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Drinkson, what happened just now was just a misunderstanding, Zhao Sheng said so. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding, Dunkson Demon Lord was relieved to see this, and agreed with a slightly flattering smile. After Zhao Sheng smiled, he turned his gaze to the other 4 Huishins engine and said loudly, the troublemakers just now are gone, and now we can start to talk about business. I wonder if you fellow Daoists have any objections to Zhao's request. The 5 great Zhenjins looked at each other, and no one dared to respond. Zhao Sheng was not anxious at all, and waited patiently for everyone's response. After a moment, it was Patriarch Xiao who broke the deadly silence. He said in a deep voice, on behalf of the Taoist sect, I can initiate a sectarian war against the Xiandao sect, but I will not participate in the encirclement and suppression of the blood god Sun. His reminder immediately gave Chizha an idea. He said hurriedly, the Chizha sect can also make an all-out effort to sever any Xiandao sect's claws reaching out to Hezhao. At the same time, we will also declare war on the Xiandao sect. Excellent, Zhao Sheng nodded slightly. As long as you 2 can meet my requirements, the teleportation quota will be no problem. Hearing this, Patriarch Xiao and the others breathed a sigh of relief, then filled with anticipation. What about the three of you? Zhao Sheng turned to look at Demon Lord Dongxin, Grandmother Shi, and the three desolate immortals. As the only one in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm, Grandma Shi was somewhat calm and said, "Friend Zhao, please wait a moment. The three of us will discuss it." Zhao Sheng nodded and said, "I'm not in a hurry. Go ahead and discuss it." Upon seeing this, Grandma Shi and the other two immediately began to communicate with each other through their telepathy. After a moment, the three had made a decision, and it was Grandmother Shi who answered, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, I wonder if the three true lord heads can be exchanged for three teleportation places." "Of course. But Zhao is very curious, Grandmother Shi, which three fellow Taoists who have reached the state of transformation will you start with?" Grandmother Shi looked at the expressions of Grandmother Shi and Master Chizhe, and pondered in an old manner. "Can you keep it a secret for the time being?" Zhao Sheng laughed and said, "Haha, then. Zhao won't ask any more." Zhao is very much looking forward to fellow Taoists completing their goals as soon as possible, and I also wish you all a smooth ascension to the spiritual world in the future, and get rid of the threat of the blood god as soon as possible. Grandmother Shi saw this and bowed solemnly. "I also wish fellow Taoist to get what he wants as soon as possible, and get rid of the great threat of the blood god for all sentient beings in the two worlds. Yes, I also wish Brother Zhao all his wishes come true, and realize his grand plans and wishes as soon as possible." Demon Lord Dongxin also said in a humorous tone. A short while later, the five true lords vanished, leaving Zhao Sheng alone. At that moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly turned, his gaze fixed on a specific spot, the location of the netherworld. At the same moment, in the netherworld, in the center of Kangzhou, the majestic Chongdao Peak towered atop the clouds, shrouded by swirling spiritual clouds. From top to bottom, towering spiritual palaces and halls stretched across the landscape, a scene of magnificent splendor. This divine peak, known as the Never Falling, was surrounded by vast temples. Countless golden rainbows emanated from the peaks, coalescing into golden halos that connected and enveloped the temples. Waves of mysterious and solemn Buddhist chants echoed through the vast sea of clouds, inspiring awe. Located atop Chongdao Peak, the Chongdao Palace was the most important center of the Xiandao sect, standing 100 feet tall. This palace was forged entirely from innate gold essence. From top to bottom, it radiated a golden light like water, imbued with a majestic pressure. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the Chongdao Palace, momentarily drowning out the chorus of Buddhist chants, symbolizing the unwavering wrath of a supreme being. Hearing the Pope's terrifying roar, countless Xiandao believers, both within Chongdao Peak and in the surrounding temples, shuddered in fear. The closer one became to the Pope's inner circle, the more clearly one grasped his terrifying power. Deep within a secret chamber within the Chongdao Palace, a scroll shimmered with divine light unfolded. From top to bottom, a dense array of the true names of the gods were inscribed. This scroll, also known as the Ban of the Gods, was the Xiandao cult's tool for enshrining the gods of the world. Legend has it that this treasure, bestowed by the blood god himself, was considered exceedingly rare in the Eons. Gazing at the Ban of the Gods in midair, the godlike Emperor Yi lost his composure, his handsome face contorted with rage. The name of the Blackwater Emperor, at the very top of the investiture of the gods list, gradually faded, while the Heavenly Sword Emperor, ranked alongside him, faded to a gray hue, his aura becoming almost imperceptible. And what this symbolized, no one understood better than Emperor Yi. Something's wrong. What happened? Why did it end like this? Could it be? Emperor Yi nearly gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. His mind raced, countless hypotheses racing through his mind. Just as he was utterly baffled, his expression suddenly changed. He abruptly knelt on one knee, his proud head bowed deeply. At the same time, the sky above Chongdao Peak shifted color, the vast expanse of the sky fading into a crimson. Then, an impossibly large, blood-red face, occupying the entire sky, slowly emerged, overlooking the earth. The next second, the heavens roared, and an unimaginable pressure descended upon the earth. In an instant, a stream of blood erupted from the mouth of the heavenly Dao blood face, plunging directly into the Chongdao Palace. At this moment, within the Dao Palace's secret chamber, a flash of blood pierced through layers of barriers, piercing the very center of Emperor Yi's brow. Emperor Yi's face flushed crimson, veins bulging throughout his body. Blazing blood erupted from every part of his body. In a flash, Emperor Yi's cultivation soared dramatically, and vivid images unfolded in his mind. If Zhao Sheng and the others had seen this, they would have been utterly astonished. For the events depicted were the very events they had just witnessed in the Divine Ruins meteorite sea. The images transmitted by the Blood God included not only Zhao Sheng but also the 7 great true lords, including the Patriarch of Divination and Yao. In an instant, Emperor Yi grasped the entirety of the situation, but what shocked him most was the boundless, all-consuming purple light. Chapter 511, 9 Steps of the Great Dao and 9 Heavens of the Void Realm. Kangshao, Chongdao Peak. Not long after, Emperor Yi walked out of the secret room with an expressionless face, turned around, and went to the Golden Dome Palace. He slowly sat down on the massive and magnificent Pope's throne, and suddenly shouted coldly, "Come here." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the shadows of the palace, then knelt quietly at the foot of the throne, bowing his head in awe and saying, "Master, Gonggyang is here. What are your instructions?" Emperor Yi's expression was indifferent. He asked, "More, how many people in the sect have now reached the ultimate limit of the nascent soul stage?" As the master of the Zunchen Palace, Mu Gonggyang was naturally well informed about the status of the sect's nascent soul high priests. Therefore, he answered without hesitation, "Master, currently, there are 3 people who have reached the standard for tribulation, the Qiu Guardian and the masters of the Xianli and Yushan veins." "Oh, so many candidates?" Emperor Yi nodded thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before commanding, "Pass on this sect's decree to immediately transfer Envoy Qiu, who guards the CI, back to the main altar. Also, prepare to open the heavenly prayer tower. They're trying to transcend the tribulation, aren't they? This sect will simply grant them a chance." Mu Gonggyang felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this, and quickly kowtowed, touching his chest, "I obey your order. I will recall Envoy Qiu to the main altar as soon as possible." "Okay, you may depart. As you command, I'll take my leave." As the Diao Patriarch, the Grandmother, and the other 3 journeyed to the netherworld, news of Zhao Sheng's astonishing feat inevitably spread among their mouths. Although this matter was circulated confidentially only at the nascent soul level, everyone who learned of this major event was stunned, and it quickly caused an unprecedented sensation. In just a few short years, not only all the divine transformation true lords and most of the nascent soul ancestors in the netherworld, but even a few well-informed giant and chief priests, had learned from their elders of the existence of a certain god-killer. Thus, the former remnant of the southern Skyzhou clan, Demon Star Taoist, gradually evolved into the renowned god-killing true lord among the many high-ranking cultivators in both realms. Almost everyone implicitly regarded him as one of the most powerful in both the netherworld and the netherworld, on par with several veteran true lords long absent from the human world. For a time, the god-killing true lord's infamous reputation spread throughout the 2 realms, saving Zhao Sheng countless efforts in the future. Indeed, he had been the one who had instigated the actions of the Divination Master and the others. The 5 true lords, having grasped his intentions, took the initiative to promote his fame upon their return. If the netherworld and the netherworld were too far apart to fully grasp the true power of the god-killing true lord's methods, then all the cultivators in the Divine Ruin Square were practically terrified that day. Because the shocking battle that day took place in the desolate void, just over 1,000 miles from Shengsufang. That day, everyone felt the surge of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, the formation of a torrent of spiritual energy. A few lucky individuals aboard a disc-shaped ship even witnessed the entire process of the purple lightning ball's birth and transformation into a massive vortex 1,000 miles away. Afterwards, at least 10 nascent soul ancestors personally visited the battlefield to try to discern the truth, only to be stunned by the vast, 500-mile-wide spherical emptiness. Barely a month after Dongsun Demon Lord secretly revealed the details of the battle to his closest disciples, the name of the God-Slayer True Lord began to be shouted out from Shengsufang, and legends of Zhao Sheng's deeds began to spread among travelers. Of course, Zhao Sheng, the protagonist of this incident, paid no heed to these disturbing events, merely making a few premature moves. The extent of their impact on the future of the 2 worlds remains unknown. Shengsufang, a grade B cave dwelling nestled in the southwest rock face. No one in the world knew that the dignified God-Slayer True Lord actually resided in a mere grade B cave dwelling. The so-called seclusion in the city was just that. In fact, for a God-transforming True Lord, most spiritual sites in the world were already useless. Unless one possessed a core spiritual orifice of the 4th order or higher, Cultivation efficiency remained similar regardless of location, almost despairingly slow. Compared to other struggling God-transforming true lords, Zhao Sheng fared slightly better, though his cultivation rate inevitably plummeted 100-fold. After ascending to the God-transforming position, Zhao Sheng actively adapted to his new cultivation environment and has now successfully transformed his mindset. Deep within the cave dwelling, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, clutching a scroll of silk that resembled something gold, intently deciphering the text. On the wall behind him, a large, flowing character, the word Tao, was scrawled in flowing ink, like a dragon soaring through the abyss, imbued with the profound essence of the Tao. Refine the spirit. Return to the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit is the path to the ruins of the Tao. The nine heavens Tao has 9 steps. Below the immortal gate, there are 3 steps to the great Tao, and returning to the void is the only one. After a long moment, Zhao Sheng rubbed his brows, his face weary as he slowly put down the silk scroll in his hand, seemingly exhausted. He had retrieved this silk scroll from the Sumer ring. It contained numerous secrets of cultivation beyond the stage of spiritual transformation. Unfortunately, the text was extremely obscure, resembling a variant of Dragon and Phoenix seal script, though more crude and abstract, with hints of 3-dimensional immortal seal script in the font. Comparing it with the immortal seal script in the Great and Small Ruai immortal techniques, Zhao Sheng spent nearly 2 years, only to stumble through the mysterious silk scroll titled 9 Steps to the Great Tao. He only managed to comprehend 30% of it, relying solely on guessing the remaining 70% based on context. In Zhao Sheng's view, the so-called 9 Steps to the Great Tao represented a cultivator's mastery of the principles of the Tao they cultivate. This silk scroll, likely written by a mighty true immortal, summarizes the cultivation below the true immortal stage as 3 mundane stages, 3 tribulations of the primordial soul, and the most challenging 3 steps to immortality. While the 3 mundane stages require no explanation, the 3 tribulations of the primordial soul refer to the golden elixir, nascent soul, and transformation realms. The 3 steps to immortality, on the other hand, correspond to the 3 realms of return to the void, fusion, and crossing the tribulations. From the return to the void stage onward, cultivators are known as half-immortals, having initially broken free from the constraints of lifespan, often experiencing lifespans of tens of thousands of years, with almost all of them achieving the status of millennia old. According to the book, the 3 steps to immortality correspond to the first 3 of the 9 steps to the Great Tao. Only those who successfully achieve the first step can be called a return to the void half-immortal. Those who achieve the 9th step can claim unparalleled dominance across the universe, earning the title of Supreme Tao Ancestor. Not to mention the ephemeral Tao Ancestor, the very first step of the Great Tao itself is fraught with countless difficulties and perils. Only a few among the transformation gods can successfully take it. Unable to understand most of the Silk Scroll's contents, Zhao Sheng barely grasped the precise divisions of the 9 steps of the Great Tao. However, based on his own understanding, he likened cultivation to martial arts training, and the 9 steps could roughly be considered the 9 stages of martial arts: beginner, beginnings, mastery, minor accomplishment, mastery, mastery, reaching the pinnacle, and returning to the original truth, the only one of its kind. If the return to the void semi-immortal could be considered a glimpse of the Great Tao, then the transformation gods probably haven't even seen a glimpse of the Great Tao. They can only barely sense the oscillations of the Tao's laws. Then they desperately attempt to adjust the frequency of their own mana and spirit, constantly aligning with the oscillations of the Tao they cultivate. Only when the 2 oscillations reach a certain level of harmony can the transformation gods reach the threshold of return to the void. Whether they can successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation depends on their personal affinity and luck. The first step of the 9 steps of the Great Tao signifies the initial mutual transformation between the physical body and the primordial spirit, reaching the stage of the physical body's first day of roaming the void realm. Zhao Sheng also vaguely saw in the book that the 9 steps of the Great Tao, mentioned by the author, seemed inextricably linked to the 9 heavens of the void realm. He recognized 3 of the so-called 9 heavens of the void realm: the first Dark Heaven, the second Divine Palace Heaven, and the 7th Forgotten Heaven, but the others were completely incomprehensible to him. He only recognized the name of the 7th Forgotten Heaven thanks to the great sage Jin Yang. This incredibly unfortunate figure still lingers a sliver of his mind in the Forgotten Heaven. 6 months later, 300 miles north of Shengsufang, above a meteorite formation, Zhao Sheng stood proudly atop a flaming lotus. In front of him, A three-eyed jade demonic python, the size of an elephant, spitted its tongue, its vertical pupil in the center of its forehead blazing with fire as it glared at him angrily. Its entire body was covered in burns, and its lower half exuded a rich, meaty aroma, as if it had been roasted. Woo woo, the three-eyed jade python let out a low whine, its mouth opening to release a cloud of dark green poison. This cloud of venom erupted in midair, enveloping Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng didn't dodge or evade, merely a thought. A flash of fire flashed through the air, followed by a faint, subtle ripple. The next second, all the venom vanished. The python suddenly let out a shrill scream, and invisible flames erupted from its body, burning it tumbling wildly, unable to escape the confined space. Zhao Sheng frowned at this scene, suddenly looking up towards the market, then raised his soul's frequency by 30%. Instantly, the invisible flames on the python's body transformed into raging fire, instantly incinerating the giant-level python to ash. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly materialized from the nearby void. Zhao Sheng looked up and, as expected, it was Mr. Zhao. Haha. Brother Zhao, I've brought everything you requested. Please take a look. With that, the figure extended his hand and threw out a knacking seal. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he released a ray of divine consciousness, probing into it. A satisfied smile soon appeared on his face. 10 heads of late-stage nascent soul cultivators were found, and half of them were from the Shyandao sect. Mr. Zhao truly knew how to behave and was well aware of who his greatest enemy was. Bang! Zhao Sheng flicked his finger, unleashing a wave of fire that incinerated a knacking seal and the skull within it. He then smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, you're truly swift. In just 2 years, you've managed to accomplish such a feat. Rare, truly remarkable." Mr. Zhao's eyes lit up with awe, and he said modestly, "Compared to Brother Zhao's astonishing feat, what I've done is nothing." Zhao Sheng smiled, but without further explanation, he got down to business. "Since fellow Taoist Zhao has completed his mission, I, Zhao, will certainly give you an explanation. I wonder when fellow Taoist Zhao will choose to depart for the 7-star spiritual realm?" Mr. Zhao beamed with joy, then smiled wryly. "It'd be best if we leave now. To be honest, Brother Zhao, I feel like a lost dog, being hunted miserably." "Haha, Mr. Zhao, you're quite humorous. Well, let's set off now," Zhao Sheng chuckled. "All right. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Zhao to lead the way," Mr. Zhao said with a beaming smile. "Yes," Zhao Sheng nodded, and pulled out the 7-star ruai from his sumer ring. Then, with unerring skill, he chanted the incantation and formed the incantation, activating the guiding starlight. Then, the two of them followed the guiding starlight, speeding towards the depths of the meteorite sea, and in an instant, disappeared behind the vast meteorite formations. In just over 20 days, Zhao Sheng and his companions found the 7-star spiritual realm in the Black Abyss. What happened next is self-explanatory. However, it's worth noting that Mr. Zhao chose the Black Sand realm, one of the 7 realms beyond a realm. He actually shared the same aspirations as the goddess Sheng, perhaps a coincidence. Zhao Sheng didn't stay in the spiritual realm for long. After fertilizing the devil fungus tree, he left and returned to Shengsufang. Another year passed. One day, his grandmother-in-law quietly approached him. In the living room of the cave, Zhao Sheng and his grandmother-in-law took their seats, and a jade box was placed before him. He reached out to remove the seal on the box, opened the lid and took a look, then closed the lid with a slight smile, nodded and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the 3 of you to act so quickly. Think about that old monster Shanyang who had been at large for more than 2,000 years, but now he has fallen at the hands of you 3. It's all his own fault. I am very satisfied, well, as long as fellow Taoist Zhao is satisfied. It's just that the next 2 may require you to wait patiently for a long time. After all, the divine transformation is easy to hurt and difficult to kill, so the 3 of us still need to make careful plans for a long time." Zhao Sheng's expression was indifferent. "There is no rush, Zhao, you 3 can just go ahead and do it." Seeing that Zhao Sheng was about to refuse the guest, the old lady's face trembled slightly, as if she had made up her mind, and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, have you heard of the prison god palace?" Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows at this, revealing a hint of surprise, and said thoughtfully, "The prison god palace. I know a little about it. It is said that this palace is used to imprison the blood god Sun." "Haha, fellow Taoist, you only know one thing. Imprisoning the blood god Sun is one thing, But the most important thing is refining the essence of the primordial spirit. This item is also known as the transformation pill. I'm sure you're also aware of its miraculous effects. Transformation pill. Zhao Sheng's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, but thoughts raced through his mind. The name of the transformation pill had been etched in his memory from his long time reading related texts. The reason Zhao Sheng was so impressed was that this pill was not only a rare treasure in the netherworld and the underworld that could aid in achieving the transformation stage, but it was also of great benefit to transformation true lords. Previously, he hadn't known the transformation pill's origins, but now he knew from Grandmother Shi. Of course I've heard of the transformation pill, but Grandmother Shi suddenly mentioned it. Could it be that there's still primordial spirit essence within this prisoner's palace? Zhao Sheng asked, looking at Grandmother Shi. Fellow Taoist, you're right, Grandmother Shi nodded. If you have anything to say, please speak directly, Zhao Sheng said after a pause. The woman didn't look like she was lying, but she must have had other motives in telling him this, and certainly not just to give him information about the divine transformation pill for nothing. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you're truly a man of few words. To be honest, I recently learned that a certain prisoner of God's palace is about to emerge, and I'm planning to go there. However, the deep-sea spirit guarding it is proving difficult to deal with. I'm hoping you can lend me a hand. How about we split the essence of the treasure in half? Grandma Shi smiled. Zhao Sheng looked at her, his expression unchanged, and remained silent. Grandma Shi looked at him with a smile, seemingly unfazed. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng said in a deep voice, why would Grandma Shi abandon my fellow Daoists, Dong Sun and San Wang, and instead ask me for help? Haha, those two are cowards, and their strength is lacking. How can they compare to you, fellow Taoist? Grandma Shi said. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly and said, well, this matter is too sudden. How about giving me some time to think about it? Of course. Chapter 512, Yuanpo Absolute Poison. 3 days later, after careful consideration, Zhao Sheng agreed to his grandmother's request and accompanied her to the netherworld. On the 4th day, the two divine transformation true lords departed the divine ruin square, transforming into two streams of light, one in front and one behind, and soared towards the azure world tens of billions of miles away. Before reaching the divine transformation stage, a round trip between the divine ruins and the netherworld took 7 or 8 years, even on the fastest of the realm-level spacecrafts. However, after reaching the divine transformation stage, the entire process was reduced several times, taking only 2 to 3 years. Halfway across the void sea, Zhao Sheng gazed at the countless clouds of meteorite dust swiftly leaving him behind, feeling deeply moved. Time flew by, and 2 years flew by in a flash. That day, Zhao Sheng and his grandmother successfully crossed 1,000,000 miles of the void sea. Tens of millions of miles ahead, the netherworld was already in sight. But just as he was about to enter the extraterrestrial spiritual energy layer, Zhao Sheng suddenly slowed down his flight speed, slowly converging his surrounding light. With a solemn expression, his gaze shone with an unusually deep gaze, gazing intently at the azure planet ahead. Fellow Taoist Zhao, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Grandma Shi flew over, asking doubtfully. Zhao Sheng averted his gaze, smiled, and said, nothing. I just had a feeling. Now let's go. With that, a ball of flame erupted from his body, suddenly transforming into a crimson gold rainbow, and continued to fly forward. Grandma Shi's eyes flickered at this, as if she had thought of something, but she didn't ask any further questions. Before long, the two of them successfully flew into the spiritual energy domain of the Dark Night realm. Once again sensing the unusually thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding void, Zhao Sheng felt his heart tremble. A warm current, like water, suddenly emerged from his body, flowing through his limbs and bones, then vanished in a flash. This warmth came quickly, and vanished even faster. As he tried to locate the source of this warmth, Zhao Sheng could not sense its presence. He almost thought it was some kind of illusion. Zhao Sheng's expression remained unchanged, but he had already made a mental note of the incident and continued to fly forward as if nothing had happened. 2 hours later, twin beams of light, one golden and one white, pierced the invisible barrier, then traversed the thick sea of clouds and atmosphere, plummeting rapidly towards the boundless azure ocean below. A day later, the sun blazed brightly, and the boundless sea shimmered. At that moment, somewhere above the ocean, Zhao Sheng and his master stood suspended in midair, overlooking the gathering disc-shaped treasure ships below. With a prisoner god palace imminent, all monks possessing its talismans followed its instructions, traveling across vast distances to reach this sea region. Gazing at the bustling scene below, Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Grandma, are you kidding me? So many youngsters are eligible, so why do you say the prison god palace is too difficult to enter?" Grandma paused and explained, "Dao, please don't misunderstand. The great deep sea spirit shows leniency to the younger generation, but won't allow us, the divine transformation cultivators, to enter the prison god palace. With your wisdom, you should know why. Is it because they're afraid the blood god son isn't completely dead yet? If we enter, he'll have an opportunity to exploit us." Grandma nodded and said, "Dao, that's correct. But you don't know, these prison god palaces come in many different types, but they are usually divided into multiple layers. Only the innermost layer holds the blood god son's true form. The other layers contain inheritances and treasures left behind by some senior true lord, a legacy for future generations." After hearing this, Zhao Sheng immediately recalled a legend about the prison god palace. So, the legend must be true. Legend has it that the earliest prisoning god palace appeared nearly 30,000 years ago, originally created by a transformation god true lord, intended to imprison him. This predecessor, suffering from the torment of the blood god, was on the verge of losing his mind and becoming his puppet, the blood god's son. Unwilling to aid his oppressors, he united with his fellow transformation gods of the time to forge the earliest prisoning god palace. Since then, many transformation god true lords, willing to die rather than surrender to the blood god, have also forged their own tombs before losing their minds. Although they ultimately succumbed to the blood god's corruption and became blood god's sons, the presence of the prisoning god palace prevented them from ever returning to the world to plague sentient beings, ultimately reducing them to ash over the course of countless years. Hence the name prisoning god palace. In the Dark Night realm, one of the missions of the great spirits of the mountains and seas is to suppress the prisoning god palace and prevent the blood god's son from emerging. As time went on, the number of cultivators in the sea area grew, now exceeding 100, all at the foundation establishment stage or above. Even 3 or 4 nascent soul masters had arrived. One evening, Zhao Sheng's gaze suddenly caught sight of a familiar face aboard a newly arrived treasure ship. After nearly 200 years, Zhao Linzong, now a mid-stage golden core cultivator, stood on the deck, sternly reprimanding a young couple beside him. Zhao Sheng expanded his spiritual realm and listened intently for a moment. As if hearing something intriguing, a smile crossed his face. He remembered the time when Zhao Linzong and Zhao Quaner, the last of the eternal Zhao family, fell in love and eventually married. Centuries later, Zhao Linzong and his wife had a pair of children, both of whom possessed exceptional talent, possessing dual spiritual roots. It was a talisman from the prison god palace that brought them together. Now, it seemed, that talisman had found its place. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng was deeply moved, thinking, fate in this world is truly marvelous. However, not only did he have no intention of meeting Zhao Linzong, he was actually going out of his way to avoid him. After all, he had angered heaven, and to avoid bringing annihilation upon the Zhao family, it was best to avoid any contact with it. At this moment, the old master, standing nearby, seemed to sense something was amiss and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, you seem uneasy. Are you worried about the dangers of this journey?" Zhao Sheng nodded. "Yes, I do have some concerns," the old master said mysteriously. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. I guarantee this journey will be completely safe. Once you meet the great spirit of the deep sea, you'll understand. Who knows, I might even benefit from your presence." "Oh, really? I'll wait and see," Zhao Sheng said thoughtfully, his brow raised. The two of them waited for about another 2 weeks. Until one day, the tranquil sea surface suddenly erupted in a turbulent surge, and a massive underwater whirlpool quickly emerged from the seabed in full view of everyone. Billions of tons of seawater were swept in all directions by the vortex, while the water at the center of the sea's eye was completely drained, forming a vast hole several miles in diameter and bottomless. Looking down at the strange scene on the sea surface below, Grandmother Shi shook her hand and pulled out a palm-sized bronze talisman. The talisman glowed with a brilliant green light, its light pointed directly at the sea's eye below. "Fellow Taoist, it's time for us to move," Grandmother Shi, noticing Zhao Sheng's sudden distraction, whispered a warning. As she finished speaking, Zhao Sheng suddenly came to his senses, his eyes brightening again. He nodded and said, "Okay, Grandmother Shi, lead the way." "Grandmother," she said nothing and immediately plunged towards the sea's eye. Zhao Sheng followed, and in a flash, they were plunged into the whirlpool. The other monks, bearing talismans, were completely oblivious to the presence of two supreme masters among them. They continued their scramble to descend into the sea's eye, fearing they would be the first to do so, fearing they would be the last. A few breaths later, Zhao Sheng and his companions reached the bottom of the sea, thousands of feet below. Before them stood a vast crystal palace, 10 miles deep, its walls shimmering with a dazzling rainbow light. The palace lacked a gate. Instead, a crystal archway over 10 feet tall loomed in front, housing a magnificent portal of light. Zhao Sheng, following his grandmother-in-law, flew above the crystal archway and paused, unable to stop. He could not help but survey his surroundings. Thick mist enveloped the surrounding area, making the crystal palace appear dreamlike and ethereal, like a celestial palace descending from the earth. Zhao Sheng gradually heightened his vigilance, sensing a majestic aura rising from the surrounding waters, as if countless eyes were secretly observing him. To his surprise, Zhao Sheng sensed no overt hostility. Instead, he felt an increasingly strong sense of kindness emanating from the surrounding waters. Puff! At this moment, Zhao Sheng saw the mist around him suddenly churn violently, and then a grand and heavy voice suddenly emerged from his mind. "Great meritorious one, are you here for the prison god palace as well?" Zhao Sheng's eyes moved slightly, and he understood in his heart, and he also sent a telepathic message back. "Yes, please let me in, Great Spirit, if you are a great meritorious one, the prison god palace will open." This palace has a total of 7 floors, and each floor has a number of treasures and inheritances. "I wonder which floor you, the great meritorious one, want to enter." Zhao Sheng glanced at the master, and sent a voice message. "I have heard that there are some primordial spirit essences preserved in this palace. Is this true?" "There are primordial spirit essences, of course, but I have something to say. I hope you, the great meritorious one, will pay attention. Although the primordial spirit essence can greatly help to improve cultivation, it contains the primordial spirit poison. Taking it will undoubtedly cut off your future path. I hope you, the great meritorious one, will think deeply about it." Zhao Sheng was shocked when he heard this. If it were not for the reminder of the great spirit of the deep sea, he would probably be caught. Previously, he had wondered why Grandma Shi was so kind, realizing she harbored such a sinister and deadly plan. Zhao Sheng was, after all, an enemy sent by the Xianzhu realm, so Grandma Shi's plot against him was hardly surprising. In reality, most true lords of the transformation realm didn't aspire to ever reach the return to void realm, and from that perspective alone, consuming primordial spirit essence offered them only benefits. But for some true lords with promising futures, primordial spirit essence was arguably the most terrifying toxin in the world. Upon learning of the other party's plot, Zhao Sheng remained impassive, yet he secretly took note, determined to retaliate in due course. At this point, Grandma Shi seemed aware that Zhao Sheng was communicating with the great spirit of the deep sea and did not intervene. After the two had finished their conversation, she tentatively asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, have you and the Great Spirit reached an agreement?" Zhao Sheng glanced at the cultivators entering the archway below, nodded, and said solemnly, "Yes, we've already agreed. Let's wait until the little ones below are in, then we can head in." Upon hearing this, Grandma Shi's face lit up with joy. Within a few moments, all the cultivators below had entered the prison god palace. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng slowly descended in front of the archway, and Grandma Shi followed suit. Boom! A roar like a tidal wave echoed from the surrounding sea. The magnificent light gate before them suddenly rippled, and a vast passageway opened up. The end of the passage was shrouded in a vast white mist, making it impossible to see what lay within. Zhao Sheng took the lead, slowly flying into the passageway and disappearing behind it in an instant. Grandma Shi smiled coldly at this, and also took to the air, swiftly flying into the air. After a moment of dizziness, Zhao Sheng steadied himself with a push of his feet. He opened his eyes and looked around, revealing a cramped space barely a dozen meters wide. The walls were shimmering with crystal, a brilliant glow. Dense shimmering dragon and phoenix symbols crisscrossed the walls, weaving and interweaving to form countless complex formations. A crystal coffin, 3 meters wide and over a meter tall, sat in the center of the room, bound tightly by dozens of strange chains, each as thick as an arm. The chains were made of such a strange material that Zhao Sheng couldn't even recognize them. Peering through the coffin's outer walls, Zhao Sheng saw no body inside. Only 3 jade slips lay at the bottom, and faint light motes hovered in midair. A quick count revealed these light motes, each no more than an inch long, their form strikingly similar to that of the celestial Zuinying. There were over 100 of them. Then, a flash of light enveloped the surroundings, and Grandmother Shi arrived within the cramped crystal room. At a glance, she caught sight of the soul essence within the coffin, her eyes suddenly gleaming with a divine light. She was about to speak, but Zhao Sheng beat her to the punch. I want this coffin and its locks. As for the soul essence, I'll give you an extra 10%. Do you have any objections? Zhao Sheng said firmly. Grandma Shi's expression froze for a moment, then she agreed nonchalantly, since you've chosen this coffin, I'll oblige you. Yes. Zhao Sheng nodded, then waved his hand, unleashing streams of magical energy that transformed into giant palms of magical power, and began attempting to dismantle the locks. After 3/4 of an hour, the locks were successfully removed, and the coffin door was opened. Grandma Shi, seizing the opportunity, stepped forward, pulled out 2 jade bottles carved from top-grade spirit stone from her sleeve, and began collecting the soul essence within the coffin. After a moment, she handed one of the bottles to Zhao Sheng. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng copied the contents of the 3 jade slips, then handed the original slip to Grandma Shi. Grandma, now that the treasures have been divided, how are we supposed to get out? Don't worry, fellow Taoist. With the imperial edict in hand, we only need to wait a few days. When this palace closes, we will be expelled. I see. Well, let's cultivate here for a while, Zhao Sheng said calmly. Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Grandma's eyes, and she suddenly smiled and said, the essence of the primordial spirit is extremely precious and rare. I have a secret technique that can maximize the absorption of this essence of the primordial spirit. This trip to the prisoner palace went so smoothly, all thanks to you. Today, I will simply teach you this secret technique. It can be considered as a way to repay you. Oh, thank you very much, Grandma. Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows and agreed with feigned satisfaction. Although this secret technique isn't complex, it holds many profound mysteries. Fellow Taoist, please take a closer look. As she spoke, Grandmother Shi sat cross-legged, placed the jade purifying bottle on the ground, and sent streams of spiritual light towards it. From her brows, vortices of divine light gradually emerged and fell into the jade purifying bottle. Soon, these vortices, carrying a wisp of the essence of the primordial spirit, returned to the purple palace between her brows. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Two-Star Gods. 10 days later, a massive whirlpool slowly closed in on the sea, stirring up a monstrous wave. One after another, the treasure ships soared into the air, flying high into the sky to avoid being buried by the vortex. Simultaneously, 2 streaks of light quietly soared up the sea of clouds, finally landing in the clouds, revealing the figures of Zhao Sheng and his grandmother Shi. By this point, the expedition to the prisoner palace was a complete success. The entire process had gone so smoothly, without a single setback, that Zhao Sheng was quite surprised. Grandmother Shi looked at him, her eyes piercing, and she asked tentatively, Friend Zhao, now that this matter is settled, if you still have nowhere to go, why don't you come with me to visit Daughter Peak for a few days? I appreciate your kindness, Grandmother Shi. I have a couple of old friends who now live on the 9 Demons continent, and this is a good opportunity for me to visit them, Zhao Sheng replied. Grandma Shi's eyes flickered as she said sternly, well, then, we'll say goodbye, take care, Grandma Shi. I'll be leaving first, Zhao Sheng bowed, then a blazing golden light emanated from his body. He suddenly transformed into a streak of light, streaking towards the eastern horizon. Grandma Shi watched him go until he disappeared behind the clouds, a hint of a sneer crossing her face. On the 7th day of the 6th lunar month, the 3rd month of the daylight season, more than a dozen volcanoes erupted simultaneously in the depths of the Hazao Mountains. Billowing black smoke shot straight into the sky, making the dark clouds covering the entire mountain range even thicker and more depressing, a terrifying sight. Boom! Amidst resounding rumbles, vast streams of fiery red-hot magma flowed down from the craters, appearing like rivers of fire winding down the mountainside. Bubbles of fire formed on the surface of the rivers, and when the bubbles burst, they erupted, emitting thick clouds of toxic smoke that filled the air with the sour smell of sulfur. At some point, a golden beam of light suddenly pierced through the thick black clouds, plummeting into the crater of an active volcano nestled within the mountain range, disappearing in a flash. A moment later, a figure shrouded in flames flew out from the crater. Zhao Sheng hovered above the volcano, looking up and surveying his surroundings, quickly memorizing the surrounding terrain. This was the third treasure hiding place he had chosen, disguised as the remains of a wandering cultivator. A barrier array had been set up outside, preventing even a nascent soul cultivator from entering without a pass. I've prepared my backup plan. Now it's time to visit the Huangshan sect, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself. Suddenly, he transformed into a mysterious light, soaring into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the black clouds, disappearing without a trace. In just over 100 breaths, he had flown from the Hazao Mountains to the Xianhou Plains, with Huangshan Peak already in sight. After nearly 200 years of absence, Zhao Sheng was astonished to find that Huangshan Peak had undergone a near-complete transformation. The entire mountain, from top to bottom, was blanketed in a sea of golden-roofed, yellow-walled temples. In the sunlight, Huangshan Peak shone with a dazzling golden glow, resembling a golden sacred mountain from afar, awe-inspiring and majestic. Zhao Sheng concealed his form and slowly flew from the front peak to the forbidden area behind. Along the way, he sensed the auras of numerous giant and true immortals. 3, in particular, stood out among the crowd like fireflies in the night. One of them was very familiar to him, Daozan's aura. The other 3 seemed somewhat unfamiliar, but they were all cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Due to his sensitive identity, Zhao Sheng chose not to reveal himself this time, merely observing from the shadows. He spent half a month touring all the important sites within the sect, thoroughly understanding the current state of the Huangshan sect, the number of those above the Jinden stage within the sect, and the missionary work he cared about most. As the acting leader of the Huangshan sect, Daozan undoubtedly worked diligently and tirelessly, working day and night. Under his leadership, the sect's missionary work flourished. Today, temples dedicated to Emperor Wangbian span the 9-demon continent, with an incalculable number of adherents. Furthermore, the Wangbian sect has become the preeminent human power on the 9-demon continent, maintaining friendly relations with the Guanshu and Leipeng tribes. Over the past century, humanity has united under the Wangbian sect's banner, pursuing a strategy of making friends with distant nations while attacking those nearer. They have also joined forces with the Guanshu and Leipeng tribes in waging annexation wars against alien tribes such as the Earth Python and the Giant Wild. Over this century, humanity has waged countless wars, both large and small, winning more than they lost. Not only has the human race expanded its territory by nearly a third, but it has also gained 2 more nascent soul-level ancestors. Both eventually joined the Wangbian sect, becoming supreme elders second only to Daozan. Upon learning this, Zhao Sheng nodded in agreement, finally letting go of his last remaining concerns. He decided to cease interfering in the affairs of the Wangbian sect and let everything take its course. After leaving the Huangshan sect, he spent 2 years roaming the other 3 continents, leaving behind a treasure trove in each as a backup plan. For over 2 years, the Blood God hadn't launched a single attack, seemingly ignoring him completely, leaving Zhao Sheng's 2 years of wandering in vain. However, this outcome gave him some sense of success, and he decided to secretly journey to the netherworld. A month later, the daylight season ended, and the dark night season arrived as expected. The 9-demon continent was about to plunge into a long dark season, with the cold wave sweeping across the land and heavy snow covering the earth. That very day, a golden light suddenly shot up from a mountaintop somewhere on the 9-demon continent, piercing into the vast darkness and streaking towards the boundless void sea beyond. Time passed, and Zhao Sheng edged closer and closer to the netherworld. 5 years later, a streak of light streaked forward from the depths of the dark void sea, revealing a vast, vibrant world before it. The netherworld had arrived. After a moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly stopped at the edge of the outer spiritual energy belt, his gaze warily surveying the area. Although he was still nearly 10 million miles from the boundary membrane, a few dozen miles further would put him within the spiritual energy belt. This meant that once he truly entered the Nether God realm's gravitational pull, the Blood God could detect him at any moment. What would happen then, whether he would survive or be struck by a thunderbolt, even Zhao Sheng himself didn't know. After observing for a while, finding nothing unusual, Zhao Sheng waved his hand and cast a divine invisibility talisman, naturally disappearing. He then flew along the edge of the spiritual energy belt toward the rising sun. After a long time, Zhao Sheng stopped again, gazing at the nether god realm, as if trying to confirm something. Below him lay a vast expanse of azure sea, yet within the sea stood 5 striking whirlpools. Anyone present would instantly recognize these 5 whirlpools as the renowned sea whirlpools, and this ocean was undoubtedly the Centipede Sea. Confirming he'd found the right spot, Zhao Sheng nodded in secret delight. Then, seemingly in mid-air, he sat cross-legged and began meditating with his eyes closed. Clearly, he was waiting for a certain moment to arrive. However, Zhao Sheng didn't wait long. Just 8 months later, the Wuzhou Sea began to undergo unusual changes. At first, various algae grew on the surface, until a thick blanket of algae covered the entire ocean. Then, one night, as darkness fell, the Wuzhou Sea suddenly shifted. The spiritual energy from the surrounding universe, stretching for billions of miles, converged on the ocean like a rolling tide. The sky gradually filled with dark clouds, lightning and thunder roared, and the pervasive fluctuations in space and time suddenly became extremely intense. Zhao Sheng, gazing at the strange phenomenon below, was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Without hesitation, a massive golden light erupted from his body, and he instantly transformed into a meteor, hurtling towards the Wuzhou Sea at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed the edge of the spiritual energy belt. Zhao Sheng felt a chill in his heart, as if he were being watched by a being. But the next moment, the chill suddenly dissipated, and he could no longer sense anything unusual. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, realizing that the blood god must have noticed him. However, the blood god hadn't done anything to him, perhaps because the star god had awakened. With this thought, Zhao Sheng gathered his thoughts, and the magical power in his dantian burst forth continuously, his escape speed increasing to lightning speed. In a matter of moments, thousands of miles of void were left behind. Riding light like a star, Zhao Sheng plunged through the boundary membrane, heading towards the rapidly manifesting vortex of time and space. At this moment, the sky and sea were filled with an unimaginable and overwhelming pressure. The vast divine consciousness emanating from the star god completely occupied the area of over 200,000 miles in radius. The natural laws of this world were actually repelled by this overwhelming force. Zhao Sheng glanced below and saw a dense network of floating fortresses and large and small saucer boats scattered around the vortex of time and space. The decks of various flying magical instruments were filled with cultivators, most of them eager to fight. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly turned his head to gaze at a void 100 miles away. Just then, an unusually powerful wave of divine consciousness flashed past. If nothing unexpected happened, that place must be hiding a being of the same divine transformation stage. Zhao Sheng, unwilling to cause any trouble, glanced at it briefly before passing it on. Soon, wisps of divine light shot from his brow, constantly attempting to connect with the star god consciousness that permeated the heavens and earth. After a few breaths, Zhao Sheng felt a sudden surge of joy. All around him, the world was hushed and still, as if an unimaginable behemoth suddenly cast a curious gaze at him. The next moment, his eyes grew blank, and his mind, as if drawn by some mysterious force, involuntarily emanated from his body and soared into the abyss. Suddenly, in a split second, Zhao Sheng's vision blurred, and he found himself upon a boundless ocean. This ocean was extremely strange, as if divided in two by an invisible boundary. The western half was calm and sunny, while the eastern half was ravaged by raging waves and torrential rain. Perhaps by coincidence, Zhao Sheng landed right in the middle of the ocean. His left side was as dark as night, while his right side was radiant with sunshine. Zhao Sheng gazed at this strange world, his eyes shifting as he wondered about the star god's current state of consciousness. It seemed the situation was even more dire than he had imagined. As Zhao Sheng pondered this, two identical dolls simultaneously materialized from the ocean on either side. The dolls stood only 3 feet tall, with red lips, white teeth, and rosy skin, appearing to be no more than 3 or 4 years old. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled upon seeing their faces, instantly recalling the child he had seen in the Killing Secret realm. The 3 were identical in appearance and build, save for a slight difference in age. "Why are you calling out to G? Why are you calling out to G?" Suddenly, 2 voices simultaneously entered his mind. One spoke in a cold and flat tone, while the other spoke with an innocent and romantic air, even possessing a touch of human touch. Two star gods flew over simultaneously, stopping 3 feet from Zhao Sheng. Looking closely, you could even see that the star gods were exactly the same distance from Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept over the two gods, awestruck. He then suppressed his emotions, trying to prevent the star gods from sensing his fluctuations. He clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "I am Zhao Qiangshan, and I greet your highnesses, your highness, your highness." Zhao Sheng's expression remained unchanged. "I have summoned you, your highness, to discuss a matter of great importance." When dealing with such straightforward star gods, there was no need to beat around the bush or exchange pleasantries. Just state your purpose directly and speak the truth. Zhao Sheng was experienced with this. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" Two voices simultaneously flooded Zhao Sheng's mind, using the same exact words, giving him a headache. "Your Highness, I will release some of my mind in a moment. You will see." With these words, Zhao Sheng proactively released 3 layers of mental defense, revealing a portion of his spiritual memories to the two star gods. A moment later, the expressions of the two dolls suddenly underwent an interesting shift. The star god on the side of the surging waves and raging storms actually showed a hint of human excitement. Meanwhile, the other remained expressionless. "I only thought it was impossible, I only thought it was possible, huh?" Zhao Sheng almost thought he had misheard, but then realized it was correct. For the first time since then, the two star gods' minds had diverged. This change invigorated Zhao Sheng, and he quickly asked, "Your Highnesses, over 1,000 years ago, Your Highness was split into two due to various misfortunes, unable to reunite. Over all these years, Your Highness has shown no growth at all. I only have one question, what is the reason?" "Only the miracle was taken away, only the miracle was taken away." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed at the words, and he suddenly realized. Star gods are sea godlike beings. Sea godlike beings are born as a race of miracles with infinite possibilities. The so-called miracle can be expressed in another way, as the ability to grow with infinite possibilities. If before being split into two, the star god had infinite potential and an unknown upper limit in the future, then after losing the miracle, the star god's potential changed from infinite to convergent. With a potential set, the upper limit in the future naturally became known. In this light, it is no wonder that when the star god went crazy, he actually provoked the true body of the powerful from the upper realm to descend. It is no wonder that the ascension formation was damaged. It turned out to be an act of venting anger. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng became more confident in his plan. So, he struck while the iron was hot and said, "Since your highness has lost a miracle, why not listen to me and create a miracle yourself? In my opinion, this miracle happens to be the blood god. Impossible, possible." Chapter 514 Lost in a Foreign Land. Unexpectedly, the two star gods once again reached diametrically opposed conclusions. Zhao Sheng was particularly struck by the fact that it was the star god from the Xianzhu realm who declared it impossible, while the star god from the nether god realm considered it possible. It seems that even sea gods, descended from the same origin, can gradually develop divergent collective consciousnesses due to their differing environments. A thought flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind, and he spoke calmly, "Your Highness, you may not know that the blood god, while a powerful human, follows a similar path to earthly immortality as yours. In this sense, the two can be considered to have reached the same destination, but through different paths. Since your highness has lost his miracle and is unable to reach the stage of complete development, why not emulate the blood god and achieve divine enlightenment? Compared to the ruthless blood god, I believe the laws of this realm favor your peaceful highness." After hearing this, the two star gods remained silent, but their bodies became slightly ethereal, and the ocean suddenly became a boundless expanse of brilliant seaweed. At that moment, Zhao Sheng saw clouds of consciousness, large and small, rising from the boundless algae carpet, emitting a bright and soft glow. The star god was concentrating on thinking. Zhao Sheng watched silently, not making a sound to interrupt. After a dozen breaths, the cloud of consciousness slowly faded into nothingness, and the endless seaweed on the surface sank back into the sea. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he secretly restrained the fluctuations of his consciousness. "Zhao Qiangshan, your proposal is excellent, but based on calculations, the probability of success is only 2.77%, said the star god of the Xianzhu realm. As soon as he finished speaking, another star god interrupted, "Yazao, your calculations are wrong. According to calculations, The success rate is 50%. Zhao, you've only been through the fetal confusion stage for 1,120 years, and you've already successfully broken through to the divine severing stage. In terms of calculation ability, you only have 1/10 of Zhi's. Zhi's calculations are more accurate, the star god of the Shiansu realm retorted expressionlessly. Zhao, you're wrong this time. Success means life, failure means death. Life and death are each half and half, so the success rate is also 50-50. Upon hearing this, the Shiansu realm star god's entire body shimmered violently, then regained its composure and immediately admitted, Zhao, you're right. Zhi was wrong this time. Zhao Sheng, standing nearby, couldn't help but look at the nether god realm star god in shock. You must know that in the star god's consciousness, Zhi himself has no concept of life and death. It's as if Zhi is constantly dying and being reborn. Therefore, the human definition of life and death holds no practical meaning for sea-god-like beings like the star god. However, this time, Zhao Sheng heard star god number 2 utter the words life and death are each half and half. What did this indicate? It suggests that star god number 2 has seemingly transcended the distributed thinking model unique to sea gods, at least in his perspective, incorporating a slight hint of human thinking. Zhao Sheng wasn't entirely sure what the blood god had done to the star god back then. But he knew only that the star god once possessed the body of a human child. It now appeared that the blood god's reckless actions had indeed left a lasting legacy within the consciousness of star god number 2. Zhao Sheng's scalp tingled at the thought. He quickly looked at star god number 2 and cautiously asked, Your Highness, do you hate the blood god? Hate is how you humans define it. We don't even have that concept, said star god number 2. Zhao Sheng felt relieved and asked again, Then, Your Highness, do you wish to replace the blood god? As long as I grow up, I do. This time, star god number 2's answer was unusually straightforward. Zhao Sheng's heart grew even happier upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but smile. Your Highness, although the blood god failed to merge with the Dao, his status remains. He has usurped the authority of heaven and is acting on its behalf, possessing immense power. I wonder how your Highness will slay the blood god and ultimately replace him with yourself. At this point, the celestial pillar star god remained silent. Only star god number 2 replied, The blood god is out there, helping the world to erase its original consciousness. Zhao Sheng's understanding flashed, and he instantly grasped the meaning of the star god's legend. He almost forgot that the star god's perspectives differed radically from those of humans. They could not only directly see the light string world of the heavenly laws behind the heavens and earth, but they could also see the blood god's essence, which resided within the heavenly laws. Since they could directly see, they could directly attack the blood god. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, secretly following the star god's train of thought and deducing the changes, while speaking thoughtfully, Your Highness, you have a point. However, the blood god has already seized the initiative and is now practically equal to the heavenly law. Although Your Highness has occupied the Wishao Sea, it is still dwarfed by it. Therefore, I have a suggestion, Your Highness. Why not first occupy all the vast oceans of this realm, and then attack the blood god? No, no, the 2 star gods shouted in unison, and Zhao Sheng instinctively asked, Why not? It would only get out of control, it would only get out of control. Upon hearing this, countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind. Before he could ask any more questions, an astronomical amount of information suddenly burst into his consciousness. This is a world of azure blue, encompassing over 90% of its surface area. Millions of years ago, a sea god miraculously emerged from the depths of the ocean. Then, countless years later, one day, a strange mass of flesh and blood suddenly tumbled back from the depths of the ethereal realm to the present world, landing, by a similarly 1 in a billion coincidence, in the ocean of this azure world. Then, an unprecedented red tide began. Endless seaweed proliferated relentlessly. The algae bloom continued for millennia, until every inch of the ocean surface was covered in a vast expanse of algae. The sea god became more powerful than ever. However, a drastic change occurred. The sea god's consciousness suddenly split into dozens of independent individuals, and an endless war of devouring began. Each time a victor emerged, a few years later, that victor's consciousness would split into dozens more. Thus, a new round of devouring wars began anew. Thus, the war of devouring continued, recurring again and again, until the entire world was sapped of life and reduced to a dead star. Only then did this meaningless war finally come to an end. This is what the star gods call loss of control, one of the great calamities most feared by sea godlike beings. After watching this scene, Zhao Sheng, despite the throbbing pain, pondered deeply. A moment later, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, a brilliant solution. Zhao Sheng looked at the two star gods and said solemnly, "Your Highness, I suggest that when you're on the verge of losing control, you attack the blood god. This will deplete much of his essence and, secondly, consume any excess consciousness, thus preventing a loss of control. Most importantly, as long as your Highness doesn't truly die, this attack pattern can be repeated countless times. By continuously depleting the blood god's essence, one day the blood god's consciousness will be completely obliterated." As Zhao Sheng spoke these words, the two star gods sank into a rare moment of deep thought. But he didn't have to wait long. Both star gods shone brightly, simultaneously announcing, "I think this method is feasible." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he quickly bowed his head and said, "I congratulate your Highness on finding the way forward. In the future, you will be able to kill the blood god, break away from the racial barriers, and successfully ascend to the position of Earth Immortal." After an unknown amount of time, after a moment of dizziness, Zhao Sheng broke away from the star god world, and his soul consciousness returned to his body. At this moment, he suddenly heard bursts of shouts and explosions in his ears. Zhao Sheng opened his eyes abruptly, and looked around, only to see a massive war unfolding before him. The battlefield was extremely chaotic, with fighting and death everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Densely packed cultivators formed battle formations, engaging in fierce spell bombardments. Every moment, scarred cloud boats crashed into the sea, and more corpses and wreckage fell into the sea like rain, dyeing the sea red for a while. The brutality of this war was 10 times more brutal than before, and even the number of participants from both realms and the scale of the war were even larger than before. Zhao Sheng even saw that both realms had sent out many nascent soul ancestors, who fought each other, and the outcome of life and death was often decided. Watching the horrific battle, Zhao Sheng resisted the urge to attack, slowly moving toward the space-time vortex hundreds of miles away. The Stargate war between the Ghost God and the Heavenly Pillar realms had a tacit agreement. Their respective divine transformation masters were forbidden from interfering, lest the situation truly spiral out of control. Zhao Sheng naturally had no intention of breaking this agreement. After all, the Heavenly Pillar realm was the weaker party, and it was even more crucial to maintain the current stalemate. Soon, Zhao Sheng carefully dodged a wave of divine probes from fellow divine transformation masters and slowly reached the edge of the space-time vortex. Without hesitation, he plunged in. However, at that moment, a startling change occurred. Suddenly, a colossal, blood-red face appeared at the edge of the sky. It opened its mouth slightly, as if breathing a breath of air into the space-time vortex. Instantly, the space-time vortex, spanning hundreds of miles, trembled violently, its edges expanding, contracting, and twisting dramatically, as if on the verge of collapse under some unimaginable force. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, the expressions of most cultivators suddenly changed drastically, with expressions of terror and panic on their faces. Even the nascent soul ancestors were unaware of the sudden change, nor the cause of the space-time vortex. Only a few transformation true lords could sense the appearance of the blood face of Heavenly Dao and the sudden, abnormal turmoil in the space-time fluctuations around them. Compared to the others, Zhao Sheng, who had just entered the space-time vortex, felt it most deeply. At the moment of the violent turbulence of space-time, Zhao Sheng suddenly felt a sense of alarm, and an overwhelming aura of death surged into his mind. In that instant, for the first time in his life, he felt the threat of death. He felt an endless storm of chaos, carrying unimaginable pressure, surging from all sides, seemingly crushing his body and spirit into dust. At the same time, an inexplicable dizziness suddenly erupted from the depths of his spirit. Zhao Sheng had only time to summon his life-defining magic weapon to protect his body before his head spun, and he suddenly lost all consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Sheng gradually regained consciousness. When the first complete thought was organized from his mind with difficulty, he instantly regained full consciousness, and all his 5 senses and 7 perceptions returned in an instant. Crack! Waves of intense pain that penetrated into the bone marrow surged from his body into his mind, making Zhao Sheng suddenly wake up. A powerful divine thought suddenly burst out from his purple mansion, sweeping across the surrounding area for 1,000 miles. Where am I? Zhao Sheng slowly opened his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar, pitch black, an empty outer space around him, muttering to himself with a grim expression. Undoubtedly, the blood god's sudden attack had caused a catastrophic change in his time-space journey, leaving him in an unknown place. Furthermore, Zhao Sheng was gravely injured and near death, his spirit body riddled with countless cracks, seemingly poised to collapse at any moment. But fortunately, he survived, still alive. A moment later, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, the purple palace between his brows gleaming like a star. A blazing magical light emanated from his body, and the sound of flowing water emanated from his body. His mangled body was visibly healing, accompanied by bursts of crackling sounds from his bones. The 10,000 fire cauldron hung above his head, emitting a soft flame that formed a thick, fiery shield that not only protected its owner's body but also illuminated the surrounding darkness. Time slowly passed, and the surrounding void grew darker, a deathly silence, almost nothingness. Zhao Sheng took 3 batches of high-level elixirs in succession, and it took an unknown amount of time before the injury to his soul was completely healed. As for the injury to his physical body, it had been healed for 800 years. At a certain time, there was an almost empty and dead void outside the domain. Zhao Sheng was surrounded by true fire, with a cauldron of 10,000 fires hanging above his head. He tried his best to open his eyes wide and look at this unfamiliar virtual sea. At this moment, in the depths of the dark virtual sea, there were only a dozen or so stars, all of which flickered with very faint light. Zhao Sheng looked at the void around him with an ugly expression, muttering to himself, "Oh no, I was ambushed by the blood god, and I don't know to what remote corner I was exiled. If I can't find the way home, I'm afraid I will be lost in this unknown virtual sea for the rest of my life." Not only Zhao Sheng hadn't expected this, perhaps no one else had. The blood god could be so cunning and treacherous. From the very beginning, it had clearly possessed the ability to interfere with this space-time vortex, yet it had kept it to itself. It wasn't until it finally killed Zhao Sheng that it suddenly revealed this hidden card. This move was incredibly ingenious, and cost virtually nothing. Anyone else would have perished long ago, but Zhao Sheng was incredibly lucky and fortunate, having barely managed to survive. At this point, a sense of dread welled up in his heart, not so much fear of death, but fear that his grand plan would be aborted mid-flight. Gazing at the vast expanse of space, countless thoughts raced through Zhao Sheng's mind, and he quickly identified a possible way to find his way home. He immediately poured out a vast array of array plates, flags, spirit stones, and other items from his sumer ring and began setting them up on the spot. 2 days later, a 3-tiered altar was constructed, surrounded by 36 array flags. The flags glowed with a faint light, forcing back the surrounding darkness. At this time, Zhao Sheng stood solemnly in the center of the altar, with dense array patterns under his feet. He held a palm-sized blood-colored talisman in his hands and muttered something. Chapter 515, the Xiantian tribe suddenly appeared, and the deal mentioned by the life monster. As Zhao Sheng's entire body radiated a faint golden glow, streams of pure mana flowed from his hands like water into the blood-colored talisman, causing it to glow with a shimmering bloody light. After completing his incantation, Zhao Sheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, spraying it onto the blood-colored talisman. Instantly, the talisman's bloody light intensified, igniting into a ball of blood-colored flames. This explosion transformed into a vast, blood-colored haze that expanded into the surrounding void. Zhao Sheng's gaze suddenly focused, an array of divine light emanated from his brow, merging into the bloody light. As the blood-colored haze permeated the altar and enveloped all 36 formation flags, all of them suddenly erupted in a thick, blood-colored glow. A dazzling mass of blood-colored light shot up into the sky, instantly condensing into tens of thousands of threads that shot out in all directions, vanishing into the darkness of the void. Leveraging the power of the formation, Zhao Sheng unlocked the full potential of his bloodline resonance technique, increasing its effectiveness by more than 1,000-fold. Next, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, his blood and essence surging like a simmering fire. A divine light shone brightly from his brows, as he concentrated on sensing the resonance deep within his bloodline. 1 breath, 2, 3. A full cup of tea passed, and Zhao Sheng still felt no response from the bloodline resonance. Just as he was about to give up, filled with regret, he suddenly sensed an unusually faint disturbance rippling through the depths of his bloodline. Once, twice. Though the disturbance was almost imperceptibly weak, Zhao Sheng captured it with uncanny precision. "It's coming from above." Zhao Sheng, overjoyed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked upward. There was still the vast, deep, boundless darkness, but it pointed the way home. Zhao Sheng soared into the air, a vast expanse of divine light emanating from his brows. The divine light swept up the altar and the formation flag, then suddenly flew into the sumer ring on his right index finger. Then he waved his right hand, and a flash of light appeared before his eyes. A small spaceship with a diameter of 100 feet and made entirely of black gold appeared before him. Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and a door suddenly and silently opened in the lower abdomen of the spaceship, and he slipped in. The next second, the disc boat suddenly soared into the sky, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a beam of black light, flew into the dark and disappeared without a trace. In the first year of sailing, there was nothing in the empty sea ahead, no signs of life existed. The intensity of the blood disturbance remained unchanged. In the 10th year of sailing, the empty sea ahead remained unchanged, without any signs of life. The intensity of the disturbance did not change, and I began to sort out what I had learned in my life. In the 60th year of sailing, everything was the same as usual without any changes. The consumption of high-quality spirit stones was huge, and the disc boat switched to constant speed flight. I found that in the vacuum and soulless environment, the speed of spiritual energy dissipation was greatly accelerated, and even the mana after the qualitative change was also consumed all the time. Interesting phenomenon. Now there is another way to kill time. In the 100th year of sailing, I made a big discovery, and I have to write it down immediately. Haha, it turns out that fire is not only fire, but also, 150th year since our voyage. The disc boat was worn down by the turbulent currents of the void. I forged a new one and continued my journey home. Today is a joyous day, but the disturbance has actually increased a bit. I'm keeping my eye out for bad news. My cultivation has stagnated, and it seems I have no hope of returning to the void in this lifetime, 200th year since our voyage. Today, the brilliance of the last star was finally completely swallowed by darkness, but I'm not surprised. Compared to being lost in the void sea, this loneliness is nothing. Unfortunately, my soul has inexplicably weakened. I suspect it's due to the void sea's environment, or perhaps some unknown attack. I've tried every kind of spiritual elixir, but it's ineffective. My soul's power continues to drain. After countless deductions, I've once again confirmed that the void sea beyond a domain is full of unknown dangers. Some unknown law exists here that continuously wears away one's soul. No method can currently prevent this, so I can only find ways to slow the soul's aging. 200 years since the start of the voyage, another milestone. The disk has already traveled a full eon, but the void sea ahead remains unchanged. Due to the unique environment, my understanding of the great Dao of fire has greatly improved. The fireball, which originally lasted 3 days before disintegrating, has now successfully increased to 10. The intensity of the disturbance seems to have increased slightly, but perhaps it's an illusion. 280 years since the start of the voyage. Never mind, let's just call it 300 years, it's just a number after all. I've temporarily devised a method that significantly slows the loss of my soul's power, barely maintaining my spiritual transformation state. My cellular willpower has inexplicably surged, but my lifespan has strangely decreased. I suspect it's the influence of the void sea's laws. In my next life, I must warn future generations, unless your soul has achieved success, never attempt to cross the void sea. Sailing in a vast, yet dead and empty outer sea, the greatest enemy is never time, but the unimaginable unknowns and mysteries. 300 years after the start of the voyage, the dark void sea remains as empty and silent as ever. In the control cabin atop the disc-shaped ship, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless like a stone statue. In the air before him, a fist-sized, blazing white fireball burned silently, its brilliant light illuminating the dim cabin. After a long pause, Zhao Sheng's body trembled, and he exhaled a long breath. A radiant, watery glow washed over his body, and he felt completely alive. At the same moment, the blazing white fireball suddenly plummeted, transforming into a streak of flame that sank into his Danshan Qi sea, then transformed into a wisp of mana, which merged into the vast sea of mana. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and Zhao Sheng slowly opened his eyes. A hint of surprise crossed his eyes as he watched countless cracks creep across the bulkhead ahead. Something's wrong again, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, then, as usual, released his divine consciousness. This divine consciousness pierced the entire disc-shaped ship, spreading in all directions, instantly enveloping the void for 1,000 miles. The next moment, Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed, a look of sudden confusion and alarm on his face. Beyond the disc boat, an all-pervasive fog suddenly filled the heavens and earth. The mist was an indescribable grayish-white, boundless and ever-shifting, swirling and drifting. Occasionally, streaks of dark golden lightning pierced the void, thickening the mist ever more. Zhao Sheng's face suddenly changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. These dark golden flashes had emerged from the Nine Netherworld, effortlessly breaking through the barriers of time and space and plunging into the void of this world. Even more horrifying was the fact that the grayish-white fog not only existed in the void of this world, but also occupied the shadows of the ethereal realm beneath it. Zhao Sheng was completely oblivious as strands of dark golden lightning, like tentacles, reached deep into his soul, instinctively beginning to analyze his past and present lives. At that moment, an indescribable radiance suddenly erupted from the deepest depths of his soul sea, instantly obliterating all the dark golden tentacles. A thin jade volume faintly emerged beneath the radiance. It was the Book of 100 Worlds. Oh no, for some unknown reason, Zhao Sheng's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding subconsciously arose within him. He hurriedly drew out his compass disc and channeled a stream of divine consciousness into it. The bronze needle in the center of the disc spun wildly, showing no sign of stopping. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed even more. He immediately put away the compass disc and began counting with his fingers. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng's face sank as he flew out of the disc-shaped craft. As he flew out, the spacecraft silently crumbled before his eyes, disintegrating into fragments of varying sizes, then disintegrating into a mass of golden dust, which was eventually consumed by the gray-white mist. Even though Zhao Sheng had been prepared, he felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. He quickly released his spiritual realm, shielding his entire body. Then, with a flick of his right hand, a silver-white disc-shaped boat materialized. Zhao Sheng flashed, flying inside the boat. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from it, and it vanished into the distance. 3 months passed in a flash. After the last of the backup spacecraft was destroyed, Zhao Sheng gazed at the gray-white mist surrounding him and had to admit he was trapped. He looked around, and the mist was thick with dark gold lightning, a dense rain of rain. A roar, inaudible to the human ear, echoed through the mist. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng felt an instinctive unease, as if an indescribable presence was watching him from above. The dense, dark gold lightning was like its eyes, causing the pervasive gray-white mist to surge and thicken with each opening and closing of its eyes. Just as his hair stood on end, and he was about to turn and flee, an incomprehensible, immense mental wave suddenly penetrated his mind, shaking his very being as if under an immense, invisible pressure. This mental wave was complex and varied, containing an absurdly high level of information entropy, nearly surpassing the limits of human cognition. However, once you perceive it, it's as if you're listening to the voice of the great Tao, profoundly mysterious and filled with infinite truths and principles. The next moment, the grayish-white mist vanished, and a flood of dark gold lightning converged, revealing a strange creature with 1,000 pupils and 10,000 arms. Hanging from its arms were ornaments resembling compasses of a unique style. The compasses were made of an unprecedented material, yet each one emanated a powerful vibration that shook Zhao Sheng's heart. Greetings, a human cultivator favored by fate. This strange, unimaginably powerful being slowly descended, speaking in the purest human language. Zhao Sheng's shock faded, and he bowed slightly, saying, "Human cultivator Zhao Qiangshan, greets your highness, the favored one of humanity's fate." The strange creature slowly approached Zhao Sheng. "It is with great surprise. It seems that within your origin lies a sacred object that I fear, your highness. Do you desire it?" Zhao Sheng stared at the Xianshan primordial clan, his gaze unwavering, yet within his heart, he was already bracing himself for the destruction of his own soul. "No, it protects you, it belongs to you. And fate will not allow me to take it away." The strange creature blinked its densely packed dark golden eyes, and an infinite light emanated from it, instantly transforming into a long, grayish-white river with no apparent origin or destination. Zhao Sheng felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing this, and curiously asked, "Your highness, are you the legendary true immortal?" Haha. The strange creature couldn't help but laugh at this, as if it had heard something extremely amusing. "Human cultivator, you're truly amusing. This is the funniest thing I've heard in the past year. Immortals are a concept you humans hold. I'm a descendant of the Xianshan primordial clan, my status equivalent to that of a Daluo golden immortal, far superior to a mere immortal." The strange creature spoke matter-of-factly, its true form transforming into human form. This was an elderly human wearing a crown, with a fair complexion, a long, unruly beard, and a rather unruly demeanor. His robes were so magnificent that they seemed to be shrouded in 1,000 brilliant galaxies, radiating a dazzling starlight. See? This figure belongs to the last human fate's favored one I traded with. Their name seems to be Qi Ruxin. Zhao Sheng suppressed his shock and said respectfully, "May I ask your highness's name? Our clan was born before the chaos. Our true name is beyond human cognition and difficult to accurately express, but my name is Zhen." The strange creature pondered. As for our clan's name, let's call us Fate Demons. Zhao Sheng, having first come into contact with his ancient primordial clan, was filled with unquenchable curiosity. Seeing the other party seemed quite approachable, he blinked and confirmed, "Fate Demon." "Fate Demon," the Xiantian primordial clan member nodded. Zhao Sheng calmed himself. "Your Highness just mentioned a trade. I wonder what you mean by trade." He was now stranded in a foreign land. If he could receive help from the Xiantian primordial clan and safely return home, it would be wonderful. Fate Demon Zhen nodded. "You are very smart, human cultivator. Every person favored by fate who sees my true body can make a fair deal with me. But before the deal, I follow the original sacred teachings and ask a question. May I ask? Is fate unchangeable?" Zhao Sheng thought for a while and said, "In my opinion, fate is never certain. It changes every moment." Fate Demon Zhen was silent for a long time, then said, "I am very satisfied with your answer. Tell me your wish and I will fulfill it." Hearing this, Zhao Sheng felt extremely strange. "Your Highness, if my wish is to become an immortal on the spot, can you also fulfill it?" The Fate Demon looked down at Zhao Sheng and said meaningfully, "I said the deal is fair, as long as you can afford the equivalent fate." Zhao Sheng heard this and shook his head repeatedly. "Forget it. I heard a motto in my early years that all gifts bestowed by fate have been secretly marked with a price." Upon hearing this, the Fate Demon's eyes lit up. This motto directly points to the meaning of our race's existence. "I wonder which human ancestor said it." Zhao Sheng was startled and shook his head. "I don't know. I just heard it casually back then, and I've long forgotten who said it." "Oh, I see. I understand." The Fate Demon didn't ask any further questions, but continued, "Human cultivator, tell me your wish." Zhao Sheng tentatively asked, "I wish to return to my homeland, the Shiansu realm. May I ask, Your Highness, what is the price?" "I don't need you to pay now. One day in the future, when the compass of fate begins to turn, I will appear and claim what is rightfully mine," the Fate Demon said. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he nodded silently. Chapter 516 Return. At this moment, perhaps sensing Zhao Sheng's fluctuations in consciousness, the Fate Demon Zhen expressed disappointment. "Human cultivator, your heart is filthy. Don't use your vulgar, insect-like thoughts to speculate on our actions." Zhao Sheng, startled, quickly replied, No, Your Highness may have misunderstood. I simply wonder why Your Highness would do this. After all, before the great, I am as insignificant as an ant. Mortal, with your shallow and limited wisdom, how can you possibly comprehend our clan's great mission?" The Fate Demon smile tinged with displeasure. "In truth, I'm not as evil as you imagine, and I have no conspiracy. I'm merely correcting the trajectory of fate, preventing the great Dao of destiny from spiraling into disorder." Zhao Sheng listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. In other words, the Fate Demon race was born with a mission of safeguarding the great Dao of destiny. For the first time, Zhao Sheng realized that something like the great Dao order existed in this universe and time. It sounded like a kind of destiny. Zhao Sheng's thoughts were completely unnoticed by the Fate Demon. It spoke coldly, "Lucky human cultivator. Our race is immortal, possessing boundless power. A single thought can destroy countless worlds. Your so-called immortality, your so-called dominance over all the heavens and universes, pales in comparison to our Xiantian primordial clan. We have long since shed such frivolous pursuits. Having witnessed the creation of the universe and watched the supreme Dao ancestors transcend one after another, we have long understood the ultimate path. Though the Xiantian primordial clan are all losers who fell before the other side of the great Dao, and though our Fate Demon clan is now reduced to the guardians of fate, I will never forget my desire for transcendence." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng gave the crowned elder a deep look, letting go of all his guard. He asked frankly, "Your Highness, are you seeking a way to escape the constraints of fate?" "You are clever. Of all the human beings favored by fate I have met, You are the 6,726th one to have dared to ask this question. You're absolutely right. While our clan is the guardian of the great Dao of destiny, we are also its victims. All Dalao beings who attempt to control the great Dao of destiny are sworn enemies of our fate demon clan. Human cultivator, do you understand now? So that's it. Zhao Sheng understood. It seemed that his encounter with a fate demon was most likely not a coincidence, but rather a certain inevitability. In other words, he might very well embark on a cultivation path related to the great Dao of destiny in a future life. This is why the fate demon clan preemptively alters the fates of certain lucky individuals through transactions upstream in time, thus silencing unforeseen threats. This speculation suddenly made Zhao Sheng wonder if other innate clans, like the fate demons, were also tasked with protecting a particular great Dao. Could they also engage in similar behavior? No wonder so few beings in the universe ultimately achieve the status of great Dao ancestor. It turns out that at the end of the great Dao, a group of innate clans rivaling Dalao Jinxin stand in the way. Zhao Sheng felt a chill in his heart, muttering to himself, so that's how it is, Alice, the human race is indeed one of the protagonists of this Huangmeng era. A mere mortal is so intelligent. No wonder, as the words came to the end, the language spoken by the fate demon was beyond Zhao Sheng's cognition, and he couldn't understand what he was saying at all. I have revealed enough secrets. Let's stop here. So, human cultivator, do you only want to return to your hometown? Do you want to change your wish, such as becoming an immortal? The fate demon continued. To me, these two wishes are the same, and it is easy to realize them. The fate demon Zhen tempted him to change his mind many times by promising to become an immortal on the spot. To be honest, Zhao Sheng wouldn't have been tempted, but he still chose to give in. I appreciate your kindness, your highness. But now, I simply want to return to my home, the Xiansu realm. The crowned elder, transformed by the fate demon, looked surprised. Are you truly no longer considering it? Zhao Sheng smiled. This was the first time he sensed a hint of humanity in the other's shifting demeanor. I truly am not considering it anymore. He suddenly understood something and nodded earnestly. Alice, you don't know what you've missed. Those with different philosophies cannot work together, the fate demon sighed. Then, its human form collapsed. It had lost interest in conversing with Zhao Sheng. At that moment, the world collapsed, a grayish-white mist emerged, and the fate demon transformed once again into a bizarre form with 1,000 eyes and arms. Immediately, mist surged, and dark golden lightning converged. In an instant, a vast, boundless galaxy emerged. The three-dimensional star map resembled a vast, swirling nebula, with countless stars swirling within, emitting faint starlight. On the outer edge of the nebula, a palm-sized area was obscured by grayish-white mist. Compared to the surrounding stars, this grayish-white area appeared incredibly magnificent, 1,000,000 times larger. Zhao Sheng was deeply moved by the vastness of the galaxy. The life demon, with a single thought, absorbed the trace of his bloodline aura and then injected it into the star map. In the next instant, a star on the eastern edge of the nebula, adjacent to the grayish-white area, suddenly turned a faint blood-red color. Zhao Sheng simultaneously sensed a clear bloodline resonance within his body, indicating his target was near the star. With a slight wave of the life demon's hand, the galaxy map vanished, while the spacetime surrounding the crimson star expanded 1,000,000,000-fold. A strange yet familiar starry sky suddenly appeared before Zhao Sheng. However, his gaze suddenly fell on a third planet beyond the sun. There, a vibrant interplay of blue and white shone, and a towering mountain pillar jutted out from the outer realm, strikingly conspicuous. It was his home, the Xiansu realm. It's a shame we're so close, only a mere 400 years old. I ask again, are you truly unwavering in your feelings? You must know that for thousands of years, perhaps even for the rest of your life, I will be your greatest opportunity, the fate demon kindly reminded him again. No. Your Highness, please use your magical powers to send me home, Zhao Sheng smiled, his tone firm. Okay, before we part, I'll give you a small gift. Lucky patron of the human race, the sound lingered, and a gray-white mist surged violently, obscuring the fate demon's true form. Zhao Sheng could only see a dense stream of dark golden lightning swarming towards him. The next moment, his vision blurred, and when he saw the scene clearly again, he was utterly shocked. Thousands of miles ahead of him, Xiansu Mountain towered skyward, its imposing mass stretching endlessly in both directions, dominating most of his field of vision. The ascension platform atop the mountain was enveloped in a dazzling, flowing light. Occasionally, streams of sinister, blood-red light could be seen tearing through the cloud of light from the formation, effortlessly carving holes hundreds of feet across. Vast, powerful surges of magical energy suddenly emanated from the ascension platform. Zhao Sheng's expression changed slightly upon witnessing this, and he suddenly transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the ascension platform. A mere 1,000 miles of space passed in a flash. Reaching the edge of the defensive formation, Zhao Sheng abruptly stopped and gazed towards the ascension platform. A thrilling battle between two incarnations of the gods took hold before his eyes. As he caught sight of that familiar, massive figure, his heart tightened. In an instant, a terrifying murderous intent erupted, charging straight for the ascension platform. Boom! The void behind Zhao Sheng instantly distorted and blurred, and a brilliant sun with a diameter of 10,000 feet suddenly appeared, emitting extreme and boundless light and heat. The appearance of his primordial spirit immediately alarmed the three peak-level divine transformation masters battling on the ascension platform. Damn it! Who's out there? At that moment, a blood-red figure, shrouded in blood, suddenly retreated to the edge of the platform, looking out with a furious roar. With a roar, the sea of blood beneath it surged into a vast wave. Countless pale faces rose from the waves, trailing long, blood-red tails of flame as they madly rushed towards the Ascension Tower. Before the shimmering Ascension Tower, a towering giant, over 9 feet tall in a dark yellow body as if cast in gold, suddenly beamed with joy. Without even glancing at the attacking blood spirit, he delivered a powerful punch. The fist's light swept forth, filling the heavens and earth, annihilating the blood spirits in the air with a crushing force. At the same moment, a flash of Buddha's light appeared, and a frail old monk in tattered robes suddenly appeared beside the giant. He exclaimed with delight, "I consulted someone earlier, and the divination indicates a rebirth. At this crucial moment, reinforcements have indeed arrived." The Zhuanghuang giant, Zhao Zhuanjing, the ancestor of the Zhao family, ignored the mad monk's words, his eyes fixed on the figure before the great Sun Dharma image. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Seeing this, the mad monk also looked outside the ascension platform. Upon catching a clear glimpse of the newcomer's face, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Just then, a thunderous, stern voice echoed from outside, "Old ancestor, be well. I hope your grandson isn't too late." Haha, just in time, Zhao Zhuanjing laughed heartily, his cold gaze falling on the blood godson. Seeing that the chance to destroy the Ascension Tower was impossible, the blood-colored ghost suddenly manifested a pale, gloomy face and shouted sinisterly, "Damn it, Zhao Jianglong, you're lucky. We'll see what happens in the future." Without hesitation, the sea of blood beneath it suddenly condensed into a blood-red ball of light, easily piercing the vast array of light clouds and plummeting towards the boundary membrane below at incredible speed. A fierce gleam flashed in Zhao Sheng's eyes, and the great Sun Dharma image behind him suddenly emerged with thousands of enormous, blazing white flaming swords. With a wave of his hand, a dense swarm of flaming swords shot out like lightning, rapidly pursuing the blood-red ball of light. The next moment, he transformed into a mysterious light and was about to give chase when he heard, "Kaiongshan, don't chase. Let it go." Hearing Zhao Zhuanjing's command, Zhao Sheng dispersed a mysterious light and looked up at the ascension platform, just in time to see a path of light split open in the vast array of light clouds. He smiled faintly, and his body suddenly vanished from the spot. Soon, Zhao Sheng, Zhao Zhuanjing, and the Mad Monk, the three incarnations, reunited in front of the Ascension Tower. Zhao Zhuanjing retracted his Zhuanghuang battle body and shrank back to just over 2 feet tall. He looked at the slightly weathered Zhao Sheng, speechless with excitement. The Mad Monk, standing beside him, instinctively circled around him twice, gazing at him again and again. He exclaimed in amazement, "Amitabha! I thought you had perished in the temporal storm, but I never imagined you'd come back alive. Boss Zhao, you've truly deceived the world." The Mad Monk spoke this way because the Zhao family of Nanshan had previously announced that the natal soul lamp enshrined in the ancestral hall by the 16th ancestor of the family had suddenly gone out, signifying their demise. Who could have imagined that Zhao Kaiongshan would not only resurrect from the dead, but even ascend to the rank of a rare incarnation, a true lord of incarnation? Zhao Zhuanjing looked at his most outstanding descendant with satisfaction, not caring at all about the Mad Monk's slight sarcasm. "Grandson, I've made the old ancestor worried." Zhao Sheng straightened his robe and bowed deeply to Zhao Zhuanjing. "It's good that he's back, it's good, haha. Zhao Xuanjing laughed heartily and reached out to help him up. The anger that had been pent up in his heart for 500 years was finally released. Zhao Sheng stood up straight, a happy smile on his face. If it weren't for the help of the Fate Demon this time, he would never have been able to fly across the 400 eternity-long distance sea in this lifetime, nor would he have been able to return home alive. After a hearty laugh, Zhao Xuanjing faltered and turned to the mad monk. "Old monk, my grandson and I have a lot to discuss. As for you, go where you need to go, you're so good, Boss Zhao. Who helped you fight off the blood god? You want to chase me away with just one word, but I won't leave." Zhao Xuanjing couldn't help but laugh and cry at the mad monk's deliberate tantrum. He couldn't resort to forceful tactics against his centuries-old comrade. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng took 2 gentle steps forward and flipped his hand. A flash of light flashed between his fingers, and suddenly a foot-tall golden Buddha statue, seemingly made of wood, appeared in his hand. The Buddha sat half-slumped, its face a mixture of smile and anger. Each of its hands formed a strange seal, emitting a subtle and profound Zen aura. "Huh? What is this?" the mad monk stammered in shock. "This statue of the Buddha Kala is something I stumbled upon by chance. I'll give it to Senior Mad Monk today, actually." Zhao Sheng had found the statue from the Sumeru ring, and since it was useless, he decided to give it to the mad monk and send him off. "Okay, you said so yourself, don't regret it later." The mad monk snatched the statue, his expression extremely serious. This great living Buddha of the Great Snow Mountain Sacred Heart Temple was truly an outlier among the countless monks, unconcerned with his living Buddha status. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, "Rest assured, Senior, I will never regret it. Very well, I'll find a place to meditate and contemplate the Buddhist principles, and won't disturb you too. Go, go." With that, the mad monk raised his palm, and lotus blossomed with each step. In an instant, he walked out of the ascension platform, quickly descending into the depths of the vast sea of clouds, and disappeared. After the crazy monk left, Zhao Xuanjing asked anxiously, "Kaiongshan, tell me quickly, why have you appeared in the past 500 years, and where have you been hiding?" 500 years, Zhao Sheng was shocked when he heard that. Chapter 517, 500 Years of Change. "Kaiongshan, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Xuanjing noticed Zhao Sheng's expression and asked with concern. Zhao Sheng shook his head. "Nothing. Perhaps I've been traveling in the void sea for too long, and time is a bit blurry, so that's how it is. It seems that the time-space storm back then accidentally stranded you in the outer void sea. Fortunately, it's not too far from this world, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous." Zhao Xuanjing breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Sheng echoed, "I also think it must have been blessed by our ancestors, so we're lucky enough to survive." He deliberately didn't mention his encounter with the Fate Demon, because even the mere mention of such beings, comparable to Dalao Jingxin, could land those who knew them in grave trouble. Out of caution, Zhao Sheng naturally kept the matter to himself. Furthermore, the number of 500 years suddenly reminded him of an even more shocking truth. The Fate Demon Zhen very likely possessed supreme magical powers, allowing him to travel freely between the present and the future. This possibility was extremely high. As far as he knew, the Supreme Dao ancestor merged the past, present, and future into one, having successfully transcended the vast river of time and space, able to travel freely between them. Dalao Jingxin, second only to the Supreme Dao ancestor, might not be able to return to the past, but they were highly likely capable of arbitrarily anchoring time points downstream in the vast river of time and space. This indirectly explained why, upon returning to the Xianzhu realm, he coincidentally encountered the blood god Sun attacking the ascension platform. Perhaps this timing was particularly sensitive. What would have happened if he hadn't arrived in time? Zhao Sheng speculated that the blood god Sun's plot might have succeeded. This led to the conclusion that the fate of Zhao Xuanjing and even the entire Xianzhu realm might have been altered by him at this very moment. Any change in the trajectory of fate would inevitably create immeasurable variations downstream in the vast river of time. Zhao Sheng, recalling the little gift a Fate Demon had mentioned, was filled with trepidation. Despite his meticulous preparations, he ultimately couldn't escape the Fate Demon scheme. According to the transaction rules of the Fate Demon clan, he must have owed a huge cause and effect this time. When the Fate Demon comes to his door one day in the future, Zhao Sheng simply cannot imagine what a huge price he will pay. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng suddenly interrupted Zhao Xuanjing and asked with pretended curiosity, "Ancestor, Why is the blood god son so rampant that he dared to trespass into the ascension platform this time? What is his ulterior motive? Zhao Xuanjing's face became serious when he heard this. You are back at the right time. If you hadn't scared it away, the Ascension Tower would be in danger this time. Zhao Sheng was a little confused. Ascension Tower? You mean that the blood god son has been here many times, and its goal is to destroy the Ascension Tower? Why is that? Zhao Xuanjing showed emotion. You just came back from outside the domain, and you have no idea that so many changes have happened in the past 700 years. I will tell you in detail later. Now you'd better take a rest and recuperate. Wait until you are fully recovered before talking about other things. After hearing what he said, Zhao Sheng felt an extremely strong sense of fatigue in his heart. The heavy psychological pressure that had accumulated day and night for 300 years suddenly broke out at this moment. Grandfather, I'll go down and rest now. I'll take my leave. Zhao Sheng bowed to Zhao Xuanjing, then turned and flew to the west side of the square. He found a jade slab and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes and quickly fell into the deepest sleep. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the morning of the 4th day, as the first rays of sunlight touched his eyelids, Zhao Sheng's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he suddenly woke from the deepest dream. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the sun, just peeked out from the end of the curve of the earth. Zhao Sheng suddenly stretched his body, and a crackling sound like firecrackers suddenly emanated from his joints, and his skin was covered with a soft glow like flowing water. Awake? Great! Come quickly and join me for a drink. Zhao Sheng looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhao Xuanjing's huge body sitting cross-legged on the ground, his back against the Ascension Tower, waving at him happily. On the ground before him lay 2 jars, half the height of a man. Their outer walls were crystal clear, their interiors filled with a fiery, viscous liquor as red as magma. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly at this, then, without moving from his seat, soared into the air, flying across several dozen feet to land beside Zhao Xuanjing. Grandfather, since you're so refined, I'll certainly join you. But ordinary spirit wine won't do me any good. You're quite a picky drinker. But I can handle it. Look at these 2 jars of fire dragon wine before you. They've been chilled in the ice for 1,000 years. The last trace of their toxic heat has melted away, making them perfect for us to imbibe at the level of a spirit transformation. Remember, there are only 2 jars in the world, and they're right here. One for each of us, Zhao Xuanjing said, slapping the seal off the jars and casually pushing one towards Zhao Sheng. Then, eagerly, he opened his mouth and took a sip. A stream of crimson liquid instantly shot out from the jar and landed in his mouth. As the wine entered his throat, Zhao Xuanjing's face suddenly flushed crimson, then revealed an expression of intoxication. At that moment, a strong aroma of alcohol burst forth from the jar, rapidly condensing into a vast fiery cloud in the air. Scarlet dragon shadows swirled and swirled within the mist, emitting waves of fragrant, exotic aroma. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng opened his mouth and took a sip. The dragon shadows, wrapped in a thick stream of wine, flew into his mouth. As soon as the wine was swallowed, his stomach erupted like a volcano. Countless wisps of scorching heat, accompanied by a strangely cool aura, surged upward, penetrating his purple mansion soul. Instantly, Zhao Sheng's mind felt incredibly clear, and even in his slightly tipsy state, countless brilliant ideas emerged. At the same time, his primordial spirit and consciousness actually experienced a slight increase. Huh? Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately inhaled another draught of wine. After swallowing it, his consciousness indeed increased slightly. He hadn't expected the Millennium Fire Dragon wine to be so effective, so he immediately ignored his politeness and began to drink it in big gulps. Half an hour later, the wine jar tipped over. Zhao Sheng's belly bulged slightly, and 2 clouds of crimson wine appeared on both sides of his cheeks. He was already about 30% drunk. Zhao Xuanjing, on the other hand, became more and more energetic as he drank. In the end, his eyes were frighteningly bright, but there was no trace of drunkenness on his face. He looked extremely sober. It's so refreshing. I haven't felt so refreshed in a long time, haha. Zhao Xuanjing threw the wine jar away and suddenly burst into laughter. Zhao Sheng wiped his face, wiped off the alcohol, and regained consciousness. He suddenly sighed. Grandfather, you have been struggling for so many years. Now it's time for you to take a break and let your grandson share the heavy responsibility. Get lost, I'm fine. When will it be your turn to make decisions for me? Zhao Xuanjing laughed and scolded after hearing this. Well, That's what our ancestors taught me. I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong, Zhao Sheng replied with a smile, his face devoid of any anger. Seeing this, Zhao Zunjing couldn't help but sigh. You're a man of great insight. You're right. The situation in the Xianzhu realm is dire. Just 70 years after you were stranded outside the realm, the time-space seal at the Xianzang Plain was breached, allowing the Nether God realm to launch a massive attack on ours. Since then, the war between the two realms has been ongoing, lasting nearly 500 years. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng's expression suddenly grew grave. He had guessed from the Blood God Sun's intrusion into the Ascension platform that the situation in the Xianzhu realm might be dire, but he hadn't anticipated its severity. Zhao Zunjing continued, no one could have imagined that the opening of the Stargate 500 years ago would be its final one. Not only did you disappear, but our entire army that had invaded the Nether God realm was also lost in the alien realm. It was precisely because our major forces suffered heavy losses that spies from the Netherworld realm exploited their vulnerability and successfully opened the Great Rift in space-time, causing an unprecedented catastrophe that devastated countless lives. Zhao Sheng listened silently to Zhao Zunjing's story, his mind shimmering with thought. Perhaps his return alive had relieved the Zhao ancestor, who was now in high spirits. Once Zhao Zunjing started, he couldn't stop, speaking for the entire day. This also gave Zhao Sheng a deep and clear understanding of the major events that had occurred in the Xianzhu realm over the past few hundred years. There were so many things going on that it was difficult to begin. According to the timeline, there were three major events that must be mentioned 500 years ago: the closure of the Stargate, the artificial opening of the Great Rift in spacetime, the beginning of the war between the two realms, and the rampant proliferation of star algae in the shattered star sea. The first two have already been discussed and will not be elaborated on for now. The third event was caused by him. Zhao Sheng was the instigator, and he understood the truth better than anyone else. In other words, Zhao Sheng had miscalculated. Back then, he had repeatedly urged the star gods to fully expand their main body, intending to persuade the one in the Centipede Sea to do the same. Unexpectedly, those in the Broken Star Sea would follow suit, far exceeding his expectations. Fortunately, for the past 500 years, the star algae have merely continued to proliferate wildly, without causing major disasters. The current situation is under control. Although Zhao Sheng harbored some concerns, he could ignore them for now. His greatest concern lay in the war spreading from the sky-burial plain to all of Central Continent. 430 years ago, an alien army led by the Xiandao sect invaded the sky-burial plain, catching all forces in the Xianzhu realm off guard. In less than a year, the entire sky-burial plain fell to the enemy. While the Nether God realm army was constructing its permanent fortress, it also unleashed an endless stream of cannon fodder corpses to intrude upon Central Continent. Meanwhile, the leading forces of Central Continent, such as the Southern Sky Zhao clan and the Supreme Induction sect, swiftly assembled a counterattack force to crush the invading forces. Thus began the tragic and heartbreaking 500 years of war to defend their homeland. Originally, fighting on home turf, the Xianzhu realm should have enjoyed a significant advantage, both geographically and with the support of the people. However, who could have foreseen that the Blood God would go berserk, sending out multiple Blood God sons at once, with as many as 4 appearing on the battlefield at one point. Furthermore, the Blood God exploited the conflict between the two realms to absorb the blood and souls of the dead, helping several nascent soul great perfection cultivators reach the divine transformation realm, and then transforming all of them into Blood God sons. As a result, the Xianzhu realm's divine transformation level forces were far less numerous than those of the Nether God realm. This imbalance in power at the divine transformation level was the primary factor contributing to the ongoing war between the two realms. If it weren't for the numerous major religious sects within the Nether God realm, secretly restraining the power of forces like the Xiandao sect, the situation in the Xianzhu realm would be far more dire. The Blood God Sun's repeated attempts to destroy the Ascension Tower were simple. The Ascension Tower served as the Xianzhu realm's temporal and spatial beacon. Its destruction meant that those from the spirit realm would no longer be able to locate the Xianzhu realm's temporal and spatial location. This story begins with the Suling Bell, one of the 3 spiritual treasures that protect the Spirit Clan. Back then, Zijunan, the Eternal Lord of Bo, summoned the 6 divine transformation true lords of this realm to annihilate the remnants of the Spirit Clan, who had retreated into the depths of the Spirit Abyss. Thus, the three spiritual treasures fell into the hands of the true lords of the human race. Leaving aside the two spiritual treasures, the spirit washing pool and the sea covering staff, the Suling bell alone possesses incredible power. When struck, its sound can be heard throughout the heavens, offering a tiny chance of communicating with the mighty powers of the spirit realm. This bell can be rung only once every 100 years. During the first few decades of the war between the two realms, it was the great true Lord Zi who struck the Suling bell himself. As the bell's sound resonated throughout the Xianzhu realm and emanated into the depths of the Void realm, it quickly alerted the enemy true lords of the Nether God realm. For the first 200 years, the enemy remained completely unaware of the Suling bell's secrets. However, over 200 years ago, a nascent soul elder of the Supreme Induction sect was captured alive, and from him, the enemy learned this profound secret. Afterward, the Blood God Sun repeatedly attacked the Ascension platform, successfully breaching its defensive formation 80 years ago. He then engaged in numerous battles with the great true Lord, subduing dragons and demons, who guarded the Ascension platform. Because the Ascension Tower could not be lost, Zhao Sheng remained at all times, and other true lords, such as the Mad Monk Xianzhu Fairy, also appeared promptly to aid the great true lord in slaying the Blood God Sun. However, the Blood God Sun was cunning and sly, often fleeing upon contact, never fighting to the death. These guerrilla tactics truly troubled the likes of the Heavenly Pillar true lords, Zhao Sheng, but they were completely helpless. Having said all this, let's turn to the Southern Sky Zhao clan. After Zhao Sheng heard Zhao Zunjing's account, he sighed deeply, lamenting how things had changed. Over 700 years had passed since he returned to the netherworld. During that time, the elders of the family had died one after another, leaving only a handful of his acquaintances. The Southern Sky Zhao clan's grand elder had now been replaced by the seventh ancestor, King Shen. Before him, from the third patriarch Zhao Chengdu to the sixth patriarch Zhao Cheng, all had already passed away. After him, the eighth patriarch, the ninth patriarch, the 10th patriarch, and even the 11th patriarch Zhou Li all fell one by one. What Zhao Sheng lamented most was that the third patriarch Zhao Chengdu failed to break through to the spiritual transformation stage and passed away on the spot. Thus, one of his only 4 spiritual fruits was wasted. Then again, breaking through the spiritual transformation stage is inherently difficult, and while the spiritual fruits can be helpful, it's ultimately the individual who makes the difference. Zhao Chengdu's failure to break through was due to lack of luck. Perhaps it was also fate. Chapter 518 The Secret of Returning to Void. Xianzhu Mountain, Ascension Platform. Wonderful, wonderful. The ancients said, hearing the truth in the morning, death in the evening is sufficient. Today, I realize that after 3,000 years of diligent cultivation, I haven't even touched the threshold of the great Dao. Zhao Zunjing, clutching a mysterious silk scroll, said to Zhao Sheng beside him with deep emotion. Ancestor, the 9 steps of the great Dao, as spoken by the ancient sages, were originally intended to inspire future generations. We cultivators pursuing the Dao, not only need not be discouraged, but should encourage each other, Zhao Sheng exhorted with a smile. PSSST, where did you see me discouraged? I was simply overwhelmed with emotion, a feeling that came naturally to me. For casual cultivators like me in the lower realm, reaching the divine transformation stage in this realm is already the limit. If we can't ascend to the spirit realm in the future, I'm afraid we'll never return to the void. Zhao Zunjing rolled up the silk scroll and tapped Zhao Sheng on the head. Although he refused to admit his negative attitude, a hint of anxiety still lingered in his words. Don't worry, ancestor. Have you forgotten the inter-realm teleportation array? Besides, doesn't true Lord Zi have the void spirit bell? While hope is slim, it's better than total despair, Zhao Sheng offered a deliberate reminder. As he spoke, a layer of flowing water-like light flickered on the surface of his exposed skin, flickering in and out, as if breathing. This radiance was the manifestation of the radiance of the cellular will, a small achievement in Zhao Sheng's tedious 300 years of monotonous journey. HMPH, Zi Junan is too selfish. If he can't summon anyone, so be it. But if the upper realm truly responds to the call and sends someone down, that person must be a senior master of the Supreme Induction sect. I'm afraid that after we drive away the wolf in front, a tiger will appear behind. In that case, the Supreme Induction sect will be the only one in power, and the situation will be extremely unfavorable for our Southern Sky Zhao family. Zhao Zunjing's speculation was not unfounded. Other true lords of transformation shared the same sentiment. However, circumstances were beyond our control. Zhu Junan had been plotting this for a long time. After annihilating the remnants of the Spirit Clan, he stole the Void Spirit Bell before anyone else and refined it at top speed. Seeing it was too late, Zhao Xuanjing and the other 5 true lords were forced to acknowledge this truth. After a round of profit sharing, the Spirit Cleansing Pond became the spoils of the Southern Skyzhou clan. Dragon Angler Zhou Yu received the Sea Covering Staff, while Fairy Xianzhou and the Mad Monk also received their share. As for the Pig King, he successfully cleansed his entire bloodline and naturally returned home satisfied. Haha, who can predict the future? Even if my guess comes true, the worst that can happen isn't that bad. At worst, I'll just have to submit to the Supreme Induction Sect. At worst, I can use the Inter-Realm Teleportation Array to escape to another realm. Anyway, I have a way out. You're quite open-minded, kid. You'll have all the good and bad things to say. Zhao Xuanjing shook his head and jokingly said, okay, enough of this spoiler. Come, how about you take a look at this latest immortal seal I've written? As he spoke, he pulled a jade slip made of top-grade spiritual jade from his sleeve and handed it to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng took it, and with a flick of his mind, he instantly read the information contained within. A complex, three-dimensional immortal seal with thousands of strokes immediately emerged in his mind. Indeed, the nodes of the talisman patterns are precise, the divine intention is coherent, and the Dao essence flows through the transitions and intersections. It can barely be ranked as excellent. Listening to Zhao Sheng's comments, Zhao Xuanjing couldn't help but smile bitterly. This immortal seal script is really difficult to learn. If it weren't for the Selk manuscripts to learn from, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to write a single word even after half a month of study. Zhao Sheng said in a deep voice, Immortal seal script is originally the language of immortals, and it is extremely difficult to write on paper. Even those of us in the spirit transformation realm find it very difficult to learn, let alone others. Below the nascent soul realm, it is difficult to even see it clearly, let alone remember it. This kind of high-level Taoist text is destined to be difficult to understand, and its obscurity is second only to the true text of the Great Dao. Speaking of the true text of the Great Dao, this old man has been practicing for 3,000 years, and only by chance did he pick up a word from Zhao Jin. The true text looks like lei or lei, which means that great accumulation will lead to great success, and that piling up earth will become a mountain. Zhao Xuanjing's face showed a hint of distress. It's a pity that the Dao's true text is unwritten and cannot be expressed verbally. Moreover, the golden plaque bearing the Dao's true text solid is incapable of bearing the earth's true text. I've tried everything for years, but to no avail. If I can't pass on this text, I'll never rest in peace. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he smiled faintly. Grandfather, there's no need to fret. If I'm not mistaken, when the mountain dragon transforms into true dragon, the skin it sheds will be the perfect vessel to carry the Dao's true text. Zhao Xuanjing slapped his thigh upon hearing this. Haha, I see. I'm in the mountains, and I can't see clearly. I'm suddenly in the mood. My dear grandson, quickly teach me the new immortal seal. Zhao Sheng smiled at Zhao Xuanjing's excited expression. With a single thought, he erased the old seal from the jade slip and, using his mind as a pen, wrote a new three-dimensional immortal seal. Speaking of which, he still felt a pity. It's a pity that the Zhao family of Nanjun lacked good fortune. He clearly possessed the immortal-level divine power of the great and small Ruai immortal techniques, but due to restrictions imposed by the great sage Jinang, he could only cultivate it on his own, unable to pass it on to future generations. Forced to do so, Zhao Sheng devised an idea, to dismantle the immortal seals one by one and slowly teach them to Zhao Xuanjing. After half a day, Zhao Xuanjing forcibly memorized the seal's entire three-dimensional configuration and then enthusiastically studied them on his own. Zhao Sheng, on the other hand, walked over to the ascension platform, sat cross-legged, consumed a bottle of elixir, and began practicing Qigong and regulating his breathing. The arduous 300-year voyage had left him exhausted and nearly falling from the divine transformation realm. Without 3 to 5 years of recuperation, he could not fully recover. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn that day, the sun rose, its rays bathing the ascension platform. To the west of the square, Zhao Sheng's body gradually faded, and he slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of divine light emanating from their depths. He raised his right hand before his eyes, his gaze fixed on his palm. A subtle shift of thought beckoned him, and a shimmering, watery glow suddenly appeared there. This was the light of the cellular whale. Immediately afterwards, A wisp of crimson gold magic power flowed from the Han Tian Lung meridian into his palm, suddenly emerging from it. The moment the magic power and the radiant will met, they blended seamlessly. The next second, the crimson gold magic power took on an indescribable, invisible edge, as if undergoing some mysterious transformation. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and a thought shifted. Suddenly, a fist-sized, perfectly round, blazing white fireball materialized in his palm. With a gentle toss, the fireball soared gracefully into the air, then hovered steadily, showing no sign of falling. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng nodded slightly in satisfaction. He hadn't applied any external force to the fireball. It maintained its shape solely through its own strength. Then, Zhao Sheng opened his left hand, and suddenly, another identical, blazing white fireball appeared in his hand. It was also a wisp of mana, but this one lacked the radiance of will. Then, he casually tossed a fireball, causing it to hover alongside the previous one. Ignoring them for the moment, Zhao Sheng's right hand flashed with light, revealing a scepter-shaped, milky white jade slip. Zhao Sheng's expression was solemn, a dazzling divine light radiating from his brow. Powerful divine thoughts continuously poured into the slip, rapidly extracting the information contained within. This slip contained the cultivation experience of a true Lord Fang Su, known as Minju. Minju was a native of the Tesa spiritual realm. Due to his exceptional spiritual aptitude, he entered a cultivation sect at a young age. His early years were briefly described, stating that just a few hundred years after Minju successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage, his sect suffered a sudden and catastrophic change, nearly annihilating its entirety. Only Minju and a few hundred others happened to be outside and were fortunately spared. For the next 1,000 years, Minju became a free cultivator, wandering the various realms of the Tesa spiritual realm. This individual, blessed with many opportunities, unexpectedly successfully broke through the spiritual transformation stage and achieved the primordial spirit body. However, after reaching the spiritual transformation stage, Minju's circumstances took a drastic turn. Lacking experience beyond the spiritual transformation stage, and most importantly, lacking the guidance of a return to Void Master, Minju's path became increasingly fraught, and his cultivation speed plummeted. Even within the Tesa spiritual realm, the path to return to Void is a closely guarded secret among the major immortal sects. Furthermore, due to the existence of the Great Dao Oath, the secrets of return to Void are unknown to even casual cultivators like Minju, and even to second and third-rate immortal sects. So, how did Minju achieve return to Void? Zhao Sheng pulled a stack of jade slips from the Sumeru ring, filled with this individual's complaints and even more unbearable curses. To achieve return to Void, Minju volunteered to serve under the Sili family, an ancient family in the Tesa spiritual realm. After willingly selling himself into slavery, he was granted a return to Void pill by his master. The success rate for achieving a breakthrough with a return to Void pill is only a tenth at best, yet Minju achieved it instantly, a truly remarkable stroke of luck. Unfortunately, he achieved return to Void only 3,000 years later, falling prey to the carelessness of the demon Lord Fungus. Zhao Sheng, however, reviewed all the jade slips he left behind, and vaguely sensed that Minju had most likely betrayed the Sita family, leading him to flee the Tesa spirit realm in a hurry. Later, a Dao oath he had sworn in his early years resurfaced, leaving him gravely injured and near death, allowing the demon Lord Fungus to profit greatly. Zhao Sheng wasn't interested in this man's fortunate yet unfortunate life. He simply sought to understand the path to cultivation after the spiritual transformation stage and, crucially, the mystery of achieving a breakthrough to return to Void. Through repeated review of the jade slips, Zhao Sheng largely determined that cultivation at the spiritual transformation stage didn't significantly change. However, the lack of advanced techniques slowed his progress, significantly hindering the efficiency of his spirit and mana in aligning with the Dao he cultivated. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed to uncover the jade slips instructions for achieving a breakthrough to return to Void. However, despite his muddled ascent to the return to Void stage, Minju, drawing on his own experience, firmly stated in his jade slips of experience that the key to achieving the second unification of essence, ki, and spirit. The first unification of essence, ki, and spirit refers to the stage when a cultivator advances from foundation establishment to golden core. At the transformation of the spirit, Minju once stated, Shen is the primordial spirit, ki is the magical power, and essence refers to the cellular will, while the integration of spirit and ki is easy. The most challenging aspect is how to incorporate the cellular will into one's own cultivation system, more precisely, how to refine the cellular will. In his jade slips of experience, Minju repeatedly lamented that his forced refining of his own cellular will through the power of the elixir had effectively cut short his own path. The return to void pill, while seemingly a significant aid, actually harbored a hidden danger. This was because the pill contained a wisp of the will of a powerful being in the fusion realm. By using a powerful being in the fusion realm to subdue one's own cellular will, one's flesh was undoubtedly imprinted with the stigma of another's will. Unless this imprint of will is removed, those who take the elixir will forever remain stuck at the early stages of the return to void stage. Upon learning this profound secret, Zhao Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, feeling the spiritual world was far too treacherous, far more insidious than that of the lower realm. For a foreigner like him, hailing from the lower realm with such limited experience, it was impossible for him to even know the secrets of the return to void pill. He could imagine that the return to void pill was a bottomless pit, yet countless true lords from the lower realm were eager to obtain it, even willing to sacrifice everything for it. Even if some grassroots individuals were lucky enough to achieve a breakthrough to the return to void realm, they might remain in the dark their entire lives, unaware that their path to return to void wasn't due to lack of effort, but rather to an artificial interruption in their path prior to their breakthrough. Zhao Sheng was truly fortunate to learn this profound secret at the spiritual transformation stage, thus avoiding future detours. Minju recorded numerous tips for refining the will of the primordial cells in his jade slips, but he was vague about how to achieve the secondary unification of essence, ki, and spirit. He offered several explanations, often with numerous contradictions. Fortunately, Zhao Sheng had lived through 7 lifetimes, possessing an immense breadth of knowledge. Combining his own experience, he outlined a generally plausible path. A cultivator's path begins with key refining. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, the purple palace spiritual consciousness naturally emerges, allowing for internal vision of the internal organs. Upon reaching the golden core stage, the body's microcosmic world is fully unified for the first time, condensing into the golden core. At this point, a golden core true person's spiritual consciousness becomes even more powerful, allowing them to visualize the entire body's meridians, bones, blood vessels, and other organs, down to the smallest detail. At the nascent soul stage, a cultivator's spiritual consciousness transforms into divine mind, enabling them to vaguely perceive the presence of primordial cells. A few exceptionally gifted individuals can clearly sense primordial cells even in the early stages of the nascent soul stage. However, the vast majority of nascent soul cultivators are unaware of the importance of primordial cells and therefore neglect them. Even at the transformation realm, almost all transformation true lords are indifferent to the insignificant cellular will, focusing solely on the advancement of their spirits and mana. Even those lucky ones like Zhao Zunjing, whose cellular will awakened early, fail to connect it with the return to void, often blindly overlooking it. Zhao Sheng didn't know much about his fellow cultivators and wasn't sure if the self-awakening of cellular will was a common phenomenon among transformation true lords. However, he suspected it was extremely rare. He and Zhao Zunjing were exceptions, as both cultivated the Dharma, body, and martial arts, and both had reached a martial saint realm. The prerequisite for achieving martial sainthood is the awakening of the light of will in the physical body. Generally speaking, other transformation true lords avoid the mortal martial arts. Even those who cultivate the physical body tend to focus on physical cultivation, never seeking the arduous path of martial sainthood. Chapter 519 The climax is coming. After reviewing the numerous texts and jade slips within the Sumeru ring, Zhao Sheng hypothesized that the key to the second integration of essence, ki, and spirit lies in the fusion of the primordial spirit, mana, and the primordial cell's will. This speculation is not groundless. Minju had emphasized it repeatedly in his insights. The number of primordial cells within the human body is incalculable, and the number must be astronomical. Zhao Sheng was unsure at this point what level of fusion would be required to reach the breakthrough threshold. After all, he was only at the early stages of the spiritual transformation realm, still a long way from peak. Having deduced a relatively clear path forward, he no longer had any doubts about the cultivation beyond the spiritual transformation realm, and his mind was at peace. Zhao Sheng recorded his deductions in meticulous detail on the jade slips, to be stored in the Shinlong Valley Sutra library as a family legacy. Half a day later, a sudden flash of light occurred, and the pile of jade slips lying on the ground vanished into thin air. Zhao Sheng waved his right hand again, and suddenly 3 jade white pill bottles and 2 fist-sized, top-grade spirit stones, brimming with spiritual energy, appeared on the ground. With a thought, a round, jade-like pill instantly flew from the bottle and landed in his mouth. Simultaneously, 2 top-grade spirit stones flew into his hands. Zhao Sheng closed his eyes, and the spirit stones in his hands suddenly glowed with a brilliant spiritual light. A vast amount of pure spiritual energy poured in like a flood. In an instant, his nose slowly inhaled and exhaled 2 jade tendons, and his entire body's radiance grew from faint to intense. Accompanied by a dull roar from his body, a vast cloud of shrouded spirit quickly condensed and emerged, gradually engulfing his figure. In the cultivation of immortality, time passes without end, and in the practice of arduous cultivation, years pass without end. The ascension platform was cold and lonely. 6 months passed unnoticed during his retreat and meditation. That day, Zhao Sheng strode toward a hazy, fragrant cloud. Suddenly, he waved his hand, sending a stream of water through the mist, dispersing it and revealing a figure suspended in a sitting position. Zhao Sheng's eyes snapped open, and he looked at the solemn Zhao Sheng, a hint of surprise on his face. Seeing this, he immediately stopped his energy and flew in front of the ancestor, asking, "Grandfather, is there something you need your grandson's assistance for?" Zhao Sheng nodded and said in a deep voice, "Indeed. There is indeed a difficult matter that requires your presence. If I were not required to guard the ascension platform and could not leave even a moment, I would not have disturbed you from practicing and healing." Zhao Sheng said seriously, "Grandfather, there is no need for this. Kaiongshan is also a member of the Southern Sky Zhao clan. It is my duty to contribute to the family. Please feel free to tell me what you need, okay? You will leave immediately for Featsan City. The Central Continent Alliance will be holding a secret meeting soon. I am worried that someone will use this meeting as an opportunity to attack our family, so I am sending you to calm the situation." As he spoke, Zhao Sheng pulled a Baksha mask from his sleeve and pressed it into Zhao Sheng's hand. Zhao Sheng smiled at the sight of the mask. This Baksha mask was the symbol of the leader of the Zhao clan's Enbu, and he was very familiar with it. Zhao Sheng slowly put the mask on his face and said playfully, "Grandson, I understand. This time, let's have some fun with them." Zhao Sheng nodded, "Well, you'll handle it with discretion. Go." A moment later, a golden streak of light suddenly flew out from the ascension platform, streaking along the boundary membrane toward the northeast of Zhongzhou. Eastern Zhongzhou, sky burial field. Endless, dark clouds filled the sky. A bone-chilling wind, carrying a strong, fishy stench of blood, howled across the land, whipping up a boundless, gray-black mist that rolled into the clouds. Suddenly, the world was shrouded in a vast haze, making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. After a long time, the cold wind gradually subsided, and the pervasive haze began to dissipate slightly. Now, looking down from the sky, the earth below was desolate, charred and bloody everywhere. Pale bones of all sizes lay scattered in the soil, and the stinking corpses were scattered haphazardly, as if no one had cleaned them up. Shrouded in a sinister haze, faint crypts of corpses and graveyards loomed in the distance across the vast landscape, each brimming with a sinister aura and emanating a powerful and terrifying aura. Countless hordes of zombies, demons, and ghosts roamed freely among the mountains, often surrounded by dense swarms of ghostly beings. At the end of this ghoul-infested land, a winding, shimmering golden wall loomed. Its massive, towering walls resembled a vast, boundless mountain from afar. Beyond this endless wall, the land behind it teemed with thousands of massive towers. These fortress towers, at least 100 feet high, their walls nearly vertical, their smooth surfaces impenetrable. Dark, crisscrossed openings, from which protruded waist-thick gun barrels, a sinister, menacing appearance. From afar, the towers appeared to be arranged in a distinct pattern, resembling some rare, high-level formation. The sky above the tower forest was bustling with activity. Cloud-shaped ships of various shapes appeared and landed from the clouds, each carrying a thick, murderous aura. Some landed in front of a tower, quickly unloaded supplies and personnel, and then sped away. Some carried the wounded and the dead, roaring back to their base camp. Some crossed the Great Wall with murderous intent and intruded into enemy territory ahead. Thousands of miles beyond the fortress tower forest, a magnificent celestial city hovered quietly above the clouds. Its vast expanse cast a vast shadow on the earth under the sunlight. This celestial city was Featsan City, renowned throughout the Xianzhou realm. Besides being the main gate of the Great Killing Weapon and the Immortal Weapon sect, it also served as the headquarters of the Central Continent Alliance. At this moment, Fixin City was enveloped in a colorful curtain of light. Half of the city's major formations and restrictions had been activated. Countless elite cultivators stood guard at their posts, closely monitoring any abnormalities in the surrounding area to prevent any thieves from the Nether God realm from sneaking in. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Fixin Hall, in the heart of the Immortal City, was unusually solemn. Most of the jade tables within the hall were already occupied. However, starting from the third row of tables, the number of people seated suddenly dwindled, barely halfway to the third row, and by the second row, the number had dropped to just over 10. The first row, the very top, contained only 16 jade tables, and only 4 were currently seated. Yet, each exuded a majestic aura, clearly no ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Indeed, they were all highly respected, their cultivation levels at least above the 7th stage of the nascent soul. Seated behind the second jade table in the second row was a young man with a dashing appearance and a fierce aura. A pair of black and white sword hilts jutted from his shoulders, revealing him to be a rare outer sword cultivator. This individual was none other than Zhao Qiaogayu, the Grand Elder of the Southern Heaven Zhao clan, known as the Infinite Sword Immortal. Zhao Qiaogayu's eyebrows arched slightly, and he glared fiercely at the figure at the top, his face etched with an unyielding spirit. At this moment, the man seated at the head of the hall spoke first, breaking the silence. "Speak up, all of you. Regardless of urgency or importance, there must be a set of rules. HMPH, what's there to say? As the saying goes, when an enemy comes, we'll meet him with our generals, when water comes, we'll block it with our earth. I have only one principle, fuck him." Of the 4 in the first row, Tu Wangxin, the vice master of the sky-splitting sword path, was the most impatient. He simply spoke first, before anyone else. An elderly man in a black, bone-filled robe, with a fox-like face and a purple beard, suddenly sneered and taunted, "Sword Tuzi, you're talking so lightly. According to top-secret intelligence passed down by the shadows, a massive army has already assembled in the Netherworld realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before another decisive battle like the one 300 years ago comes. Aren't you afraid of another devastating defeat? Remember, your previous sword master also perished in that battle." This man clearly wasn't a member of the righteous path, but the fact that he sat alongside Tu Wangxin clearly indicated he was also a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. The fox-faced elder, also known as the Dark Jade Demon, is the Grand Elder of the Yuanshi Demon sect. He possesses immense magical skills and is among the strongest among his peers. Coinciding with the alien invasion and the dire situation in central China, the Central Continent Alliance, despite its reputation, proactively sought to recruit the Yuanshi Demon sect and other demonic forces into the alliance. While this move initially drew widespread criticism, countless subsequent incidents over the past few centuries have proven its wisdom. Consequently, the prestige of the Supreme Induction sect, which originally proposed this initiative, has grown, and they now hold sway over the alliance. The current leader of the alliance, Taoist King Miao, the leader of the Supreme Induction sect, is a prime example of this. As soon as the voice fell, the Biffing ancestor of the beast-taming sect, one of the 4, suddenly shouted, "Old Demon Ming, stop being sarcastic. Brother Jian has always been straightforward and outspoken, and is countless times stronger than a cunning demon like you. I suggest that each sect immediately form a larger-scale Taoist army corps, and at the same time send the most elite Jindans Henrin to report to the alliance. Some hidden trump cards should also be brought to the front line as soon as possible to prevent the enemy from suddenly launching a general attack." The fox-faced old man, Old Demon Mingayu, laughed strangely and said, It seems that this time, the beast-taming sect is finally willing to send out the 1,000 feathers and 10,000 birds Taoist soldiers and the Guigout wizard caller. If this is true, I will definitely report to the sect master and let him activate the demon god banner as well." The last great cultivator among the 4 was Mo Beiju, the sect master of the Immortal Artifact sect. Seeing the tension build, he gently intervened to smooth things over. "The information Shadow has sent back is too limited to confirm whether the Netherworld is deploying troops. We should refrain from panicking. Let's first confirm the authenticity of the information before we discuss anything else, Master Mo." "That makes sense." Taoist King Miao, seated at the head of the table, nodded in agreement. However, he suddenly changed the subject. "This matter is of grave importance. We must dispatch our best personnel to investigate as quickly as possible. Furthermore, our alliance has confirmed that Dragon Shadow number 1 is trapped in the Myriad Bones Abyss and cannot return to our realm. Dragon Shadow possesses a wealth of top-secret intelligence, and we must bring him back to Featsin City alive. Everyone, let's discuss this. Who should be the best person to send? Despite his words, Taoist King Miao's gaze drifted towards Zhao Qiangayu. Zhao Qiangayu's gaze met his, and he knew something was amiss. He immediately focused on a countermeasure. However, as a nascent soul sword cultivator, he could kill, but asking him to resolve the current predicament was clearly a difficult task. Originally, Great Elder King Shen was supposed to attend this meeting, but just before departure, he was caught up in a matter of urgency and had Zhao Qiangayu come in his place. Who could have foreseen that the Supreme Induction Sect would strike at this crucial moment? Everyone in the hall was a discerning and insightful person. As soon as they caught the Alliance leader's eye, their minds instantly understood, knowing his intentions. There were always those affiliated with the Supreme Induction Sect who showed no fear of the Nanshan Zhao clan's prestige. From the second row, an elder with a sagely demeanor leaped out. This man was a nascent soul patriarch of the Xianyang Dao sect and a die-hard adherent of the Supreme Induction Sect. I recommend the Wuji Sword Immortal. Fellow Taoist Zhao is extremely powerful, and his Wuji Sword escape is unparalleled in the world. He is the best candidate. The Zhao family of Nanshan has a profound foundation. There are many outstanding people in the family, and their power is comparable to that of clouds in central China. They will definitely be able to take on this important task. I fully agree with Senior Bing's suggestion. That's right, that's right. Zhao Jiangxin once fought against 10,000 people with a single sword, and he also killed 2 hostile Yuanying in a row. His strength should not be underestimated. I heard that the Zhao family's Anbu and Dibu departments have countless talents, and their concealment skills are unparalleled in the world. I think fellow Taoist Zhao is also proficient in this technique. Humph, the Zhao family is to blame for the defeat 300 years ago. If it weren't for the face of the great true lord, the Zhao family of Nanshan should have apologized to their fellow Taoists who died long ago. Now it's just making amends. I remember that there is a Jinden team in the alliance that has not yet been dispatched. Why not let fellow Taoist Zhao lead them to sneak over as quickly as possible? And then bring Longying back, with the help of those with ulterior motives. A wave of discussion quickly took hold. Everyone in the hall was buzzing with discussion, but most were in agreement. Seeing the situation deteriorate further, Zhao Qiangayu's forehead bulged with anxiety, yet he struggled to object. The tide was turning, everyone was on the same page. If he spoke, he would immediately become a target. Taoist King Miao observed everything and nodded slightly in satisfaction. His advance warning paid off, everyone was now on the same page. After all, facing a mission that threatened their lives, no one wanted to be the unlucky one. Zhao Qiangayu was anxious and impulsive, about to speak. Just then, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and his expression relaxed slightly. The next moment, Zhao Qiangayu suddenly stood up, gazing at the crowd with a determined gaze. His tone was more forceful than ever. On behalf of the Southern Sky Zhao clan, I propose that the Yuanxi demon sects Ming Lao Mo take on this mission. I've made my statement. Who's in favor? Who's against? With these words, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at the solemn Wuji Sword Immortal with varying expressions, each with their own thoughts. The power of the Nanshan Zhao clan was unfathomable. Had it not been for a hint from the Supreme Induction Sect, no immortal cultivation faction would have dared to offend this colossal clan. It was now clear that whoever dared to step forward would face retaliation from the Nanshan Zhao clan. After all, the Nanshan Zhao clan was known for their unwavering commitment to revenge and repayment of favors. However, among the countless sects in Central Continent, there were always those who weren't afraid of the Nanshan Zhao clan, such as the Danding clan, one of the 8 great sects. I object. As the words fell, a trembling, elderly figure slowly rose from the Danding clan's seat. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520. Is there anyone objecting? I object. Zhao Qiangayu's expression froze upon hearing this familiar voice. He suddenly turned to look at the old figure who had risen, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The purple key patriarch slowly straightened his body, his gaze calmly fixed on the startled Zhao Qiangayu. And he repeated, "I object." This statement immediately caused an uproar. Everyone exchanged glances and expressions, and for a moment, the hall was filled with spiritual transmissions. Haha, the Danding sect has always been close to the Nandian Zhao clan. I didn't expect them to suddenly turn against us today. We're in for a treat. Oh no. Has Grandmaster lost his mind? How could he say that? Master Bai, what should we do now? Where should we, the smaller sects, side with each other? Give us some advice. Hey, this is a powerful move to cut off the source of the trouble. It's all because of the Nandian Zhao clan's arrogance. Now even the Danding sect can't stand it anymore. This is karma. Zhao Qiaogai's spiritual thoughts enveloped the hall, and he saw the sinister sneer of the old demon Mingyao and the confident and calm face of Taoist King Miao not far away. Tu Wangxin looked at the old ancestor Biffin with an expressionless face, and Mo Beiju nodded slightly with a smile in his eyes. Nothing escaped his eyes. At this moment, Zhao Qiaogai's anger suddenly vanished, and he suddenly became incredibly calm. He looked up at the purple key ancestor and said in a deep voice, "Senior, do you really object? Please give me a reason." The purple key ancestor paused, then sighed. "Alice, you Nanshan Zhao clan are always so overbearing. I always judge by the matter, not the person. But I must say, fellow Taoist Zhao, you are too selfish. Why don't you prioritize the greater good? The Central Continent Alliance has always advocated fairness and equality. Although each family holds a different seat, the status of its members is equal. I object to your arrogance, your bullying, and your disregard for public opinion and unreasonable behavior." This person listed 3 reasons for his objection in a row, each one sharp and resounding. Great. As soon as he finished speaking, a fearless person immediately cheered loudly. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the hall looking at Zhao Qiaogaiu changed drastically. Taoist King Miao saw that the time was almost right, so he said with a smile, "All right, fellow Taoist Ziki, fellow Taoist Zhao, you two take a seat first." Upon hearing this, the old ancestor Ziki nodded to the leader, then sat back with a smile. However, this person's action suddenly forced Zhao Qiaogaiu into a corner. He couldn't stand or sit. Just when he was in a dilemma, the old demon Mingyao suddenly sneered sinisterly. Some people always rely on the support of others behind them and don't take the alliance rules to heart. It seems that they are used to being arrogant and domineering, and now they don't even take the leader seriously. Zhao Qiaogai was immediately furious when he heard this, staring at the old demon Mingyao with murderous intent. How could the old demon Mingyao miss the opportunity to fan the flames? And he immediately retorted, "What do you mean by you? I am not as arrogant as your Zhao family. Alliance leader, please punish Zhao Wuji for his disrespect. Our alliance has its own ideas." Taoist King Miao said calmly. His eyes fell on Zhao Qiaogaiu, and he deliberately emphasized his tone, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, please sit down." Seeing this, Zhao Qiaogaiu snorted coldly, and sat back in his seat heavily, while his eyes slightly turned to the outside of the hall, with an anxious look in his eyes. At this moment, Mr. Jingchun of Lingayan Academy, seated in the second row, shook his head slightly, musing, "The Zhao clan of Southern Sky has a shallow background, and during its rise, it has encroached upon too many interests. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the Zhao clan has offended too many forces. The Supreme Induction sect has been secretly suppressing the clan for centuries, garnering allies and finally bearing fruit. Over the past 30 years, the Zhao clan of Southern Sky has become increasingly vulnerable, and the Danding sect's defection is a wise move. I wonder how much more the Supreme Induction sect has invested this time." The Central Continent Alliance is home to numerous factions, but most of them are affiliated with 3 major factions. The largest is naturally the established hegemon, headed by the Supreme Induction sect. This faction includes the 2 leading factions, the Immortal Weapons sect and Lingayan Academy, as well as numerous second and third tier immortal cultivation sects. Furthermore, most of the demonic and unorthodox forces have been secretly co-opted by this faction, with the Yuanshi demon sect being the most influential. The second largest faction is led by the Zhao clan of Nanshan. Its allies include the 3 leading factions, the Danding sect, the Beast Taming sect, and the Dizeng sect, as well as numerous immortal cultivation sects and families who have voluntarily joined them. The third largest faction is the neutral faction, centered around the sky-splitting sword sect, the Xiaoyao sect, and the Future Temple. It not only boasts numerous vassal factions under the 3 factions, but also a majority of high-level independent cultivators above the Jinden stage. Faced with a formidable enemy, The three factions have always maintained a balance of harmony without chaos, conflict without destruction. However, with the rapid growth of the Yuan Shi demon sect's overall strength in recent years, especially after the 9 Qi demon lords successfully achieved a breakthrough to the divine transformation stage, this balance has been rapidly disrupted, becoming increasingly unbalanced. With the 9 Qi demon lords' support, the evil demons, led by the Yuan Shi demon sect, have become increasingly unwilling to submit, desperately eager to eat meat. However, there is only so much meat in Hongzhou. If those who seek to take more, others will naturally be forced to give up significant benefits. Under the covert manipulation of the Supreme Induction sect, the extremely wealthy Zhao family of Nanshan naturally became the perfect target. Seeing Zhao Kaogayu sitting submissively, a smile flashed in Taoist King Miao's eyes. He gazed at the crowd below and declared, "The treacherous ghost god is extremely despicable. He has forcibly invaded our realm's territory, not only slaughtering billions of lives, but even delusionally attempting to destroy our Dao lineage. To prevent the Dao lineage's demise and the loss of the heavenly pillar, we, the local cultivators, must unite our efforts and bravely defeat this enemy. Our alliance believes that whether it is fellow Taoist Wuji or anyone else present, you are certainly individuals who are willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility and put justice first. We have already set a generous reward for this cross-border rescue mission. If you can bring Longying back alive, you will receive 1 heavenly merit and 3 infant transformation pillars. Even if you cannot bring him back, as long as you bring back the information in a timely manner, you will receive 5 great merits, and each person can choose a treasure from the Earth-level treasury." Hearing this astonishing mission bounty, many in the hall were already interested. Seeing the change in their expressions, Taoist King Miao couldn't help but smile. He continued, "As the saying goes, a snake cannot survive without a head. This mission is crucial and cannot afford to fail. The leader must be at least at the nascent soul stage and must command the support of the others. As a precautionary measure, this alliance proposes invoking Article 9 of the Covenant and selecting the most suitable leader by secret ballot. What are your thoughts? The leader is thoughtful and fair. We admire him. I, Mo, am the first to agree. The Immortal Artifact sect was indeed a staunch ally of the Supreme Induction sect, and Deputy Sect Master Mo Beiju was the first to voice his approval. The next in line was naturally the Yuan Shi demon sect. The old demon Mingai nodded proudly and said, "I second the motion. In that case, the overall situation is paramount." "I, Lingayan Academy, also agree with this move," said Mr. Jingchuan solemnly. Agreed, it should have been done long ago." Our Xianyang sect agrees, too. In a flash, over 2/3 of the people in the hall, representing their respective sects, had endorsed the alliance leader's proposal. Seeing the situation hopeless, the Beastmaster sect's Bithang Patriarch secretly sent a message to Zhao Kaogayu, gently urging him to submit to the larger situation. Zhao Kaogayu, expressionless, nodded imperceptibly, seeming to surrender. All of this was observed by Taoist King Miao, old demon Mingayu, and the others. Taoist King Miao smiled, a faint sense of satisfaction welling up within him. He was confident, certain of his complete control over the situation. The outcome was decided. Taoist King Miao smiled faintly and said solemnly, "Since you all agree with our proposal, let's begin the voting." With a wave of his sleeve, silver jade plates flew out from under his sleeve, swiftly flitting like butterflies to the occupied jade tables. A moment later, Zhao Kaogai reached out and snatched the jade tablet, a disdainful smile on his face. He was about to casually write the name of the dark jade demon when his expression suddenly brightened and he abruptly looked out of the hall. At the same moment, someone had already noticed something unusual, their face paling with fear as they exclaimed, "Ah, something's wrong, who's outside?" At the very top of the hall, Taoist King Miao's face paled slightly. He had sensed a profound anomalous change in the spiritual energy within the hall, with fire energy becoming unprecedentedly active. At that moment, a vast amount of fire energy surged into the hall, forcing out all other spiritual particles, and the temperature within the hall began to soar. Suddenly, the cups of spiritual tea on the jade table all emitted a hissing sound almost simultaneously, followed by a burst of white steam. A sudden roar echoed from the hall's entrance, and the tightly closed door burst open, revealing a vast, dazzling blaze that poured in from outside, instantly enveloping the entire hall. A vast, unfamiliar pressure then spread. Upon witnessing the scene, Taoist King Miao's expression grew stern, a strong sense of threat suddenly rising within him. The 4 late-stage great monks, Old Demon Mingayu, Old Ancestor Biffin, Tu Wangsun, and Mo Beiju, all paled slightly, exchanging glances. Other nascent soul monks, such as Old Ancestor Ziki and Mr. Jingchuan, felt a wave of fear and dread upon sensing the overwhelming pressure permeating the air. Though the newcomer had yet to appear, the sheer overwhelming pressure he emanated weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. This newcomer's strength was no less than that of an ordinary great monk, perhaps even surpassing it. Clatter. Then, a series of footsteps echoed, and from the depths of the dazzling flames, a tall, slender figure suddenly emerged. The man wore an ordinary, plain Taoist robe. A delicate jade token hung from his waist, and an apricot yellow ring adorned his right index finger. His face was adorned with a ferocious, imposing silver mask. Dragon Son Baxia, Mo Beiju, knowledgeable and experienced, immediately identified the intruder. Be careful. This man is the leader of the Zhao clan's secret forces, the nascent soul cultivators, including the Dark Jade Demon and Tu Wangsun, also recognized the Baxia mask and felt relieved, but soon became furious. Taoist King Miao's thoughts raced, instantly realizing this was an opportunity too good to miss. He slammed the jade table and roared in anger, "How dare you? How dare you trespass on this important alliance territory? Come, capture this thief." Upon hearing this, the nascent soul cultivators in the hall were instantly on edge, especially the Dark Jade Demon. The group of golden core true immortals in the back row of the hall were more self-aware and aware of the threat. Knowing that this was a battle between the greats, the younger generation must not interfere, or they would die without knowing how. As the supreme elder of the beast-taming sect, Patriarch Biffin had always been close to the ancestors of the Southern Sky Zhao clan. So, he preempted the others and deliberately shouted, "Zhao Wuji, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and have this man surrender to the alliance leader. Otherwise, you will bring disaster upon your Zhao clan." Too late, before he could finish his words, the Dark Jade Demon sneered with a strange laugh, suddenly raised his hand and thrust out a finger. Instantly, thousands of yin sha jade bone nails transformed into a vast, pale stream of light, hurling themselves at Zhao Sheng. Nearly half the hall fell within the attack range. Seeing the other party motionless, seemingly intimidated, the Dark Jade Demon was overjoyed. He quickly channeled his magical power, imbuing all the yin sha jade bone nails with 30% of dark phosphorus demonic energy. Instantly, thick black smoke billowed from the jade bone nails, and within the smoke flickered countless tiny, hair-like phosphorescent lights. Seeing his strike nearly hit, the Dark Jade Demon's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. In the nick of time, he suddenly saw a flash of fire before his eyes, and instantly felt a sharp pain on his cheek. His body involuntarily soared into the air, flying backwards. Before he could react, a cold voice rang out beside him, "Shut up!" Bang! The Dark Jade Demon slammed fiercely into the Gangayan wall on the east side of the hall. With his remaining strength, he shattered the wall and tumbled out of sight, leaving behind a terrifying hole. Zhao Sheng snapped his fingers, and a massive burst of flames shot up into the sky, easily pinning all the Yinsha jade bone nails in midair. Then, with a wave of his hand, a cloud of bone nails whistled into his long sleeves, vanishing. The exchange was incredibly swift and agile. Most people couldn't see when Zhao Sheng attacked, nor how the Dark Jade Demon was so utterly defeated. They only saw a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow from the masked figure. Everyone was horrified, their hearts pounding, and they stared at each other in stunned silence. Compared to the younger giant and cultivators, the nascent soul masters like Taoist King Miao and Tu Wangsun could more clearly discern the unfathomable strength of the newcomer. Taoist King Miao instinctively stood up, his gaze filled with uncertainty. When had the Southern Sky Zhao clan gained a top-tier cultivator? Could it be the disciple they had personally trained? Or perhaps this person was a foreign expert secretly recruited by the Southern Sky Zhao clan? In a blink of an eye, Taoist King Miao contemplated countless possibilities, each posing a significant threat to his plan. Zhao Sheng slapped the Dark Jade Demon away with a single blow, as effortlessly as swatting a mosquito. For a moment, everyone seemed stunned, no one dared to move, no one spoke. At this time, Zhao Sheng spoke up instead, "On behalf of the Nanshan Zhao family, I vote against it. Is there anyone who objects?" Chapter 521 The Nine Chi Demon Lord appears. Zhao Sheng's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it echoed like a resounding bell in everyone's ears, shaking their hearts and sending their scalps tingling. Suddenly, an eerie silence descended upon the hall. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept over the nascent soul ancestors in the hall. His eyes were calm, yet everyone who met his gaze instinctively turned their heads away, even Taoist King Miao. It was as if his gaze was filled with an indescribable, invisible edge. Since there are no objections, I declare the previous vote void. Alliance leader, you may continue your meeting and discuss important matters. With that, Zhao Sheng waved to Zhao Qianggaiu as if nothing had happened. Qianggaiu, follow me. I have something to ask you. Though Zhao Qianggaiu was straightforward, he was no fool. Upon hearing this, he silently stood up from behind the jade table and walked a few steps behind Zhao Sheng, completely following his lead. Seeing the two of them turning around to leave, Taoist King Miao became very anxious and shouted quickly, "How dare you? You think this is a vegetable market where you can come and go as you please? As elders of the alliance, you, the Nanshan Zhao family, actually violated the covenant on your own initiative. Are you so arrogant and presumptuous that you don't take this Hongzhou alliance seriously?" Zhao Sheng stopped and turned around after hearing this, and said nonchalantly, "Hongzhou alliance? What a big name. Haha, the alliance with my Nanshan Zhao family is this Hongzhou alliance. If my Zhao family is not there, then it is nothing. Arrogant. Too arrogant." Until then, everyone really saw what true arrogance was. No, perhaps it was confidence. Only with full confidence could one dare to say such words in public. Upon hearing this, Taoist King Miao's eyes flashed with joy, but the next moment he erupted in fury, roaring, "Very well. I will capture you all and bring you before the great true lord to demand an explanation from him face to face." He then glanced at the other three great cultivators, extended his hand, and displayed a dark jade seal. He shouted coldly, "This alliance commands all cultivators with the alliance leader's seal to capture these two together. Biffin, Jianchuzi, and Sect Master Mo, join me in attacking." As the alliance leader's seal was released, the expressions of the cultivators in the hall suddenly became extremely serious. Even though Patriarch Biffin and the other three great cultivators were reluctant to fight, they were forced to stand up due to the alliance leader's authority. Seeing that a fierce battle was inevitable, Zhao Sheng suddenly grabbed Zhao Qianggaiu by the shoulder. A huge burst of flames erupted, instantly engulfing the two figures. The moment the blinding flames erupted, the overwhelming majesty that permeated the hall suddenly surged several times, causing the cultivators' faces to change drastically, and their mana flow suddenly became chaotic. Swish! In an instant, a golden rainbow of light shot out from the hall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhao Sheng's arrogance was intentional, but not truly arrogant or presumptuous. He knew his limits and wouldn't unnecessarily earn a reputation as a bully. Of course, the old demon Mingai was an exception, as his foul mouth made him a target for his authority. Taoist King Miao watched the two of them flee in panic and roared in anger, "How dare you? The Zhao family of Nanshan, relying on the support of the great True Lord, disregards the alliance. This alliance will report to True Lord Z and the Nine Chi Demon Lord, and will severely punish the Zhao family of Nanshan in the future." Taoist King Miao's words immediately attracted the support of the cultivators below. Alliance leader is right, they must be severely punished. Yes. If they are not severely punished, how can the alliance have the face to lead the millions of cultivators in this continent? The Zhao family of Nanshan has gone too far, they must be severely punished. I agree with the alliance leader's opinion. Otherwise, where's the centripetal force of the alliance? Seeing that the war is about to begin, what the Zhao family of Nanshan did today is simply a big mistake. If this matter cannot be properly handled, then the current good situation of unity to fight the enemy will surely fall apart. Wouldn't it make the enemy laugh? Alice, foolish. How foolish. The Zhao family's actions will undoubtedly bring hatred to their loved ones and joy to their enemies. The great true lord is wise and powerful, benevolent and kind. How could he produce such a lawless and arrogant individual? Zhao Qianggaiu also wanted to know who this person was. What was he thinking behind his arrogant and domineering behavior? The Zhao family of Southern Sky had already lost ground in the alliance's power struggle, and now they had staged such a show by causing a scene at the conference. He knew very well that if today's matter was not handled properly, they would surely be used against them, and who knows how to predict the next major incident. After the two flew out of Feakson City and flew another 1,800 miles, Zhao Sheng finally released his grip, letting him go. Zhao Qianggaiu's body fell, but he immediately regained his balance. He secretly practiced his profound skills, feeling the magic power flowing freely within him, without any abnormality. Relieved, he quickly asked, "Junior Qianggaiu greets Senior Baksha." "May I ask, which elder in the clan are you?" Zhao Sheng replied, "Only the ancestors know who I am. You don't need to know for now. Just know that I will never harm you or the Nanshan Zhao family." Zhao Kaogayu frowned. "That's true, but I won't ask. But you went too far just now. The alliance is struggling, and the situation is deteriorating. We should all be working together. But if you don't handle it well, the clan will undoubtedly face immense pressure from all sides." "Alice, the ancestors were truly wrong." Zhao Sheng shook his head and sighed. Zhao Kaogayu's eyebrows raised sharply, his eyes gleaming with displeasure. The Nanshan Zhao family numbered in the millions, and everyone revered the ancestors as gods. How could they tolerate criticism? He was about to open his mouth to retort when Zhao Sheng said, "Our ancestors were wrong in teaching you too well, too by the rules. What do you mean by prioritizing the greater good? What do you mean by prioritizing righteousness? It's all bullshit." At this point, Zhao Sheng's voice turned cold, his tone emphasizing, "My Nanshan Zhao family is the greater good. The Nanshan Zhao family recognizes righteousness. In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong have always been respected. Have you youngsters completely forgotten this?" But Zhao Kaogai was unconvinced and instinctively started to retort. But after saying just 2 words, he suddenly felt his lips unable to open, his mouth sealed tightly by an extremely powerful force. Zhao Sheng said coldly, "Listen up, boy. Others are using the greater good to pressure you, using righteousness to force you into a trap. Are you going to just obey? If so, I can only say that the Zhao family gives birth to children like mice give birth to babies. Each generation is truly worse than the last." Zhao Kaogai was filled with resentment. He felt that he was not as bad as the man said. Zhao Sheng deliberately ignored the man's gaze and continued, "If you consider the overall situation, don't blame others for using it to manipulate you. So what if the Nanshan Zhao family is a bit arrogant? So what if they occasionally act irrationally and disregard the so-called overall situation? At worst, we can just overturn everything and start over. Our family won't bully others, nor will we let them take advantage of us. This kind of aura of dominance is what we need." Zhao Kaogai gradually calmed down after hearing this, and suddenly felt that the man's words made perfect sense. Over the past 200 years, the family's approach had indeed been a bit weak, often prioritizing the overall situation, which had led to repeated losses. No wonder it had gradually fallen behind in recent years. However, he disapproved of the man's recent overreaction. This move clearly gave others ammunition and provided the alliance with a powerful lever. Zhao Kaogai was unaware of Zhao Sheng's plans and naturally didn't understand his intentions. After giving him a lesson, Zhao Sheng didn't return to Shenlong Valley. Instead, he secretly returned to Featsin City, waiting for the bigger fish to take the bait. He didn't wait long before the man arrived. However, the visitor wasn't Zijunan, the Eternal Lord of Bo, as he'd imagined. That morning, a gray mist filled the sky, a chilling wind biting the bones. The vast Featsin City loomed faintly within the mist. Suddenly, a black cloud drifted in from beyond the boundary, plummeting toward Featsin City below. Halfway down, the cloud abruptly stopped, then swept across the sky, surging toward the northwest. In a flash, a 1,000-foot-tall peak emerged from the mist ahead. Atop it stood a figure wearing a Bashia mask. It was Zhao Sheng, the man who had been waiting for so long. The black cloud, reaching the peak, suddenly withdrew, and a giant, 8 feet tall and towering like a mountain, descended from the sky. The figure was clad in a strange suit of armor, a dark golden hue encompassing a helmet, shoulder pads, armored skirt, and heavy boots. Each component glowed with a powerful aura, imbued with countless array runes. Each component was inlaid with shimmering soul beads, which, surprisingly, were the core souls of nascent soul realm ghost kings. Most strikingly, the figure's visor resembled a hideous, ferocious demon. Between its brows stood a fist-sized, vertical pupil, vivid and shimmering with a vibrant light. At first glance, it was eerie and terrifying, chilling even to the very sight of it. Zhao Sheng also noticed that 9 crystal-clear banners were prominently planted on the figure's back. Each banner bore a faint, blood-red glow. Faintly visible, each depicted a 3-eyed giant, wielding a massive axe and seemingly cast in gold. One banner's brilliance was slightly dimmed, showing obvious signs of damage and repair. Zhao Sheng was startled, thinking, what a 9-Chi demon lord. It turns out he's closely connected to the Ghost Chi clan. The so-called demon god banner is actually a Chi demon banner, The Qi demon banner was the Ghost Qi clan's most precious treasure, at least a top-grade ancient treasure. Most importantly, there were 9 of them. Once formed into a grand formation, their power was unparalleled, enabling their owner to fight against opponents of higher rank. However, over 10,000 years ago, during the First Great War between the two realms, these 9 Qi demon banners disappeared. It now appeared that the treasure had long since fallen into the hands of the Yuan Qi demon sect, but for some unknown reason, they had hidden it for a full 10,000 years, preventing it from being revealed. Zhao Sheng reconsidered, realizing that the treasure was missing the final Qi demon banner. At that moment, he recalled everything. He had personally obtained the Qi demon banner from the Ghost Qi cave heaven, and later, to avoid disaster, he personally handed it over. Who could have imagined that this past life would lead to the creation of a demonic god today? The 9 Qi demon lord slowly descended, his gaze fixed in wonder on Zhao Sheng, who stood nearby. He carefully sensed the man's powerful aura, no less powerful than his own, and couldn't help but secretly speculate about his true identity. Who are you? How come our sect didn't know that the Southern Sky Zhao clan had produced another true Lord of Transformation? The 9 Qi demon lords suddenly demanded. Zhao Sheng said calmly, "You'll know who I am someday. I summoned you this time to demand an explanation." Upon hearing this, the 9 Qi demon lord erupted in anger and snorted, "HMPH, you coward. How dare you turn the tables? Are we supposed to apologize to you?" Zhao Sheng shook his head. "Of course not. Let Mingayu come and apologize in person. He dared to trespass against me that day and offended me without cause. He deserves a beating." The 9 Qi demon lord laughed in anger. "It seems we must fight today. Haha, if you're not so busy, I'll be your companion." Zhao Sheng smiled and lifted his sleeves, the 3-yang fiery flag already in his hand. At the same time, the 10,000 fire cauldrons shot out from his danshan, swiftly transforming into streams of light that swirled around him. A great battle between the divine transformations was about to begin. However, the 9 Qi demon lord suddenly lost his rage, his expression becoming calm. He spoke indifferently, "Since Mingayu's words were rude first, our sect cannot afford to make a big fuss over such a trivial matter. With a formidable enemy at our doorstep, we, the divine transformations, should not fight among ourselves but unite to resist. Upon returning, we will instruct Mingayu to apologize to you, fellow Taoist." Zhao Sheng could not help but regard him with respect. The result of his probing was clear. The 9 Qi demon lord was indeed a ruthless profit-seeker, completely unconcerned with superficial matters like face. He would never easily offend a stranger, a divine transformation true lord, over such a trivial matter. In the world of immortal cultivation, selfish, cold-blooded individuals like the 9 Qi demon lord are often extremely difficult to deal with, yet they often go further on the path of cultivation. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, fellow Taoist Jiqi is so straightforward that it makes me look petty. For your sake, there's no need to apologize. Let him be more careful with his words in the future, that's not good. An apology is in order. Isn't your purpose to establish your authority, establish authority? Haha, interesting. I just wanted to say hello to a few fellow Daoists." Zhao Sheng laughed unrestrainedly, seemingly at odds with his usual personality. The devil Jiqi watched Zhao Sheng's performance expressionlessly, not intending to join in the conversation. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng stopped laughing and said in a deep voice, "Zijunan may think he's completely prepared, but did he even anticipate my existence? Fellow Taoist, please tell him back that the past is over and no longer needs to be mentioned. However, I have a radical personality and am not as focused on the overall situation as our ancestors. If he dares to plot against my Nanshan Zhao clan again, I will definitely attack Mars and overthrow his supreme Ganying sect." "Okay, I'll make sure to pass on this message," the 9 Qi demon lord replied without hesitation. "Also, I'm very much looking forward to the day when you can attack Mars." I'm off." As soon as his laughter faded, the 9 Qi demon lord soared into the sky, engulfed in rolling black clouds. In the blink of an eye, he soared into the sky and quickly disappeared. Zhao Sheng watched him go away, then suddenly stepped on a flaming cloud and soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was heading towards Xianzhou Mountain and drifting away. Chapter 522, The Heavenly Sword Resurrects, and the War is Imminent. Half a day later, a streak of light flew in from afar, instantly crossing most of the void before landing on the ascension platform. The light faded, and Zhao Sheng, his face calm, step into the square. His gaze swept across the Ascension Tower, his eyes flickering as he noticed that besides the ancestor, a withered old man in straw sandals and linen clothes stood beside him. Zhao Xuanjing, upon seeing him, burst into laughter and waved, saying, "Haha, you've returned just in time. Come and meet your uncle master, Ji Yun." Zhao Sheng's mind flashed, and in a flash, he suddenly appeared before the two of them. Glancing at the withered old man, he immediately recalled his identity. He was a former protector of the descendant sect and the successor personally designated by the ancestor. However, Ji Yun was a taciturn man, devoted to his cultivation, rarely appearing in the world of immortal cultivation, a mere resident. Yet, he was the most accomplished figure in the descendant sect over the past millennium, his cultivation likely reaching the half-step divine transformation realm. This information flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind. He clasped his fists in greeting and was about to speak. But then, Ji Yun shook his hands and cried out urgently, "No, no. Just call me Master Ji. In the presence of the true Lord, I cannot bear the title of Uncle Master." Zhao Xuanjing observed this and said, "Well, both of you can go your separate ways." Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and quickly greeted Ji Yun. 2 hours later, Ji Yun, beaming with joy, hurriedly departed from the Ascension platform. Zhao Sheng looked at the flowing light in the distance, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, so he asked Zhao Xuanjing beside him, "Grandfather, do you think this person has any chance?" Zhao Xuanjing immediately understood what he meant, and could not help but ponder in silence. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "Ji Yun's determination in Taoism is so firm that even this old man is ashamed of himself. This person has a pure mind and an extremely solid foundation. Apart from luck, there should be a 1 or 2 chance of breaking through to the God transformation realm." After listening, Zhao Sheng said in a deep voice, "A 1 or 2 chance is enough. Grandfather, your grandson wants to lend him a helping hand." Zhao Xuanjing's expression condensed. "Oh, old man wants to hear your reasons. After all, there are only 3 Yuanshan fruits left at home." "Grandfather, you misunderstood. Yuanshan fruit is the family heritage. How can it be used on outsiders at will? I have a small amount of Yuanshan essence in my hand. This thing also has some help in breaking through to the God transformation realm," Zhao Sheng said, taking out a crystal glass bottle and showing it to him. There was a strange substance floating in the bottle that looked like silk fibers and glowed. When Zhao Xuanjing saw it, he was immediately surprised. Zhao Sheng immediately put away the crystal bottle and continued, "You know, I just went to Featsin City and happened to get some news there. A grand plan suddenly struck me, and I was just about to return to discuss it carefully with you, ancestor. If this plan succeeds, it will surely deal a heavy blow to the Nether God realm and even have a great chance of reclaiming the space-time rift." Zhao Xuanjing's interest was piqued, and he hurriedly urged, "Tell me quickly, what kind of plan is this? It's so powerful." Zhao Sheng briefly sorted out the details before speaking. "Ancestor, are you aware that the Nether God realm is planning to start a new war? Upon hearing this, my grandson decided to take advantage of the situation, allowing the Nether God realm to accumulate strength while we mobilize our forces. We'll openly confront them, preparing for the coming war." Zhao Sheng's explanation took only half a minute, but it took him 3 days to convince Zhao Xuanjing to agree to this risky plan. The two then discussed it for the better part of a month, completing and refining every detail of the plan. A month later, Zhao Sheng finally secured the full support of his ancestors. He excitedly departed the Ascension platform and returned directly to Shenlong Valley. After his departure, Zhao Xuanjing, as previously agreed, began sending invitations to all the divine transformation true lords of the Xianzhu realm, inviting them to the Ascension platform to discuss important matters. Sun rose, moon set, and another day passed. That day, a figure wearing a Baksha mask quietly descended from a heavily guarded valley southeast of Shenlong Valley. The valley was small, teeming with medicinal herbs and exotic plants, a lush green landscape that appeared to be an ordinary medicinal valley. However, few knew it was a crucial site for the Nanshan Zhao clan. Zhao Sheng strolled through the lush forest, his pace neither hurried nor slow, his movements shifting left and right, and occasionally backtracking. This was done to circumvent the numerous formations and restrictions set within the valley. Soon, he arrived at a towering tree in the center, as thick as 10 men could hug. Gazing at the ancient tree, its cracks resembling dragon scales, Zhao Sheng flipped his hand, and suddenly a strangely shaped talisman appeared in his hand. He then reached out and pressed the talisman against the trunk. A humming sound flashed, and the roots of the ancient tree before him suddenly became ethereal, as if their disguise had been peeled away, gradually revealing a dark stone cave over 10 feet high. Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow and stepped into the cave. After a few minutes, he had passed through more than 10 layers of defensive barriers, finally traversing dozens of miles underground, arriving at a jade palace, 100 feet long and wide, constructed entirely of jade. The palace was deserted, its walls covered in dense, intricate runes, emitting a faint, clear glow. In the center of the hall, a neatly carved circular pit perfectly formed a crystalline jade pool, half filled with a magnificent, azure, exotic nectar. This nectar emitted a multi-layered halo, illuminating the entire hall with a vibrant hue. Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up with wonder upon catching sight of the jade pool. It was the renowned soul cleansing pool. He approached, circled it twice, and then extended his right hand, adorned with a sumeru ring, to its center. A flash of light followed, and a sheathed black and white sword plunged into the pool. In an instant, it was engulfed in the nectar and sank to the bottom. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, silently gazing at the pool, as if awaiting something. He didn't have to wait long before a dense cloud of bubbles suddenly erupted from the jade pool. A vortex formed in its center, and the surface began to slowly sink, as if something beneath was absorbing the nectar's essence. At that moment, a sword chant echoed from the bottom. A note of profound joy etched in the sound. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng finally smiled. The soul-cleansing pool, truly a treasure of the spirit race, had indeed miraculously healed the Heavenly Sword Emperor's injuries. Seeing that the Heavenly Sword Emperor's full recovery would take considerable time, Zhao Sheng decided to remain here to protect the Heavenly Sword while diligently taking elixirs and cultivating his inner energy. As he silently guarded the Heavenly Sword, awaiting its birth, time slipped away, while the outside world was roiled by his plans. 2 months after Zhao Sheng's retreat to the Spirit Cleansing Hall, the ascension platform atop Xianzhou Mountain witnessed its busiest day in thousands of years. The great True Lord subduing dragons and demons, Zijunan, the Eternal Bow Lord, Zhouyu, the Dragon Angler, the 9 Qi Demon Lord, the Mad Monk, the Fairy Xianzhu, the Pig Emperor, and the Dragon Emperor, barely a century removed from his true dragon form, the 8 greatest divine transformation level warriors of the Xianzhou realm, assembled on the ascension platform to celebrate the event. The 8 divine transformations remained on the platform for 3 full days, debating and arguing for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, great True Lord Zhao Zunjing, citing his prestige among his peers, managed to convince the entire group. On the morning of the 4th day, beams of light shot out from the ascension platform one after another, each bound for the farthest reaches of the world, even beyond the sea. Half a month later, the great Zhao dynasty assembled its elite armies and headed for the sky burial plain. Shortly thereafter, 8,000 miles away, within the Zhao clan's Divine Dragon Valley, massive floating fortresses rose, carrying members of the Zhao clan who had reached the foundation establishment stage and even the golden core stage, and quickly sailed towards the sky burial plain. The southern Zhao clan was the fastest to act, followed closely by the Descending sect, then the beast-taming sect, the Immortal weapon sect, the sky-splitting sword Dao, and other leading sects also mobilized their elite disciples and vast quantities of magical instruments and supplies, preparing to march to the battlefield. Simultaneously, the Central Continent Alliance headquarters in Feats City issued an urgent call for action, and countless summons talismans were dispatched across Central Continent like snowflakes. Countless immortal cultivation sects and families, shaken and horrified by the call, compelled to follow the instructions and gather their disciples and clansmen to report to Feats City. This alliance call was clearly extraordinary. Not only was the entire cultivation world of Central Continent fully mobilized, but even the 4 continents of North Cold, South Flame, East Demon, and West Desolate, as well as the 4 outer seas of the star-shattering storm, East Sea, and North Pole, reportedly witnessed major movements. Over time, each continent and outer sea dispatched numerous elite forces, led by their respective nascent soul ancestors, to Central Continent, heading towards the center of the storm, the sky burial plain. The grand plan first articulated by Zhao Sheng had finally been officially launched. Little did anyone know, but an unprecedented war that would determine the fate of the 3 realms was already unfolding. In any world, war is a massive, systematic undertaking. Once the 2 sides engage in battle, the duration from start to finish may appear brief. However, before the actual battle begins, both sides must undergo a lengthy and arduous preparation phase. Once a major global war erupted, the time it took for both sides to accumulate strength and prepare would undoubtedly be even longer. Faced with the Xianzhu realm's apparent threat of war, the Nether God realm, led by the Xiandao sect, was not alarmed but rather delighted. They rapidly mobilized their forces, eager to seize the opportunity to show down the Xianzhu realm. As war drew closer, the clouds of war gradually gathered over central continent. However, in a profoundly unusual move, the small-scale guerrilla warfare that had previously flourished on the fringes of the Sky Burial Plain suddenly ceased, with both sides tacitly abandoning this futile effort that wasted manpower. For the next few years, a brief period of peace reigned on the battlefield. However, everyone knew that the longer this peace lasted, the larger and more catastrophic the eventual war would become. By then, aside from the pinnacle of transformation true lords, even nascent soul patriarchs wouldn't be able to guarantee their survival. Winter and summer, spring and autumn, 3 years passed in a flash. That day, from an unnamed valley southeast of Xianlong Valley, a silver-white sword light suddenly soared. Sword light shot up into the sky, circling in the clouds for a moment before transforming into a long, radiant rainbow of sword light, surging eastward to the ends of the earth. Xianzhu Mountain, Ascension Platform. Zhao Sheng leisurely entered the Ascension Plaza and surveyed his surroundings, perceiving a solemn atmosphere. He took a few steps to the Ascension Tower and slowly stood still. At that moment, a ripple rippled through the void, and a massive figure, as majestic as a mountain, materialized and landed before Zhao Sheng. Zhao Zunjing surveyed him, his gaze resting on the black and white scabbard hanging from his waist. "What is this?" Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, patted the scabbard with his right hand, and said with a smile, "Brother Jian, come out to meet the guests." As soon as he finished speaking, a silver-white longsword suddenly shot out of its scabbard. Accompanied by a clear, long sword chant, the silver-white longsword shrank dramatically, instantly transforming into a 3-inch-long smaller sword. Finally, it stopped in midair, and the tip of the sword turned to face Zhao Sheng and the other two, tapping lightly 3 times. Then a cold and indifferent voice entered the minds of the two. "I am Xianjian, and I am honored to meet the true lord of subduing dragons and demons." Zhao Zunjing's face flushed when he heard this, and he laughed heartily. "Good, good. It is truly gratifying that fellow Taoist Xianjian was able to recover in time before the battle. Now we have another great helper. The reason why I was able to recover so quickly is all thanks to the help of fellow Taoist Zhao. The noble spirit washing pool is indeed a rare treasure. Not only did I recover as before, but I also made some progress. I believe that after the war breaks out, I will be able to contribute a little bit." "Haha, fellow Taoist Xianjian, there is no need to be too modest. You are one of the most critical factors for the success of this plan. I hope fellow Taoist will not be soft-hearted and will go all out." Zhao Zunjing said intentionally or unintentionally. "I've been enslaved for thousands of years, and I hate the Heavenly Dao sect to the core. Even without true Lord Zhao's warning, I'd be on a killing spree." Zhao Zunjing nodded and smiled. "Very well, then I'll be in your good graces, fellow Taoist Heavenly Sword. You're welcome, true Lord Zhao." After a brief exchange, the Heavenly Sword Emperor sheathed his sword and continued to silently gather his murderous intent. When the day of war arrives, once the Heavenly Sword is unleashed, it will surely shake the world. A moment later, Zhao Sheng learned from Zhao Zunjing about the various changes in Central Continent over the past 3 years. The signs of war are undoubtedly becoming increasingly apparent, yet our realm's preparations are barely halfway complete, and that's even with true Lord Huishan personally issuing a decree. Zhao Zunjing was displeased with this dragging its feet, but Zhao Sheng didn't mind. After all, it was all a facade, simply a means to lure the Nether God realm into a trap. Ultimately, as long as the goal is achieved, nothing else matters. Compared with other things, Zhao Sheng was more concerned about this. "Ancestor, what's the current situation on Ji Yun's side?" Zhao Zunjing heard this with a serious expression and said, "Ji Yun has been in seclusion for 3 whole years, and now it is not far from the time agreed upon to cross the tribulation. At the latest in 2 years, whether he crosses the tribulation or not, he will come out of seclusion to give me and others an explanation." Zhao Sheng nodded and thought, if Ji Yun successfully crosses the tribulation, then we will have a total of 11 gods-level combat forces on our side. Even if this person fails, we still have 10 people, which can barely meet the minimum requirements of the plan. Zhao Zunjing shook his head. "I am not as optimistic as you. I am afraid that some people will not work hard. If we can keep 2 or 3 true lords from other worlds in the end, I will be very satisfied. Ancestor, your requirements are too low. We have spent so much effort this time and carefully prepared many trump cards. How can we look down on this little result? But my grandson wants to catch all the enemies in one fell swoop. After Zhao Sheng finished speaking, his face was full of confidence. Chapter 523, The Fog of War Rises, a long and brutal fight. Alice, I hope it's as you and I wish. It's a pity we don't have anyone suitable at home right now, otherwise it would be great to leave this essence of the soul to our own family. Zhao Zunjing sighed softly. Zhao Sheng, on the other hand, was unconcerned. Grandfather, whether you give it to Ji Yun or to one of our own family, the result will be the same. Ji Yun has grown up under your watch, he's practically one of your own. Zhao Zunjing chuckled to himself. Hey, it's me who's being narrow-minded. But let's not talk about that. Let's get down to business. In 2 weeks, the large forces from Dian Island, Shanshong, and Dongshan cities will be heading for Xianzheng. You'll go with them. I'm stationed at the Ascension platform and can't leave. When you arrive at Feakson City, remember to support the family army. Zhao Sheng patted his chest and said confidently, Don't worry, grandfather. I'll leave this little matter to my grandson. 2 weeks passed in a flash. That morning, the sun was blazing, and a sea of clouds billowed over Xianzhou Mountain. Rolling clouds spread out endlessly in all directions, the boundless sea shimmering with golden light under the sunlight. At that moment, above the sea of clouds, nearly 100 enormous cloud boats, arranged in a diamond formation, hovered silently at a height of 10,000 feet, each emitting a fierce murderous aura. At the forefront stood a massive, silver-white floating fortress, as vast as a mountain. It was 3 times larger than the Hornsec's Fuhe-class cloud boats. On the top deck of the floating fortress, a domineering middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, his head slightly raised, gazing skyward, his gaze gleaming with ambition. Suddenly, a young man with red hair and wearing a 7-flame glazed robe approached him and spoke impatiently. Who is so arrogant? You've kept us waiting for so long. Humph, how much longer do we have to wait? Hongayan, stop being so presumptuous. Don't you even listen to our ancestors? The domineering middle-aged man turned, his gaze as deep as the abyss, and his tone cold. Zhao Hongayan's body trembled slightly upon meeting the middle-aged man's eyes. Even as unruly as he was, he felt a deep sense of awe for the man before him. This man was Zhao Jingheng, the former second Holy Emperor of Great Zhao and the current Lord of Mountain City. He was now second only to the Qingshan Patriarch in power within the clan, a peerless figure whose tactics and strength were unmatched. Of course I must obey the ancestors' words, Zhao Hongayan muttered, awestruck. Zhao Jingheng nodded slightly. Suddenly, he looked up. Though a moment late, Zhao Hongayan quickly sensed something was amiss and, like him, looked up. At that moment, a streak of light pierced the sea of clouds above, instantly crossing 100 miles of space at incredible speed, landing on the deck opposite them. The light faded, revealing a slender, mysterious figure wearing a Baksha mask. It was undoubtedly Zhao Sheng. Zhao Jingheng was shocked upon seeing the newcomer. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. Junior Zhao Jingheng, I greet Grandmaster Baksha. Zhao Hongayan followed suit, stepping forward to pay his respects. Junior Zhao Hongayan, I greet Grandmaster Baksha. 3 years ago, the story of Zhao Sheng's riot at the Alliance meeting had already spread throughout the southern Skyzhou clan. From Patriarch Qingshan down to the direct lineage, everyone knew that the new leader of the clan's secret wing was a peerless master, suspected of being a true lord of transformation. Most Zhao clan members, including Zhao Jingheng, speculated that Grandmaster Baksha might be a family protector secretly cultivated by the ancestors. Zhao Sheng glanced at the two and nodded silently. One was at the 7th level of the nascent soul realm, while the other was still at the 2nd level. However, he already knew that his disciple now wielded the 7-flame fan, and his true power far surpassed that of ancestors of the same level. No need for formalities, Zhao Sheng waved his sleeve, sending 2 undercurrents of water to lift the 2 men to their feet. In a cold voice, he instructed them, it's getting late. Let's set off. Zhao Jingheng and the other man exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. A moment later, accompanied by a melodious, vast horn blast that echoed through the clouds, a fleet of massive cloud boats slowly set sail. Led by the floating fortress at the forefront, all the cloud boats formed a diamond-shaped battle line and sailed majestically towards the end of the sea of clouds. After nearly 20 days of trekking, The Zhao fleet finally reached the edge of the sky burial field. Still 1,000 miles from the Golden Wall ahead, they slowly came to a halt. Zhao Sheng emerged from the fortress's top floor hall and slowly ascended into the sky, surveying the land ahead. As far as the eye could see, the land was shrouded in thick white mist, stretching as far as the eye could see. The thick fog was boundless, obscuring the sky and the sun, seemingly frozen solid. Even the strongest winds couldn't disperse or tear it apart. The mist swirled slightly, then quickly faded. This was the fog of war, emanating from the advanced mist concealment formation. The Nether God Realm had also deployed its own unique fog of war. Each side used the fog of war to obscure the battlefield, their purpose self-evident. Zhao Sheng even knew that the war fogs set up by both the Heavenly Pillar and the Nether God concealed countless deadly moves and traps. Boom! At that moment, the cloud boat fleet below started up again, slowly flying along the edge of the fog toward Feats City, the headquarters. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's brows suddenly lit up, and he instantly sent a divine thought to each of the two Zhao family nascent souls on the fortress. Then, with a wave of his long sleeves, his figure gradually faded, eventually vanishing without a trace. One day, 2 years later, thousands of miles away from the sky burial plain, a thick white fog suddenly surged violently. From the mist, a blood-stained, middle-aged man suddenly burst forth. Following him, 3 young men in armor flew out in quick succession. All 3 were covered in wounds, their armor already tattered and nearly useless. Seeing that they had left the fog of war alive, one of the young men with a long face and thin eyebrows wiped the blood flowing from his mouth and suddenly laughed wildly. Haha, it feels so good, so good. This time we chopped off 6 heads in one breath, and one of them was a Foundation Establishment Realm Priest. Counting the military merits, plus the ones accumulated before, it should be enough to exchange for a top-grade Foundation Establishment pill when we go back. Zhao Ju, shut up. The middle-aged strong man frowned when he heard this, turned around and scolded. No place is safe before we return to the camp. If you can't even remember this iron rule, don't be in the same team with me next time. No. 16th uncle, my nephew knows he was wrong, and I will repent in the future. Please don't abandon me, the long-faced young man begged for mercy in a low voice. Meanwhile, the other 2 Zhao clan members gloated over their misfortune, eagerly anticipating that the middle-aged man's connections might lead to even stronger companions in the future. The middle-aged man's name was Zhao Sheng, a descendant of the Ren lineage of the Southern Heaven Zhao clan. His cultivation had surpassed the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, placing him in the top 300 among Foundation Establishment cultivators, though he wasn't even on the Foundation Establishment leaderboard. He and the long-faced young man were related within the 5th generation of kinship, which was considered a very close relative within the clan. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sighed, his tone softening slightly. If you dare do this again, find your own way out. Without even glancing at his nephew, he waved to the others and decisively ordered, let's go home. Yes, the 2 men, along with a long-faced young man, Zhao Yu, all responded excitedly. A moment later, a 3-meter-long cloud boat carrying 4 people took off into the air, speeding off to the northwest. When the 4 Zhao family members returned to their family compound alive, they saw hundreds of elite teams roaming the foggy battlefield behind them, poised to engage in desperate battles with the invading enemy. While no major battle had yet appeared, smaller-scale invasions and counter-invasion wars were already raging, even reaching a fever pitch. Every day, some elite teams returned with swarms of casualties, while others suffered heavy losses and were forced to flee the battlefield in disarray. Of course, a few unfortunate teams remained trapped in the foggy battlefield forever. While the fighting on the Xianzhou realm was brutal, the fog battlefield on the Xianzhang plain was 10 times more brutal. Of any team that dared to venture onto the Xianzhang battlefield, at least half were comprised entirely of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even the few who had reached the great perfection of key refining did venture into the ranks, each possessing unique skills and hidden cards, far surpassing the average great perfection cultivator. If the foggy battlefield on the surface is where foundation building and key refining cultivators clash, then the vast sea of clouds high above is the dance field where Jinden's Henren and even Yuanying ancestors shine. However, this vast dance field, stretching over 100,000 miles, is incredibly cruel and dangerous. Once a fight breaks out, life and death can easily be decided. 2 cups of tea later, a vast camp, a sprawling network of fortresses and towering towers, came into view. A dense swarm of flying objects, large and small, hovered above the camp. In the sunlight, they cast vast shadows upon the camp below. At that moment, a 3-meter-long cloud boat carrying 4 people quickly landed in the center of the camp. A moment later, a middle-aged man led the 3 people toward a towering, 18-story tower in the center of the camp. A large number of Zhao family members flew in and out of the tower, creating a bustling atmosphere. The middle-aged man, Zhao Sheng, was clearly quite famous within his clan. As he walked, he was recognized by many, who approached to greet him. Zhao Sheng politely responded as he led his 3 team members into the tower. The first floor of the tower was incredibly spacious, stretching over 10 miles. The ground was paved with thick, golden stone, and the surrounding walls were as smooth as a mirror. Complex, overlapping arrays of patterns appeared on the mirrored surfaces, yet they seemed completely unaware of the threat. Yet, precisely because of this, the place seemed even more terrifying. In the center of the tower, a series of 10-foot-tall jade discs stood majestically. Like a curtain of light, rows of golden, red, and black spiritual characters appeared from time to time. Upon closer inspection, they revealed a name, followed by a record of various deeds. Zhao Yu, with his long face and thin eyebrows, ran eagerly to the jade disc, his face filled with excitement as he recited each one: Merit Heavenly Ranking, Nascent Soul Earthly Ranking, Golden Core Outstanding Person Ranking, Foundation Establishment Dragon and Tiger Ranking, Bounty Ranking, Bonus Ranking, Exchange Ranking. Even though Zhao Yu knew them all by heart, he never tired of re-examining the list, searching for new figures to admire. Hey, 16th uncle, come and see. On the Foundation Establishment Dragon and Tiger Ranking, Wind Slashing Blade Cheng Boki, ranked 21st, Mountain Rising Warrior Wan Yu, ranked 37th, and Mind's Eye Ren Liuei, ranked 81st, have all been removed. Wow, 29th uncle is finally on the list, ranked 94th, Zhao Yu suddenly shouted. Perhaps his voice was a little loud, immediately attracting the attention of the people around him, who all looked over. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present, all members of the Zhao clan. Therefore, most of them gave him friendly looks, with only a few showing dissatisfaction and disgust. Seeing this, the burly middle-aged man immediately strode over, slapped Zhao Yu on the back, and scolded him, "Shut up. You're almost 40, and yet you're still so frivolous and dissolute. If you don't develop this habit in the future, even a top-grade foundation establishment pill will make it difficult for you to achieve a foundation." Zhao Yu was immediately frightened when he heard this, fearing that the promised foundation establishment pill would be lost. He quickly retreated and said hesitantly, "I can change. I will definitely change my frivolous habits." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression became extremely excited, and he cheered softly. 10 people from our family are on the Foundation Establishment Dragon and Tiger ranking at the same time. I'm afraid we are going to make a big splash again this time. Haha, Zhao Sheng whispered, "Don't be happy too soon. The Foundation Establishment Dragon and Tiger list is nothing. There are a total of 100 places on the Golden Core Outstanding list, and only 6 people from our family are on the list. The highest ranked is only 13th, which is far behind the top 10 outstanding people. As for the Nascent Soul Earth list and the Merit Heaven list, let's not talk about them." Just as he finished speaking, a handsome young man suddenly walked over. The man flicked his jade fan and said sternly, "Brother Sheng, you're wrong. You don't understand that this Nascent Soul Earth ranking is merely a reference. And it's actually quite useless. You should know that since the beginning of the war, most of the true masters of the Nascent Soul realm have remained hidden, never making a move. Take our Nanshan Zhao clan for example. Great Elder King Shen and the one who rules Mountain City are both absent from the list. If this is the case with the Nascent Soul Earth ranking, then the same applies to the Golden Core Outstanding ranking and the Foundation Establishment Dragon and Tiger ranking. At least until the decisive battle begins, we will absolutely not reveal our true strength." His words were perfectly reasonable and logical, not only giving the 4 present a sudden realization, but also catching someone's attention. Over 100 feet away, below the Merit Heavenly ranking, an ordinary-looking old man in a green robe suddenly turned his head slightly, his gaze tinged with admiration. This man was Zhao Sheng, after his disguise. For the past 2 years, he had consistently presented himself in this manner, constantly stationed in his clan's tower. While guarding the clan headquarters, he also secretly selected potential seeds within the clan. The young man with the fan was precisely the foundation building seed he had chosen, one with considerable potential to break through to the Golden Core realm. Zhao Sheng quickly averted his gaze, returning to his gaze at the heavenly merit list before him. Astonishingly, despite the numerous people entering and exiting the tower, no one had noticed his presence. It wasn't until a long moment later that a tall, graceful woman with draped red hair slowly entered the tower. Her gaze, ignoring everyone around her, settled on the green-robed elder. Chapter 524 Emperor Yi appears, Qiu emerges, Blood Sea gives birth to gods. Zhao Sheng suddenly sensed something and turned around. Seeing the red-haired woman approaching, he nodded slightly and, after sending a divine thought to her, vanished from the spot. The red-haired woman, sensing the message in her mind, was overjoyed and, without hesitation, hurried deeper into the tower. Her appearance immediately captivated everyone, and exclamations of surprise echoed from the crowd, calling out for the Red Cloud Fairy. However, Zhao Yuru, the Red Cloud Fairy, paid no attention to the others' reactions. Her heart was already filled with joy. A moment later, Zhao Yuru passed through a hidden portal in the corner of the tower and descended into the underground. The fortress complex beneath the tower was over 10 times larger than the surface structures. It could be said that the entire Zhao clan compound had been hollowed out, replaced by a vast underground labyrinth and a massive underground city of bunkers whose scale was unimaginable to outsiders. In geotechnical construction, the Nanshan Zhao clan has faithfully inherited the fine traditions of their ancestor, Zhao Xuanjing. They are now as renowned as the Dizhen clan, even considered the two most powerful in the world. Holding a token, Zhao Yuru navigated the densely packed underground maze for a long time before finally entering a subterranean stone chamber. The chamber was vast, measuring 100 paces long and wide. Its 4 smooth walls were mirror-like, and a soft, bright light shone through the stone walls, illuminating the dim chamber. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng, in the form of a green-robed elder, stood with his back to the doorway, before standing before the innermost stone wall, contemplating the surface, seemingly observing something. Zhao Yuru took a deep breath, quickly stepped forward, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Zhao Yuru of the Shen clan, greets the ancestor." Zhao Sheng turned, nodded gently, and said, "Rise." "Yes, ancestor," Zhao Yuru responded, rising and respectfully standing by. Zhao Sheng asked gently, "Zhao Yuir, I taught you the way of the annihilation of water and fire 3 months ago. To what extent have you mastered it now? Have you even started?" Zhao Yuru's heart trembled when she heard this, and she quickly replied, "Old ancestor, the way of the annihilation of water and fire is too profound and obscure. Yuru has been practicing hard for 3 months and has tried more than 10,000 times. But so far, she has not been able to grasp the basics." Zhao Sheng's eyes fixed. "Oh, really? Come on, practice it again in front of me." Zhao Yuru nodded in agreement, then retreated to the center of the stone chamber, her expression instantly becoming extremely solemn. The light in the stone chamber suddenly dimmed, and Zhao Yuru stretched out her left hand. A stream of ink-black liquid flowed out from her palm, flew into the air, and suddenly turned into a black water ball the size of a fist. At the same time, she extended her right hand, and her entire arm ignited with blazing flames. A blue Xiangang lightning fire rose from her palm and stood opposite the black water ball, the two separated by only 3 feet. Zhao Yuru pinched the magic formula with both hands and suddenly shouted, "Lead." Before the words were out of her mouth, a line of fire and water split from the Xiangang thunder and fire and the pitch-black water sphere, colliding head-on like lightning. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a vast expanse of chilling air appeared out of thin air above the stone chamber. The countless sparks from the explosion of thunder and fire were extinguished by the cold air before they could even fly. Zhao Yuru clenched her lips, unwilling to accept defeat. She immediately waved her sleeve to sweep away the cold air in the air, and continued to form hand seals, trying to collide the fire and water. The woman tried more than 10 times in a row, until both the thunder and fire and the water sphere were exhausted, but still no sign of success appeared. Zhao Sheng sighed inwardly at this, thinking, the Xiangang thunder and fire are drawn from the boundary membrane, and the one her weak water comes from the deepest part of the spirit abyss. Both have extreme properties and each possesses the dual aspects of life and death. Judging from the final deduction results, the probability of the reappearance of the power of annihilation should be quite high. Could it be that the strength of the Jinden realm is not enough? That's right. The Jinden realm only has spiritual consciousness and has not yet transformed into divine consciousness. It should not be enough to control such a superfine and subtle reaction. However, nascent soul cultivators who cultivate both the water and fire paths are incredibly rare. Aside from Yuru, who still holds some hope, there's no one else in my family. There are 7 or 8 potential candidates among the Foundation Establishment clan, but they'll have to wait at least 500 or 600 years. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, countless thoughts racing through his mind. Seeing him standing there in silence, Zhao Yuru's face flickered with fear, fearing she'd disappoint the ancestor and miss out on this incredible opportunity. Just then, Zhao Sheng suddenly glanced toward her, waved his right hand, and a gray storage bag flew out from his sleeve. Zhao Yuru smiled and quickly reached out to grab the bag. Zhao Yuru, the path of annihilation is pure and simple in its essence, but mastering it is incredibly difficult. You must diligently practice it when you return. Also, the ancestor reminds you once again, the path of annihilation is our clan's highest inheritance, a path that leads directly to the divine transformation. Don't tell this to anyone, not even your father Zhao Hongyan. While speaking, Zhao Sheng had already imprinted all the relevant experience and various performance details into a jade slip, and then threw it to Zhao Yuru. Zhao Yuru seemed very excited, and hurriedly caught the jade slip, and bowed at the same time. I will remember the teachings of the ancestor in my heart, and I will never forget it. Zhao Sheng nodded. Well, you can go down. Yes, Yuru will take your leave. Zhao Yuru quickly walked out of the stone chamber and returned to the surface excitedly. In the stone chamber, Zhao Sheng turned around again to face the stone wall, and after looking at it for a while, he slowly stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, a ball of golden crow true fire surged between his fingers, and then the true fire compressed rapidly, and it turned into a palm-long flame paintbrush. Zhao Sheng held a brush in his right hand, pointed it at the stone wall, and suddenly the brush moved like a dragon. After just over 10 strokes, a lifelike skinny old man appeared on the stone wall. The old man was wearing a luxurious robe, but the robe looked ridiculous on him like a monkey wearing a crown. Zhao Sheng did not smile at all, but his expression was slightly solemn, because this person was considered an old acquaintance of his, and it was none other than the founder of the Chizhudao, Chizus Henrun. 500 years ago, this person promised to declare war on the Shyandao sect in front of him. How come 500 years later, this old bastard led the Chizhudao to join the Shyandao sect and even took the initiative to invade the Shyansu realm? Zhao Sheng casually extinguished the fire pen in his hand, took 2 steps back, and surveyed his surroundings. Wherever his gaze passed, vivid portrait after vivid portrait emerged on the 4 stone walls. They depicted elderly men with youthful features, middle-aged priests with imposing presence, towering giants as handsome as gods, and even figures in blood-stained robes, all with hideous and distorted features. A careful count revealed 7 portraits on the stone walls, nearly 2/3 of the number of divine beings in the Shyansu realm. These 8 true lords from other realms were only those whose whereabouts had been revealed before. The number of those who had never appeared remained unknown. Even more worrying for Zhao Sheng was the fact that no one knew how many blood godsons the nether god realm had created. Alice. After a long pause, a sigh suddenly echoed from the stone chamber. The room was empty, and the 8 true lord portraits vanished. At the center of the sky burial field, a crescent moon was fixed in midair, reflecting a vast, cold, blood-red light. The earth below suddenly transformed into a boundless ocean of blood. Millions of pale, white faces drifted in the sea of blood, wailing and screaming, desperately biting and devouring the surrounding blood spirits. Some blood spirits became food for their fellows, but a few, in the process of devouring, rapidly expanded, growing into the form of foul-blooded pythons and emitting an even more intense and blinding blood light. Whenever a few blood spirits grew larger than 3 meters, they instinctively swam toward the Great Pyramid at the center of the Sea of Blood. Wherever they passed, the surrounding blood spirits dodged, voluntarily making way for a wide path. In the center of the Sea of Blood, the Great Pyramid stood 10,000 meters tall, covering a vast area of 100 miles. From bottom to top, it formed a staircase, with over 1,000 levels. Each staircase was densely packed with blood spirits. These blood beasts, biting and devouring their comrades, frantically climbed upwards. The closer one gets to the top of the pyramid, the fewer blood spirits there are, but their size grows, their aura growing ever more formidable. And on the 2 or 3 stairs immediately below the tower's summit, each blood spirit towers over 1,000 feet tall, each emanating a terrifying aura like a prehistoric beast. Their true strength far surpasses that of ordinary nascent soul ancestors and rivals that of the finest cultivators. The Crimson Pyramid's highest level houses a vast plaza. In its center stands a massive statue, hundreds of feet tall, headless yet endowed with 1,000 arms. A multitude of gigantic arms reach out towards the crescent moon in the sky, each blood-glow hand firmly grasping its edge, completely solidifying this rare rift in space-time intertunnel. At this moment, a massive, spherical disc-shaped boat traverses the tunnel and is successfully ejected by the crescent moon. The boat slowly flies to the edge of the sea of blood, its lower abdomen suddenly rips open. Crash! Suddenly, a rain of living people began to fall from the sky. Countless people fell from the belly of the boat, then plunged into the sea of blood, sending countless blood splatters everywhere. These people could not survive the bloody sea for a moment before being swallowed by the surrounding blood and sinking to the bottom of the sea. In a flash, pale white faces emerged one after another, adding to the countless souls of the bloody sea, unable to be reincarnated. Simultaneously, emaciated and hardened zombies crawled out from the depths of the bloody sea. The coastline was a black mass of zombies stretching for hundreds of miles, countless in number. These newly arrived zombies staggered and shambled away from the shore, slowly moving towards the nearby, dark fog that stretched endlessly in both directions, completely enveloping the sky and the earth. Beneath the statue on the pyramid altar, the handsome and godlike Emperor Yi slowly withdrew his gaze fixed on the light curtain before him. Only a small portion of the light curtain was still shrouded in fog, but the remaining area had been clearly explored, dotted with 3 different light points of black, red, and yellow, each flickering. Yellow dots were the most numerous on the light curtain, followed by red, and the least numerous were black dots. These 3 colors represented the degree of danger. Yellow meant the lowest danger, and black meant almost certain death once one entered. Emperor Yi fixed his gaze on the foggy area and suddenly said indifferently, "Have you figured out the other side's intentions?" A middle-aged man with a youthful face and white hair, and a simple and innocent aura, stepped forward and said solemnly, reporting to the Pope, "Although the insider has penetrated the core of the Central Continent Alliance, he has not yet ascertained the other side's intentions for a decisive battle. I also cannot understand why the Shiansu realm would be so hasty and reckless as to dare to engage in a decisive battle with our holy church. If Zhao Sheng were here at this moment, he would recognize at a glance this man with a childlike face and white hair. It was his nominal master, the great priest Q. Q's appearance here means that this person has broken through the extreme barrier of the spirit transformation realm and successfully ascended to the position of true lord." Emperor Yi waved his hand to wipe away the light curtain in front of him and said coldly, "Our sect has received a warning from the Heavenly Lord. Your good disciple reappeared a few years ago. It is very likely that this person is secretly plotting all this." "Q, do you know your crime?" After hearing this, True Lord Q remained calm. "It was entirely my fault that I failed to kill the evil disciple in time. I hope the Pope will give me a chance to make amends. I will personally kill the beast in the future. If you are a true master, the world will be vast." Even though Emperor Yi is the Pope of Heavenly Dao, he can hardly do anything to Q, unless this person violates the heavenly rules. Therefore, Q always abides by the rules of the sect and is polite on the surface, but he is not very afraid of Pope Emperor Yi in his heart. A fierce look flashed in Emperor Yi's eyes, and his tone turned flat. "Master Chiz has complained to our sect many times. Next time, it will be your turn to replace this person." Q frowned slightly when he heard this, but he still agreed, "Since the Pope has ordered it, I will obey it. I'll take my leave." After saying this, True Lord Q flicked his long sleeves and suddenly turned into a sword rainbow that flew across the sky. Emperor Yi looked at the direction where the sword rainbow disappeared, his expression extremely cold, and suddenly 3 blood-colored light wheels appeared behind his head. A bright apricot yellow scroll clearly emerged from the depths of the first light wheel. A 3-foot-long dark red light and shadow appeared faintly in the depths of the second light wheel, which seemed to be some kind of stick-shaped treasure. The third light wheel was like an endless sea of blood. The blood light was so dazzling that it was impossible to see what kind of amazing treasure was hidden behind it. On the other side, deep in the huge underground city, a young man in white armor with a strong physique and a stern face suddenly found a stone chamber. He pushed the door open and entered, and soon saw Zhao Sheng sitting cross-legged. Of course, in this person's eyes, Zhao Sheng was an old man in a green robe, serious and stern. Zhao Regia, a member of the Zen lineage, greets the ancestor. "You're here." Zhao Sheng opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming with admiration. The white-armored young man, Zhao Regia, was a renowned figure among the giant generation of the Nanshan Zhao clan. This was because, with only the average aptitude of the three spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire, he had unexpectedly survived the giant thunder tribulation before the age of 100, ascending to the rank of giant true person. Over the following 300 years, he experienced continuous opportunities, and his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, now reaching the rank of giant 8th great true person. If that were all, Zhao Sheng would not have chosen him. What made him take notice was that, not only was this man blessed with great luck, but his primary cultivation technique was also the golden crow burning heaven art. Most coincidentally, this man's natal magic weapon was the 1,000-flame cauldron he had left behind. All these coincidences combined made Zhao Sheng sigh. Perhaps it was all fate. Chapter 525, The True Lord Pushes the Stars, the giant corpse digs a hole. Boom. Boom. Rumbling sounds echoed from the stone chamber, the air scorching intensely, waves of heat roaring and exploding. In mid-air, the 1,000-flame cauldron slowly spun, and hundreds of golden and black flames raced around the cauldron, swirling like countless flaming meteors, a truly spectacular sight. From time to time, the golden crow true fire and the black soul death flame could be seen clashing fiercely. Most of these collisions ended in failure. However, occasionally, amidst the exploding clouds of fire, a grayish, chaotic light would suddenly appear, annihilating the surrounding expanding clouds. Zhao Regia sweated profusely, completely absorbed in repeating the true fire collision experiment, attempting to grasp the principle of annihilation in the art of explosion. Nearby, Zhao Sheng silently observed Zhao Regia's performance, occasionally sending a voice message to silently correct his errors. Time slipped by. Zhao Regia's spellcasting success rate gradually increased from 0 to 1 in 100, to 1 in dozens of attempts. Zhao Sheng, observing this, felt both satisfied and somewhat regretful, thinking, the upper limit of the Jiandan realm is too low after all. If I were at the Yuanying realm, my spellcasting success rate would surely increase significantly, but then again, even a lower success rate was infinitely better than having no one to inherit it. With Zhao Regia here today, the legacy of the Way of Annihilation was finally passed down successfully. This also resolved a worry for Zhao Sheng. A day later, Zhao Sheng urged Zhao Regia to practice more upon his return, then bestowed upon him a bottle of Sanfenzingindan and told him to leave. After Zhao Regia excitedly left, the stone chamber was quickly enveloped by a hazy glow. Then, the chamber and the surrounding buildings began to vibrate, gradually intensifying. Suddenly, wisps of golden light pierced the flames, seemingly spreading towards the dark sky. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. One day, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged as a vast sun rose behind him, emitting a faint golden glow. Deep within the great sun Dharma image, the 10,000 fire cauldron resembled a miniature sun, floating and sinking in the sea of fire. Suddenly, a ripple appeared on the stone chamber floor. A strange dragon earthworm with a golden ring and a black back suddenly emerged from the ground, slithering towards Zhao Sheng. It opened its mouth and spit out a palm-sized, earthy yellow jade slip. Zhao Sheng slowly opened his eyes, reached out to grab the slip, and simultaneously flicked a spirit awakening pill into the dragon earthworm's mouth. The strange dragon earthworm swayed towards him, then happily dove headfirst into the floor, disappearing. Zhao Sheng smiled at this, and his spiritual sense probed the jade slip, his expression instantly brightening. Well, time to get out and get some exercise. The sound of his voice lingered, but the stone chamber was already empty. A moment later, a streak of light shot up from the Zhao clan's headquarters, instantly soaring into the clouds. Zhao Sheng, steering the light, passed through 9 layers of cloud seas and arrived beneath the boundary membrane. Gazing at the vast, dark sea above, he didn't pause. A golden glow swirled around him as he pierced the invisible boundary membrane in one breath, leaping into the void beyond. Following the information provided by his ancestors, he briefly determined his bearings and immediately sped towards the dark red star a million miles away. In a flash, the golden light, trailing a long tail of flame, soared into the vast, dark sea, rapidly shrinking to a speck of light before vanishing. 100,000 miles, 1 million miles, 10 million miles. After over 100 days of continuous flight through the sea, Zhao Sheng had already soared far into the heavens, nearly 800 million miles from the Xianzhou realm. The surrounding void was now a deadly darkness, desolate and empty. Yet, A smile suddenly crossed Zhao Sheng's face, for he saw a gray-black meteorite, as tiny as a grain of sand, gradually emerge from the darkness ahead, hurtling toward him. Zhao Sheng suppressed his escape light, stopped, and stepped onto the flaming cloud, waiting to meet the meteorite's arrival. About half a day later, the gray-black meteorite had flown within a 1,000-kilometer radius, its massive size, over 80 kilometers in diameter, now unmistakable. Just then, Zhao Sheng's ears twitched as a harsh, panting voice suddenly reached his ears. Huff, huff, huff. Ouch, this meteorite is so heavy. It's killing me, old pig. Come and help me, my dear friend, don't worry, Pig King. I'm right here. With that, Zhao Sheng stepped onto the flaming cloud and soared towards the meteorite at lightning speed. In a flash, he was above it. Behind it, a massive wild boar, as big as a mountain, loomed. The pig's mane was covered in dark, hard fur, like countless pitch-black blades rising into the sky, emitting a chilling gleam. Two incredibly long, thick, dark green fangs, like two giant steel spears, pierced deeply into the meteorite, burying more than half of it. Although the Pig King's true form was half the size of the meteorite before it, its shoulder height alone was a gigantic 10,000 foot high, truly worthy of being the foremost ancient true spirit in the celestial pillar realm. What are you standing there for? Come down and help me. The Pig King's anxious urging instantly jolted Zhao Sheng awake, and he quickly flew down, landing on the meteorite's surface. Ah, do you know how exhausting it was to push this thing from Mars here? You don't. The Pig King, after years of toil, finally saw a living human today and couldn't help but complain. Zhao Sheng seemed to ignore him, then suddenly let out a low growl. The Pig King listened, unfazed, and continued his complaints. If it weren't for your master's earnest pleas, I wouldn't even do this kind of hard labor. If it weren't for this, fuck. Midway through his words, the Pig King suddenly cried out in shock, even uttering a rare curse. This divine transformation demon king watched helplessly as Zhao Sheng's entire right arm rapidly expanded like a balloon. In a matter of moments, the entire arm ballooned to over 50 feet in length, with the right hand alone nearly 2 feet. It resembled a 5-finger mountain, its 5 fingers as thick as buckets, shrouded in a stream of willow-like aura. Even more astonishing was that the rest of Zhao Sheng's body remained unchanged, a stark contrast to his enlarged right arm. What kind of magical power is this? You're performing a magic trick. The Pig King seemed inexplicably frightened, his words stumbling. In fact, the moment it laid eyes on the enormous right arm, the Pig King instinctively sensed a deep sense of danger. It seemed as if the arm possessed immense power, posing a grave threat to its life. Zhao Sheng lowered his eyelids, not responding to the Pig King's request. He simply raised his right arm and pressed it hard against the surface of the meteorite. The next second, a dazzling platinum light erupted from his right arm. Endless power surged forth, instantly flooding his palm before exploding with a bang. Crack! Most of Zhao Sheng's right arm sank into the ground, and the surrounding ground within a few miles collapsed, its surface rapidly cracking with dense cracks. The Pig King felt the pressure on his body lift as his 2 fangs suddenly detached from the ground. At the same time, he felt a meteorite before him suddenly accelerate, hurtling far away. The Pig King's eyes widened as he roared, "Fuck. Such overwhelming power. Did this kid take the power elixir?" Seeing the meteorite flying further and further away, the Pig King quickly kicked his hooves, swirling a vast expanse of black light as he leaped forward, his 2 massive fangs thrusting back against a meteorite. With both man and demon exerting their combined strength, the meteorite's speed surged again, while the pressure was significantly reduced. "Hey, boy. Where did you learn this magical power? Why not teach it to me, Pig King? Ask for any benefits you need. What do you think of the Eastern Demon Continent? Just say the word, and I'll give it to you and help you suppress any disobedience." The Pig King was a descendant of an ancient true spirit, his bloodline carrying much of the true spirit of the ancient Changshan pig. Consequently, this giant demon possessed remarkable eyesight, recognizing at a glance that Zhao Sheng's display of giant transformation was truly extraordinary, a supreme power. Therefore, the Pig King spared no expense in his quest to obtain it. Unfortunately, the Pig King's quest was doomed to fail. How could Zhao Sheng possibly teach the big and small Rui immortal technique to a pig demon? Besides, even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Since receiving the big and small Rui immortal technique, Zhao Sheng had painstakingly studied it for 600 or 700 years. Only in the past 2 years had he barely mastered the basics of the technique, not even the introductory level. Even so, Zhao Sheng was still deeply astounded by the terrifying power of the big and small Rui Immortal technique. While ordinary heaven and earth magical powers might merely enlarge the body, without significantly increasing strength, the big and small Rui Immortal technique was fundamentally different. As the body continued to grow in size, the caster's strength increased dramatically in direct proportion to their size. For example, a tenfold increase in size would also increase the caster's strength tenfold. Based on what Zhao Sheng had currently analyzed, he couldn't even see the limits of this technique's potential. Of course, his cultivation level was far too low. Currently, he could only amplify his right arm, not even enlarge his entire body. Even so, Zhao Sheng believed his overall strength had more than tripled. He felt that with just this enlarged right arm, he could send a mid-stage spiritual transformation true lord fleeing in panic. Seeing the Pig King's refusal, he became anxious. Hey, say something. What do you want in exchange for imparting this magical power to me? The terms are negotiable. So tell me. Zhao Sheng, annoyed by the Pig King's nagging, simply refused, leaving no room for negotiation. The Pig King refused to give in, nagging and flattering Zhao Sheng all the way, trying every possible way to persuade him to give in. But his efforts were futile. Faced with the Pig King's persistent persuasion, Zhao Sheng felt helpless, and felt that the next year or so would be a difficult time. He had made a mistake. He should never have accepted this mission in the first place. As Zhao Sheng and the Pig Emperor pushed a meteorite towards the Xianzhu realm, the clouds of a decisive battle between the two realms were rapidly gathering, potentially erupting within a few years. To quickly identify the traps and restrictions within the fog of war and locate the opposing forces' main forces, both Xianzhu and Yaoshan sent more elite teams into the other's fog. As time passed, casualties on both sides mounted. The fighting grew increasingly bloody and brutal, with even nascent soul realm cultivators suffering double-digit casualties. At this point, both sides were furious, with more and more nascent soul ancestors appearing on the battlefield, and instances of the powerful bullying the weak becoming increasingly common. However, due to the unanimous restraint exercised by the true lords of both realms, the start of the decisive battle was repeatedly delayed. Both sides seemed to be secretly crafting mortal weapons, each intent on deciding the outcome in a single battle. Due to the frequent discipline violations by high-level cultivators, casualties among cultivators below the nascent soul realm increased dramatically. This made every participating team even more cautious. Life-saving talismans like the Bailey Blood Escape Talisman became standard equipment for every Jinden's henrun. Deep in the gray fog, a mountain hollow was covered in rolling earth, a scene of bones. Zhao Fanwen, half buried in the earth, angrily called out to the figure ahead, "Run. Don't worry about my life or death. You must get the information back to base camp." As soon as he finished speaking, a twisted shadow suddenly swam from the depths of the fog, hovering above Zhao Fanwen and swooping down. A scream abruptly ended, and Zhao Fanwen's body vanished, replaced by a twisted, writhing humanoid. Soon, the shadow melted into the fog and disappeared. Suddenly, the earth churned, and a skeletal, iron-black zombie burrowed into the ground and began to wander the area, searching for any sign of life. At the same time, Zhao Yuru, enveloped in a thick bloody glow, fled frantically through the fog, escaping 100 miles in an instant. Behind her, shadowy figures loomed, swift as lightning, relentlessly pursuing her. Sensing the shadows stalking her, Zhao Yuru clenched her teeth, a determined expression on her pale face. She withdrew from her storage bag a palm-length blood-colored talisman, smeared with blood-colored runes. This was the third 100 miles blood escape talisman she was about to use, forced upon her by Lao Wu, who had stayed behind to cover her. Facing the relentless pursuit of over a dozen Jinden Ghost Kings, who possessed advantageous timing and location, even Zhao Yuru's squad, comprised entirely of Jinden true immortals, could not withstand the onslaught. To deliver top-secret intelligence back to base camp alive, 4 members of this renowned Jinden squad remained permanently on this battlefield. "I can't die, I absolutely can't. Hurrah! Zhao Yuru must deliver this intelligence." The Earth's core crisis. The giant core are actually trying to dig through the Earth's core. Zhao Yuru, dazed, withstood the Ghost King's attacks, subconsciously hypnotizing herself repeatedly while crushing the 100 miles blood escape talisman in her hand. Instantly, she was enveloped in a bloody haze, transforming into a flash of blood. At the Zhao clan's headquarters, on the top floor of a tall tower. What? Say that again. Wuji sword Immortal Zhao Qiaogayu slammed the table and stood up, his expression a murderous rage. Below him, Zhao Rixin, his face stern, repeated, reporting to Yuzu, the natal soul lamps of Zhao Fanwen, Zhao Yinli, Zhao Rijin, and Zhao Zufang have all just gone out. Not good. Yuru is in danger. She must not die. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Qiaogayu had already vanished into thin air. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.